Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Fred Ryan, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 7th Annual Reagan Institute Summit on Education. Governor Youngkin, we're delighted to have you here this morning and look forward to hearing from you shortly. As we gather here in Washington with policymakers, practitioners, reformers, and activists, thousands of students and parents across the country are attending commencement ceremonies this week. High school, college, professional school. And after the graduation ceremonies wind down, they'll be asking themselves some important questions. What now? Was it worth it? I'm sorry, the rent is how much? And most fundamentally, they will soon discover whether the 17 years or 13 years or 20 years plus that they put into education prepared them for the real world, to contribute, to find purpose. Or did they just spend a quarter of their lives learning tasks that OpenAI can do in 5 seconds? We can't answer those questions for them, but what we can do, all of us, with our different perspectives and unique platforms, is this. We can ensure that each successive graduating class can walk more confidently toward their future. And we can make sure that more and more Americans are earning those diplomas. In an address on education, President Reagan reminded us what's at stake. America is a melting pot, he said. Education has been a mainspring for our democracy and freedom and means of providing gifts of knowledge and opportunity to all Americans, no matter how humble their background, so they could climb higher, help build the American dream, and leave a better place for those who follow. President Reagan understood that education gives Americans far more than just the tools to pursue a job or a career. Done correctly, it imparts love of country. It makes us better citizens and more engaged in our democracy. As we all know, there are serious divisions in America today among cultural, religious, geographic, and political lines. It's a crisis facing our country. And many Americans are asking, how can we move forward and get past these divisions? Education, civics education in particular, is a vital part of the solution. It provides an understanding of why healing divisions and accepting differences is not just possible, but essential to the future of our democracy. And this is a huge challenge. It's not a Republican challenge or a Democrat challenge. It is an American challenge. And that is why we gather here every year in a broad, inclusive, bipartisan summit on education. As President Reagan said in that address, parents and teachers have the toughest, sometimes the most thankless, but always the most important jobs in America. They need our help and support. It was true then, and it is true today. To introduce our first session, please welcome Bill Hanson.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back at Rice. And over the years, I've had the opportunity to share the stage with impactful governors such as Mitch Daniels and Larry Hogan and Lamar Alexander, and today I have the honor to introduce Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, who will kick off the summit. I had the privilege to work for President Reagan for all 8 years of his presidency at the Department of Education. I might be the last person standing to be able to say that, but he really was a great education president, and I think it was grounded because he was a great education governor in California. And the principles that he embedded during his tenure as president really were embedded in federalism and local control, and that governors know better, frankly, than Washington does on how to improve the lives of our families and children. He also was a disciple of parental choice and really was just an incredible advocate for student achievement and excellence as embodied in the Nation at Risk report. And I think most importantly, his tenure was founded in patriotism and freedom, which really in education was embedded in his belief in virtue and character education. And so just it was a wonderful 8 years to work really for our greatest president. We have the honor to hear today from the most successful education governor in the country, and I can attest to that as I serve on the State Board of Education. And for these last 2 years, I've witnessed Governor Youngkin's passion, his perseverance, his initiative, and his many successes. Since day one, Governor Youngkin has been a champion for parents' rights, for students, and for teachers. His initiatives have returned parents to the head of the decision-making table on their children's lives. He has ushered in historic investments in education, and he has propelled the best-in-class history and math standards of learning. He has challenged us to create a new accountability framework for all of our schools. He launched a Lab Schools initiative to inject choice and innovation into our public school system. And he has raised teacher salaries 12% in his first 2 years, and just last week signed a budget included another 6% increase over the next 2 years. He passed the Virginia Literacy Act to improve literacy among elementary-age students. And he implemented an all-in Virginia plan to tackle chronic absenteeism and the unprecedented and the persistent learning loss stemming from the forced pandemic school closures. He is leveraging targeted tutoring in math and reading to help students catch up and progress. And he has renewed Virginia's focus on career and technical education. He is prioritizing workforce opportunities and career pathways for Virginia graduates with Fast Forward, an initiative designed to help Virginians earn credentials and certificates for the most in-demand jobs in the Commonwealth. In his words, we need to re-establish expectations of excellence. Last May, the governor participated in a Time for Choosing speaker series at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, and we're pleased to have him today at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. Governing, like basketball, is a team sport, and the governor is a pro in both. He is drafted and he coaches a dynamic team, which includes my friend Amy Guidera, who is an exceptional Secretary of Education. All of the families of Virginia are fortunate to have Amy fighting for them every day. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 74th Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, in conversation with the Virginia Secretary of Education, Amy Guidera.
Thank you. Well, good morning. How's everybody? Everybody get coffee? You ready to go? This will be a furious ride, and I just want to make sure everybody's got their seatbelt on and had a cup of coffee this morning because we're off and running. So, Madam Secretary, how are you?
Fine. Good morning, Governor.
Great to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah.
And good morning to everybody. And Bill, thank you for that lovely introduction, and thank you so much for your service to the Commonwealth. We are fortunate to have you.
So, Bill left out the fact that one of the great blessings we have in the Commonwealth is extraordinary people who put their hand up and said, I'll serve. And so, yes, Secretary Amy Guidera walked into my office after 40 million people sent me letters and said, you should hire Amy Guidera to be your Secretary of Education. And we had the most amazing conversation, and then we prayed over it, and here we are. And so thank you for your service. I just want to talk about Bill Hansen for a minute. We have a State Board of Education, and so much goes through the State Board of Education. And in fact, I think one of the challenges we ran into was so much had gone through the previous State Board of Education. And we needed great people. And boy, great people showed up. And so, Bill, I want to thank you for your tireless support in something that I'm not sure you knew how much time you were going to put in. But boy, you have made a giant difference. And so thank you on behalf of all Virginians.
Okay, so usually you do your lightning rounds at the end of a day or at the end of a conversation. We're going to do it in the morning to kick off. Right. There is an amazing agenda ahead of us today that really talks about all the really hot topics in education, and what we're going to provide, what the governor's going to provide, is a tasting menu for what you're going to be able to go back and really dive into with each course throughout the day. So we're going to start. Governor, I know that you wake up every single morning thinking about and being focused on how do we make Virginia the greatest place to live, to work, and to raise a family. Tell people, how does education fit into that?
Well, first and foremost, I wake up every morning and I start in quiet time because I need to first thank the Lord for putting me here, and then I need help. And then I thank him and I say, please, Lord, what should I do today and how should I do it? And education is always top of the agenda. I mean, let's be clear. When we thoroughly analyze the elements that go into unleashing opportunity, to fulfilling the American dream, at the top of the list is education. Why? Because one, yes, we need to prepare people with skills and capabilities. But even more importantly, we need to infuse in them a confidence and the ability to trust that they can chase their dreams. And with that confidence comes the ability to innovate, to expand, to press envelopes, to create businesses, and of course to bring others along. And it's that cycle that in fact I believe has been broken and that we must fix. And it starts with re-infusing this expectation of excellence, of opportunity, and confidence that comes with an extraordinary education. And see, when I felt called into running for office, we were faced in 2021 in the Commonwealth of Virginia with an extraordinary set of challenges. At the top of the list was the clear fact that expectations of excellence had been eroded. They'd been watered down. And we found ourselves all of a sudden in a moment where students and parents and teachers and schools were all lacking this confidence, this expectation, and therefore the results were falling behind as well. That's what we walked into in 2022 when I was fortunate enough to be hired. Those of you that are Virginians, thank you for hiring me, because what an extraordinary privilege it is to go to work every day. And so that's why education is the foundational piece of everything we do. Yes, we're building a rip-roaring economy. Yes, we have to make sure our community is safe. Yes, we have to address the mental health challenges that are today, I think, one of the most challenging crises that we face. Yes, we have to make sure government runs more efficiently. Yes, we have to take care of God's green earth, because I'm a conservationist, which is at the heart of being a conservative, I believe. But at the end of the day, it all is enabled through providing and engaging in the best education that we can possibly offer our kids.
Amen. And as Education Secretary, I can't think of anything more important than education, so that's good. But we talk a lot about the fact that we're on the verge, not just in Virginia, but across this nation, of losing a generation of kids. Our data, and you all know I love my data, 2/3 of our 3rd through 8th graders are on risk of not being able to do math on grade level. And over half of our children 3rd through 8th grade can't read on grade level. That is not a foundation that we need our children to go into life with. And yet in Virginia, every single one of our schools is accredited, which means that we're telling parents, we're telling citizens, taxpayers, everything's okay, nothing to see here. So Governor, one of the next panels that's going to happen right after you and I get off the stage is about, have we hit the bottom in this country about thinking about accountability? And I'd love to hear you talk about why in Virginia we are focusing on accountability and transparency.
Well, that's where it begins. It begins with transparency, knowing where we are, because we can't know what to do until we know where we're starting. And we always talk about the fact that there's two really important points of orientation to understand where we are, where we're going, and then how we're going to get there. And so step one is, where are we? And I just want to elaborate a little bit on something I just said. So there has been a trend in education to lower expectations. And we see it translated into decisions. And I can just tell you that we've watched the proficiency standards in the Commonwealth of Virginia for a period of time be reduced. Listen, what does that mean? Fewer correct answers on tests that translate into whether a student is proficient or not. Now, that is reducing standards. And Virginia went from having some of the top standards in the nation to having the lowest proficiency standards in the nation. You couple that with the accreditation process where proficiency was reduced or watered down as one of the inputs into accreditation. And so what does that translate to? That translates to what we call an honesty gap. A gap between what is being told versus what's really happening. How do we see the honesty gap? Well, we saw it as the NAEP scores and our state SOL scores began to materially deviate. And all of a sudden, this big spot on a graph, and I'm an engineer, which I love graphs, really was clear. We've got a problem. And so we had to go to work. And you can't address complicated problems with simple answers. It has to be an aggregate, comprehensive solution. And it started first with recognizing that the standards had to be reset. And that gets to what is expected of children. What is expected of them? And so we have made our way through history and civics. We've made our way through math. We've made our way through reading. We've made our way through computer science, which includes AI. And now we're working our way through history. Through science. And the aggregation of that is not only what's expected, and I have to say one of the things I was most proud of is in our history of civics work, every student in Virginia will become very familiar because they will be tested on it with the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. This is really important. The second thing that we now are moving through now is that the definition of proficiency is being elevated. How many questions do you have to get right? So that we can really see where students are. This isn't a gotcha moment. It's a foundational moment to then translate into what are we going to do to address the challenges. And of course, the near-term example of that was what we saw coming out of the pandemic. We had a state that had reduced expectations in reading and math from top to bottom. We had a state where we saw an honesty gap. We had a state that was 44th in the nation in getting schools back open coming out of the pandemic. Was it any surprise that the learning loss in Virginia in fourth graders in reading and math was the worst in the nation? No surprise. And so you have to go to work. And that's where Secretary Gadara and the whole team reacted quickly with All in Virginia. We worked across the aisle with Democrat legislators and said, we must put a shock into this system. $430 million had been appropriated and was invested in intensive tutoring across the entire Commonwealth. Every single school division in 3rd through 8th grade now has intensive tutoring where students who are at risk or failed their SOLs now get intensive tutoring. What are we doing about chronic absenteeism? We've got to address this. How can students actually be proficient if they're never in school? And so these near-term actions were so important. And then finally, we've gone to work to really the foundational changes that are needed in changing our accreditation system. And the accreditation system has got two pieces to it. Yes, a very straightforward accreditation system. Are we complying with law? Do we have all the health and safety mechanics in place? But we also need a performance assessment system. Those are different. And how do we design a performance assessment system, which again isn't there to penalize, but there to move resources to support? And all of a sudden, that criteria changes materially from what we had before to one that incorporates the basic ideas of growth, of mastery, so that you are mastering a topic, not just taking a class. And then finally, readiness. Are we preparing students for the next step of their educational journey? This is a serious, serious change. And that's why I'm so excited about the comprehensive nature of what we've been undertaking in order to address what are just really serious problems. Virginia students not being ready. And so Secretary Guerrero, I know there's a lot more to talk about, and we could take the whole day on this topic. But I don't want to under-communicate the need for multifaceted approaches to address this most challenging issue in Virginia and America today. We've got to hit them all at one time, and then we've got to get them all moving at one time so that we can achieve real transformation as fast as we can.
Thank you. Talk about parents. We talk about parents a lot in Virginia. Why do they matter?
Okay, this is for all of the parents here. You know you matter. What did we all see? What we all saw was a clear moment of recognition that parents had found themselves in a different place in their children's educational journey than they might have thought they were in. And the crystallizing moment was the pandemic, where all of a sudden school came home and parents were told that a 12-inch screen was a quality education. Now let me begin. There's not a single topic that I will cover today or a comment that we will make that suggests anything other than massive admiration and support for teachers. They have the toughest or one of the toughest jobs in America. And therefore, that's why we've worked so hard on teacher pay in Virginia, where we were way behind, and now our own surveys show that we're at the national average and moving through the national average in teacher pay. But what we also know is that teachers were put in an impossible circumstance. But that allowed parents to see what was going on. And in Loudoun County, which became ground zero for the Parent Matter movement, Loudoun County parents stood up and said, wait a minute, we got to get our kids back in school. We've got to restore expectations of excellence. I want to make sure I have a visibility on what materials are being used in the classroom. I also want to make sure that I'm involved in my child's life before you're involved in my child's life. This was a very basic set of foundational beliefs. And that was really at the heart of a movement that started in Virginia. I'm very, very pleased to see that the movement moved around the country and people woke up. I'll reiterate, I think the toughest job in America is school board. It just is. It's really hard. I understand that, and oftentimes school board members are put in really tough positions. And I just encourage anyone that has any interest in public service, serve on a school board. But this is where we were. And we went to work right away. Through executive orders, we empowered parents to make decisions around their children's health and safety. Do they wear a mask or not? Through executive orders, we immediately cracked open transparency into curriculum so that parents would have the ability to not just see what's in the curriculum, but also to make decisions about elements of that curriculum that may be totally inconsistent with their family values and ask for replacement, particularly around sexually explicit materials. I wanted to make sure parents were fully informed. I signed an executive order that mandated in the Commonwealth of Virginia, if there is a drug overdose that is related to a school, the entire school division has to be notified in 24 hours of that overdose so that parents can have the discussion at their dinner table about what's going on in their school. Can you imagine a moment where there's been 12 overdoses in a little under 2 weeks in one school and parents weren't told? And the reality, of course, is the top reason for those overdoses are counterfeit fentanyl drugs. Something sold as Percocet that is really fentanyl. And kids need to know, and parents need to tell them. Amy, it's a journey. You know this. One of, I think, the real encouraging factors on both our expectations of excellence, being able to raise the ceiling and the floor in the Commonwealth of Virginia at one time, and working to empower parents and put them back at the head of the table, but to do it in the recognition that the most powerful combination of influences on a child's life are engaged parents and spectacular teachers. And we have made huge progress. We've moved up 10 points in the Power Empowerment Index, Power Parent and Power Index. The Educational Entrepreneur Index in 2024 has us in top 10 in states. Those are huge moves. And we've been able to do that in a state that, for those of you who live in Virginia, listen, we're pretty purple. And we work across the aisle a lot in order to drive forward an agenda together that is really based on one common belief, that education's at the core of all opportunity.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left, and I want to ask 2 quick questions that I
Yep.
think really matter. One is, talk about why we're trying to change this one-size-fits-all approach in Virginia and ensure that there's opportunity for all and access to excellence.
So every child is uniquely endowed by a creator, it's my belief. And therefore, every child has different strengths and different weaknesses. And therefore, every child will have a different educational journey in order to unlock those gifts. And unfortunately, our education system really began to gravitate towards one size fits all. And everybody does this and this and this, and then they do that, and then they do that, and then they do that. Oftentimes culminating in immense pressure to go to a 4-year university. And we felt very strongly that we needed to run to the children's capabilities and empower parents, along with great teacher involvement, to choose a path that specifically appeals to that child. Now, what that begins with is foundation. And so we passed the Virginia Literacy Act starting in K through 3rd grade in order to make sure every child in the Commonwealth of Virginia can read. How about that for a basic concept? Everyone's going to be able to read, and we're going to make sure that, in fact, we use the most advanced understanding about how to teach a child to read as we possibly can. And of course, the Virginia Literacy Act has now been expanded from 3rd grade to 5th grade. Now it's going to 8th grade, which is so important. Training, reading specialists. When my jump shot was off in college, I went and got a shooting coach. Well, if you're having trouble reading in 2nd grade, you need a reading coach. You need some help. Foundational. Second, of course, is the standards and the curriculum that we've all been working through. But most importantly is to recognize that every child will have a unique path. And so infusing the ability to pick within the public school system from our lab school network is so important. We've had this great breakthrough on lab schools in Virginia, and it's a real debate, and I get it. This is new, this is different. Innovation sometimes comes with skeptics, but it works. We have a family of lab schools now, cresting over 15 in process, that range from everything from healthcare dedicated lab schools in partnership with universities that focus on healthcare curriculum, so we can have radiology techs and brain surgeons starting in 9th grade going through school. I can't wait to see a space school open up on Wallops Island where we can have engineers and, of course, rocket techs all trained up in high school, and they can go off and do what they want to do. We're seeing lab schools present themselves on the marine trades. So again, if you want to be a welder or you want to design nuclear submarines, you can come through a lab school. Really exciting stuff. But creating these multiple pathways is so important, and I don't want to limit it just to K through 12. And so we've involved our community college system, 23 community colleges around the Commonwealth of Virginia, to do something very important called blurring the lines. So dual enrollment, so that students in high schools can pursue a credential so they can go get a job right out of school, or they can attain college credit so that they can shorten their college journey, or they could even get an associate's degree. This flexibility, coupled with empowering parents, translates to what I think is best-in-class opportunity in education.
1-minute answer.
I don't know if I can do that.
I know, but I can't let you get off the stage without this moment. You've spent a lot of time with our college presidents. We have a council of presidents that you have met with on a quarterly basis since day one. And this focus on creating a vibrant learning environment, and one that's safe, secure, and vibrant, has been a priority of yours at the post-secondary level. Can you talk about why in this moment especially it matters?
Can I get 90 seconds?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's okay, I'm gonna get in trouble. All right.
I think there are 2 topics that are constantly conflated. The first is freedom of expression on campuses, particularly in college. And what we, of course, learn as we survey and speak and listen is that there has been a real culture, which is oftentimes called cancel culture on college campuses. If you don't conform to whatever the groupthink is on college campuses, you can be ostracized by your friends, you can in fact be penalized in the classroom, and it changes your whole college experience. And so we held literally a summit on freedom of expression at University of Virginia, by the way, not to go unsaid, because Thomas Jefferson founded that university, and we wanted to start right there where freedom of expression truly was written in words that will forever, ever protect us in our First Amendment with Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. It's just so important. And what, of course, we talked about was every university, every college having a real action plan to change the receptivity to freedom of expression on their college campuses. Now, what gets conflated with that is the ability to condemn, intimidate, interrupt, build tent campuses, and exercise religious bigotry. And there are bright lines. And we have to recognize that, as my wife would say, this is a parenting moment where there just needs to be real leadership. Leadership that says that we are going to protect this foundational principle to America, freedom of expression, but we are not going to facilitate hate speech, intimidation, religious bigotry. And if they will actually understand that, then America is fulfilling, I think, part of its greatest calling, which is to facilitate differing opinions and have them expressed. The journey we've been on with our universities has, I think, been one grounded in relationship. I'm told I'm the only governor to meet with the university presidents every quarter. I have no idea why that's true, but I meet with them every quarter. They are literally the point of our public university system. I want to know what they're thinking, what their challenges are. I want to tell them what I'm thinking and what I expect from them. Sometimes they agree, oftentimes they don't. But it all starts with relationship. And that relationship enables us to take on tough topics. Tough topics like, how do we facilitate true freedom of expression on college campuses and yet clearly understand where we are seeing gross violations of some of the most important aspects of freedom of religion and safety that we can possibly be responsible for in our college campuses. Such an important topic. We could go for another 30 minutes. I won't. But thank you. If I could say, again, where I started, there's no single bill. There's no cure-all policy. This is a topic, educating our young people, unlocking opportunity, giving them the confidence to take on both the challenges and the opportunities that this most great country offers. And we're not going to fix education with a single bill. It requires a comprehensive set of strategies, execution, and redirecting when things aren't working, or re-emphasis when things are. And at the heart of that is all of you, and you, bringing a passion and a commitment that I know we don't all agree on everything, but we agree on one thing. Education is really important, and we all aspire to make it the very best we possibly can. And so I want to thank you for committing your time, which is really the most valuable resource we have, and your expertise to making America's education system the envy of the world. And we know we have work to do to get there. And so God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I just want to say thank you, Governor. It takes leadership, and that's what you show every single day on this. And many of you in the room know that I've waited 35 years to work for the best education governor in the country, and I hope you see it was worth the wait. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next session. Have we reached the low watermark for accountability in education? Please welcome to the stage Laura Meckler of the Washington Post and our distinguished speakers.
Right. Hello, good morning. Thanks everybody for being here. So we have three, are you guys hearing me okay? Is this reverberating? Okay, great. So we have three speakers, panelists here this morning, representing three different states, all working on these tough issues of accountability and assessment. And we're going to just sort of dive into sort of where we are today and where we may be going on this subject. So I don't have your formal introductions with me. Hopefully you all have their full bios in your panel. But we'll do very brief introductions as we go here. So why don't I start with you, Superintendent Baszler from North Dakota. And not South Dakota. She made it very, very clear before we came out. And I'll ultimately ask all of you to take a stab at this. Sort of where are we today nationally and then in your state with our accountability framework? I mean, we certainly have come. There's been a lot of walking back of where we were in terms of federal accountability, certainly. States have a lot more flexibility to do what they want with these systems. There are a lot fewer, certainly, federal consequences, and in many states, fewer consequences if performance is not at proficient levels. So given all of that, sort of where do you see us nationally right now and in your state?
So for me, it's been a long walk. I was first elected to this position in 2012, so that's a long time. And so I was elected and took office in January of 2013. We were still under No Child Left Behind. And I had come from a school district. I was working in our largest school district in the state and then leading one of our fourth largest school district in the state as a school board president at the time. And so had been in that No Child Left Behind era since the early 2000s, and it was tough, right? No one was meeting those marks, but when I took office, what I realized is that over the previous 10 years, when we weren't meeting our marks and No Child Left Behind, no one was even looking at those standardized test scores anymore. Our local school districts were able to tell their communities, to tell their parents, to even tell their families that don't even look at that. Here's what we want you to look at. So it was becoming completely ignored. It was completely ignored, and that was unacceptable for me when I came into office. And so we removed that honesty gap. We closed that honesty gap that we had with parents, and we reinstituted some expectations of our school districts to say where you're at. If you're not there, tell us what we need to get you there. Well, then, when No Child Left Behind, when ESEA was reauthorized, there was an opportunity for kind of a walk back, if you will, of that expectation of accountability. But one thing I think that ESEA did do that was very important is it allowed us to measure growth, where we have growth and the proficiency cut scores, because it allowed our school districts, it allowed states to actually focus on what we wanted them to focus on. So when we were writing our new accountability plan under the ESEA of ESSA, we had a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure, and I don't think I was alone in the nation. My colleagues were all there as well, to actually really minimize and discount, again, the expectation of state assessments within our accountability plan. And we had to stand strong. The guardrails were placed within the federal legislation that your academic scores needed to count to at least 51% of your total accountability. And that was good cover for us. It was good cover. And so we were able to ensure that we had accountability. Our assessments were still important. We were measuring growth. And we developed what was called Choice Ready. Again, it allowed us to drive to what we wanted to drive to. And Choice Ready in North Dakota is measuring how many of our students are graduating. Of our students that are graduating, how many of those students are ready for at least 2 of the 3 pathways that they most generally take in North Dakota, and that is college, work, or military. what we learned when we grabbed that baseline in 2017 was that of our graduates, we have a pretty high graduation rate in North Dakota, knocks on 90% most years. But of those 90% that were graduating, only 23% of our students were graduating ready in 2 of those 3 areas. And so we then needed to redivert and reallocate our resources in every school district. Once they were being measured on that finally, it drew their attention there. They reallocated resources, and this last year, 70% of our students that are graduating are graduating choice ready. So essentially, I think in the nation, that's what's happening in North Dakota. In the nation, again, I don't think I'm alone. I think there's a lot of pressure on state leaders, on state education leaders, to roll back the assessment piece of our accountability, to measure other things. And I can't do that in North Dakota. I think my colleagues and I, the 58 members of the Council of Chief State School Officers, are all saying the same thing. We can do assessment better, but we still need to know where our students are and if we are delivering on the reason schools exist. The only reason we exist is to ensure that our students can read, write, do math, and think critically, become good citizens.
All right, I have some follow-up questions for you on that, but before we dive into there, I want to get a little bit on the table from your state. So, Dr. Wright, you're working in Maryland now. You came from Mississippi, where you did a lot of work on this issue. Tell us where you think things are nationally, having seen things from 2 different states, and also paying attention to what's happening in other states. As that accountability, the federal accountability has become much more flexible, and are we still seeing a lot of states have high consequences for districts where the proficiency standards are not being met? And was it the right move to allow to roll back those federal standards?
So I'm a big one on accountability, so I'll echo Kirsten for that. I think that for me, assessment and accountability go hand in hand. And I don't look at this as consequences as much as I do what the data say. So as you were looking at assessment data and you're trying to decide, how students are doing, we went through quite a bit in Mississippi when I first got there because our assessment was not truly measuring proficiency. We had an accountability system that was not working, and we had standards that had already been evaluated as the worst in the nation. So we had to tackle those 3 pillars first and then leaned into an A through F system, and Kirsten was talking about growth. Because we had been at the bottom for so long that we had so many children that were at the bottom that we then started looking at the bottom 25% in our accountability model and giving those districts that were growing those kids out of the bottom 25% more points. That really got everybody's attention very quickly. So for me, it wasn't a consequential thing. It was, these are the facts. So we had not been telling the truth to our communities around how our schools were performing. And I'm right with Kirsten on this. This is our job. Our job is to ensure that children learn at the highest levels. That is why we come to work each and every day. And so for me, this isn't a finger-pointing exercise. This is the work that needs to get done. So if you don't accurately know how your children are doing, you kind of want to approach it as a one-size-fits-all piece, and that's not the case.
Well, let's just follow up directly on that, and I will get to Virginia, I promise, but we'll give you a second to catch your breath also after the last panel. But, you said parents need to know how their kids are doing. So much of these tests that are used for accountability purposes, parents don't actually get this, even teachers don't get this information for months. It takes forever for that information to get to them. It isn't really used in a lot of cases for helping an individual kid. It's used to essentially assess the school as a whole, the district as a whole. So, how do we balance those 2 imperatives of, yes, holding the system accountable, but also, helping an individual child, helping that parent. As a parent, I really care a lot less about, and I am a parent, I care a lot less about how my district is doing than I do about how my child is doing. That means a lot more. So, and yet these tests are actually the opposite.
Well, I would gracefully disagree with you on that because I think what districts are also doing, we did in Mississippi, and we're looking to do this in Maryland. I want to talk about that because we're putting together an assessment and accountability task force for a very specific reason that I'd like to speak about. But we also collected data at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and the end of the year. So that was across the entire state. So districts, teachers knew immediately by the end of that time how their children were progressing. So there really should not have been a surprise at all by the time the statewide assessment came around if you're monitoring the data. And that's the one thing that I will say. We collect data for a purpose, and that's to look at it. And also, behind every data point is a face. And if you don't know who that face is, then you're not going to know what that child needs. And so this is a mantra I have had for years. Like, okay, it's fine to say, there's not a one-size-fits-all for students with disabilities. There's not a one-size-fits-all for Hispanic children. So, or whatever subgroup you want to look at. But you look at the data to find out who is that person and what is it that they need. So you use the data consistently with that. As a state, we're looking at it to see, okay, we lean in very hard in Mississippi and in Maryland. We're doing this as we speak to provide professional learning for our teachers. And so we use the data to say, oh, it looks like our children are doing not so good here, maybe better here. Do our content people need more professional learning? So you can then drive to the teacher that drives to the student, because building teacher and leader capacity is critical. And it's whether, I don't care what state you're in, because leadership starts at the top, leadership matters, but you're also making sure that your teachers and leaders are looking at the right sets of data and not just what do we do with it. I know when we first administered our kindergarten readiness assessment, I said, do all of our kindergarten teachers know how to use this data? And the answer was, well, we don't know. I said, well, then let's put together some professional learning for our kindergarten teachers. Tell them to bring in their data so that we can then walk them through how to move from the data to changing instruction in a classroom. But it's a very strategic, conscious thought on every single step.
And I'm gonna bust that myth a little bit. And I don't know what other states' assessments are like, but it is a myth that I've been busting for a decade now. It is possible to get your student assessment data. In fact, your student assessment data is with our schools almost immediately. Our testing window in North Dakota was March 15th to April 28th. Our school districts had their data for their classroom and their children level and at every building level by the second week of May. They are using that data right now to plan professional development for the following year, to plan summer. They're talking with parents about your child is here based on the assessment system that we have built. We would encourage you to do this, this, and this with your child over the summer. So I do believe that there was a time where people were saying, we don't get those results for 8 months, 8 months down the road, what are we going to do with them? That myth has to die.
But it isn't a myth everywhere. I mean, my child
Possibly.
just had testing just last week, 8 days of testing for that. Now, they also in this district have another set of tests, which are the beginning, middle, and end of the year. So which gives you both, the system accountability and the individual data that you might need. But then that means you're spending a lot of time testing. So there's trade-offs to all of these things.
And I think to Carrie's point then, I don't know that the results aren't available. It might be that the data isn't being used. But there's a difference between it's not available and it's not being used. And if it's not being used, that's a problem that can be solved through training and professional development.
Depending on when the test is administered. Is there pressure for districts to administer the test as late into the year as possible in order to get the best results because the kids have spent more time?
Certainly. And again, I think our school cycle is shorter, or not shorter, it's different than yours. We start earlier and end earlier. And so we're pretty much done with school. This is the last week of school in North Dakota.
So what's weigh in on any of what's just been
So there's so much. So sorry, I'm back. Sorry. So there's so much. I'll start on this one, and I'll actually put on my mom hat rather than my Secretary of Education hat, and a different state for experience. I think this is about choices, right? And how states choose to use their time, energy, resources. I'll give you an example as a mom. So I was in a great school district in Minnesota, and our two girls were in there, and the school district did a real focus on using MAP scores. And they were all in on training and the professional development and doing this. And it was incredible because every single thing changed in the school about how they use the growth data. And all of a sudden, my kids were coming home and talking about what they needed to do differently and what Lexiles they needed to go to the library and look at. They came home with numbers. I'm like, whoa, 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 what's a 249? And then they could explain, well, I need to actually do more time with periodicals. And I was like, wow. And then the school conversation, when we went for the parent-teacher-student conference, it was all about, this is where Anne is, this is what you can do at home to help her get this score up, here's where she's working on, and we need to see more growth. And it was phenomenal. So of course I went in like, what are you doing? How is this happening? This is incredible. And I said, we decided to train all of our teachers and that we're going to infuse these growth scores into every conversation we have with students every week and that with parents. And so we really want to change the conversation by bringing in actionable, timely information, which is the way we solve everything. So contrast though, same division, same kids, same parents, same superintendent, and I get our statewide test scores back, which I might have been the only person in the state who was excited every time I got those in the mail. And I got them out, and I was like, holy cow, Anne's not on grade level in 5th grade. Like, what's going on? And so I marched into the superintendent's office, who I had a good relationship with, and I'm like, when was somebody going to say to me that Anne is not proficient in math? Like, here you all are telling me all this growth and everything's happening, but nobody is raising up in any conversation that my child is not on track for math. And she goes, well, that score doesn't matter as much as growth. I'm like, oh, yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
And I just use that as a moment of, what if we put the same amount of energy into this conversation that the governor just had and my two friends just were having around not just growth. Growth matters. It matters so much. But we have to make sure that our children are getting to where they need to be so that they have future opportunities, right? And this is why our kids aren't able to read. We just keep saying, well, they're making progress, they're learning. But if you don't actually get to where you need to be when you need to get there, doors start closing on your kids. Right. And this is why it matters that we don't say, oh, we only use this data or this data. We need to use every piece of data that we can that's going to help identify where every child is, and then we need to do everything possible to meet that child where he or she is and get them where they need to go. And so we need to stop these debates about what is better than the other and say all of it. And how do we use it, and how do we train our educators, how do we make the time, and how do we make sure that there's a personalized learning plan for every one of our children, especially the ones that we have not been seeing, because we use averages all the time. And you know what averages do? They mask children, and we don't see children. So there's that whole piece. I have lots more I can say about that, but we can go on. But it matters. And
so we obviously have three people here who are very pro-accountability, pro-assessment, and that, I don't know that necessarily reflects the nation as a whole at this moment that we're in, because there's obviously been a lot of rollback and a lot of pushback to the points that you all have been making. So I think that what one of them might say if they were sitting here might be, if this is so effective and such a good idea, why didn't, for years when we had under No Child Left Behind and we had all of this assessment, we had a heavy accountability system, why didn't it make more progress?
Because I think you've got to look at what you're putting into your accountability model. Like, what are you wanting to draw people's eyes to?
But why didn't they put the right things in?
Those are choices that states make. I mean, every state makes those choices. And just like Maryland, that's one of the reasons, excuse me, that we're looking at our assessment and accountability model. Because over the past decade, our scores have just continued to drop. And so when you look at an accountability system, which is the question that I raised, to your point, we put out our test scores, I think it was in December, and the assessment director, I was an interim from last of October until just about 3 weeks ago. I was sitting beside her, and this was the statement that she made. We have 47% of our children that are proficient in reading. And we have 76% of our schools rated as 3, 4, or 5 stars. I'm like, wait a minute. There's no equal sign there. And so I thought, that can't be. So when you started looking at, to your point, is it what are we really holding schools accountable for, then that's what you build into an accountability model. So if you want graduation to count, then that better, 4-year cohort graduation, not 5-year, 4-year cohort graduation to count. You've got to set the bars high. If you want advanced placement and IB and dual credit to count, that needs to be in your accountability model. If you want growth to count and growth of the kids that need it the most at the bottom, that's got to be in your accountability model. If you want ACT or SAT scores of benchmark nationally, it's what you want people to focus on in schools. And so that to me is, and that's left up to every state, and every state has a different context. I mean, it may be that the context in one state says, this is what's important to us, and what I'm saying in Maryland is we really need to rethink, because it looks like after 10 years, not only have our test scores dropped, our average proficiency in math right now, this is Maryland, 23%. 23%. And so how do you as a state chief look at these data and say, oh, well, you know, I mean, you've got to figure out, and is it a teacher capacity issue? I'm good with that. If teachers need more, you know, professional learning, I'm good with that. I can use my data to direct that professional learning to build their capacity. I can be honest with you, we did the same thing in Mississippi. I said, let's don't assume that teachers know how to teach reading, but let's pick a strategy that has research behind it to teach them how to teach reading. And that's what we did with the science of reading. And so we made sure that everybody was trained. And if you were already trained, that's great, you got more training. But you had to start somewhere because too many children were falling through the cracks. And as a state chief, I can't just ignore that. I've got to say, we need to look at it.
And
go ahead.
And I don't know that I could agree with the statement that it didn't work. The truth is there. The truth is there. And so what wasn't working was us not looking at kids, saying on average we had great graduation scores. On average, most of our kids were doing well. But we weren't looking at those kids that were living in poverty. We weren't, you know, looking individually at those kids that have learning disabilities. So what it did, what this accountability did, was shined a light on it. And, you know, it was Secretary Bennett that said the best disinfectant is sunshine, is to shine light on things. And so I just gave an example of, we were at 23% of our students were graduating choice ready. When we shined a light on it because of our accountability system and said, are they graduating ready to do whatever they choose to do and be able to change their path and change their mind, make a different choice, we found that no, only 23% of them. When you shine a light on it, then you get to work on it, you go from 23% to 70%. And when I first took office, our kids were down in those 20% for proficiency, and now we're, you know, in the upper 40s and of really high cut scores. We didn't play with the numbers like we were doing. Really high cut scores, kind of fell backwards during the pandemic and are now climbing our way back out. But the reason I think people say it didn't work is because it wasn't intended to make the changes that we were expected to make. The regulation, the expectation was to shine a light on it, and then states and school districts and teachers needed to do the hard work. That's taking a long time. I shared with you before that for the first time in our state's history, the superintendent of public instruction is now able to go in to say, if you are chronically low performing and you're not doing it on your own, the state is going to come in and make some changes. We did not have that authority for the entire, you know, time of our statehood. And we would have never been able to achieve that authority had we not had the accountability and the standardized assessment scores for proficiency to give our legislators the information that they needed to make the tough decisions. The hard work is still going on. But I can't say that the assessment or accountability that is related and linked to assessment didn't work. It is working. It's just taking our country a long time to make the changes.
So I say, I agree, it worked and it's hated, right? So, and two things can be both true. So, and I can talk about the thing. So, and I'll tell you, I think after looking at this for a long time, like my first report I ever wrote at NGA in 1990 was on standards assessment accountability. So I am a believer. And when you look back at the data, it works. And I can go back and I'll tell you about Virginia's story in a second. But what we did wrong the first time around, and why I think that we're ripe for having a renaissance in this and doing it and learning from what didn't work, is we failed to bring parents and teachers along in this conversation. And what you just heard the governor say is nothing is more important than having teachers, parents, and students working together. I spent a year teaching in Japan, and there's a wonderful Japanese phrase that's saying that student success rests on a three-legged stool of teachers, parents, and students, and they need to be working together. We failed probably all 3 of those legs of the stool with No Child Left Behind, because we didn't bring people along. We made teachers hate tests because they were held accountable just for the test. We didn't provide the supports that we're now doing in lots of places. And we just forgot to tell parents about why this matters, and they just saw it. And who do they listen to? Teachers. They just hated it. So we have so much that we can learn from what we didn't do wrong, but we were right. And I'll tell you why. So Virginia's history on this is America's story. And when you look, and there's a chart, if I had a PowerPoint, I'd show you, that Virginia led the standards movement and had some of the greatest standards, the governor said. And why it came together in a bipartisan way is that business community, legislators, governor, policymakers, state board all came together back in the 90s and said, our kids are not doing well. Virginia is one of those states that's always doing well. In our NAEP scores, we were not doing well in the early 90s. Started the SOL, started to create great tests, started to do things. And you start seeing student achievement on both on NAEP and on our SOLs just go like this. And all of a sudden people realize, wow, when we expect more, our system,
more.
our students,
Amen.
and our teachers
Amen.
get more.
That's
And so what they
exactly
do,
right.
they turn the dial up and said, we're going to actually expect more. And guess what happened? Little blip, and then we started going up. And then we did it again. And all of a sudden, we had this unbelievable growth and proficiency that was happening across the system. And all of a sudden, the narrative starts changing around 2017, where this is really hard. Teachers are feeling that they're not getting enough time. Parents are complaining about this. Students are, the equity conversation happened, right? Is this fair? Because some students aren't getting are not getting the results. I'm like, that means you need to work harder. We need to get there. There's no excuse. And so what do we do? As you heard the governor say, all of a sudden, literally the State Board of Education starts making decisions to lower the definition of proficiency, make the test questions easier, have fewer test questions need to be answered. And guess what happened? Student achievement plummets. And you heard the governor, and I say this data before, biggest learning loss in the nation. And literally on 2022 NAEP, Virginia erased 20 years of progress over 20 years. It worked. We got results, and students did better across the board when we had high expectations. We assessed, right? Tests are part of life, and we need better tests, but we need to know where every student is. And when we hold ourselves as the adults accountable for making sure we see every child and get them what they need, and it's not a gotcha, and I'll use my old organization's phrase, this data should be used as a flashlight, not as a hammer, and it needs to be about prioritizing resources to make sure that we are going and helping the students who need that, and the schools and the teachers who need the most help.
So it seems like, really what's at the base of all of this, we're talking about accountability and assessment, but really we're just talking about, student learning and achievement at the end of the day. Like, that's the heart of what this matters, why we care about any of this. I'd like to get each of your take on this question, which is that, the way we've organized school districts and the way that school boundary lines are drawn, and, we're speaking, just right after the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education, and yet we know that our schools are still pretty segregated, certainly economically, as well as racially. And you have high poverty school districts that with concentrated need. So, where you just have a large number of children who all need a lot. And that's really hard. It's really hard when you have just everybody who's walking in the door, dragging an anvil behind them. So how is it, and of course critics of these tests will say that, these tests are a measurement of poverty essentially. And which, of course, others would respond, well, are we just going to write these kids off and say they're never going to learn? Obviously that's not a good answer either. But how do you address that? And this is really a question about how do you actually make the system work, not how do you assess it. But I think they're all so tightly related that, you kind of have to talk about them together. How do you actually make things better for kids in a school district that has concentrated need? You can take it over, but that doesn't solve anything in and of itself, obviously.
I'd like to take that first because I want to speak just specifically to that. Having come from Mississippi for almost 9 years, Mississippi has the highest rate of poverty in the nation. And I remember right after I got there, it was maybe my second year, I was meeting with the superintendents in regional meetings, and I had a superintendent stand up and say, how do you expect us to teach these kids in poverty? In front of all of his peers. And I'm thinking, number one, I can't believe, this is me in my head, I can't believe you just said that. And then number two, if you're saying that out loud, what messages are you sending to your community and children? So this was my answer to your answer. You take control over what you've got control over. And what do you have control over as a superintendent and a principal? The school day. You've got control over the time the bell rings till the time the day ends. So you got to look at what you're doing inside that day. What does your master schedule look like? How are you providing interventions? Who's providing the interventions? Do your teachers even know how to teach children that are really struggling in reading? And so that's where we leaned in, is what can we be doing to help teachers and leaders in that building make that day better? So by the time the 19 and 22 NAEP results came out, Mississippi's fourth graders had, in poverty, not only had outscored all of their other counterparts nationally, whether they were white, black, or Hispanic, 19 and 22, and Mississippi had closed the achievement gap between low-income and high-income children. So it is about setting high expectations. It is not about allowing excuses. And I said to them, you're right, you can't control what happens to them when they leave you at the end of the day, and you can't control what happens to them on the weekends, but you better be controlling Monday through Friday very tightly and following the data along with it. And I want to say another thing about setting, where we set our cut scores, and I know this is kind of getting in the weeds, but I was sitting in a meeting in Mississippi once, and they were talking about proficiency, and somebody mentioned the word basic, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, there's a big difference between being proficient and being basic. So I started digging into our test, and years before, somebody thought it was a good idea, talking about lowering expectations, to set the proficiency cut score at basic. Mm-hmm. So all of this time, we'd been talking, I'm going to say BC before Carrie, about 65 to 70% proficiency, and NAEP would come out, and it was at 22. So we were the poster child of the honesty gap report that came out. And so I said, oh no, this is not the poster I want to be on the front of. And so we really then redid our test. We raised the cut scores. We actually were measuring proficiency, and then we leaned in to help our teachers and our children get there. And so it can be done by focusing on students and children and schools.
That is the answer. And we say frequently that student outcomes won't change until adult behaviors change. And adults cannot be pointing fingers at each other. It has to start with each of us individually. I can't tell my superintendents what they should be doing. They have to take ownership. I can only control my behavior, but each one of us individually have to do that, and collectively is how you get there. Student outcomes won't change until adult behaviors change. And so at the state level, you lean in and you put in incentives and consequences for driving the adult behavior that you want. And we have 5 Native American, we share our boundaries with 5 Native American tribal lands in North Dakota. And there is 2 school districts that are 15 minutes apart from each other. High poverty, exactly the same demographics of Native Americans, with all the historical trauma, all of the addiction and alcoholism issues, exactly the same. One school district is performing 0 to 5% of their students are proficient. School District B, same demographics. Their students are out-kicking the state average for graduation and for ELA math proficiency rates for their students. Exactly the same. I'll tell you the difference. It's the adults in that system. It's the adult school board members that are laser focused on student outcomes, telling their superintendent to be laser focused on ensuring that every one of their school board meetings, the majority of their meeting time, is not spent on social issues. They're spent on telling us how our students are doing. Give us a progress monitoring report. One superintendent saying the best we can do is make sure that they're safe when they're with us. Another community saying we are going to make sure that they're safe when they're with us, and if they're experiencing trauma, we're going to put supports in place. That's how we're going to spend our funding. That's how we're going to reallocate our resources, but it's because they need to learn. I'd say there's educational malpractice if we believe that our students cannot achieve, because they can.
I'll just add on to that. So we had the same story in Southwest Virginia, very under-resourced area, and yet consistently get some of our greatest test scores. And why? We have a couple teachers down there running a center and the professional development, and they're building it, and it's amazing. And so I just want to build on that, though. We have always used poverty as a proxy, And there are other things we use as a proxy. And now we have really good data, and we can actually tell you who are the students who need the most help. And so one of our guiding principles in Virginia is how do we make sure that we are, one, seeing every child using the data, and then making sure that we're prioritizing resources of time, energy, and money to the students, schools, teachers, communities that need it the most. And I'll give you an example of that. You know, the governor mentioned our All in Virginia plan, that when we got back our scores and realized that horrific learning loss, not only on NAEP, but also on our test scores, that we were in this position of having students just plummeting in their learning, we could tell you exactly which students needed the help. And so the $418 million that the General Assembly and the governor together allocated was sent out to every school division, but it was done in correlation to the number of students, to the exact students who needed the help. And then those school divisions were tasked with using actual data, seeing every child and saying, this child actually needs 3 hours a week of math tutoring, this child needs 5 hours of English language arts or reading help. That's where we need to be. It's not using averages, it's not spreading, getting everybody the same thing. It is saying, where is this child, what does he need, and what are we gonna make sure that we're doing differently as the adults to make sure that we are getting them where he or she needs to go.
I want to add on to that just one thing. That's one beauty of the blueprint for Maryland's future that's there, that the tremendous amount of funding that's going in. And one of the pillars of that is to make sure that the money is following the children, particularly students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and students in poverty. So that was built into that formula to drive that directly right down to the school site. So that's the same kind of analysis that needs to be taking place and is taking place at the state level, so that we know, and we've built in a financial management system for all the districts to be able to use, to be able to track that, to ensure that they actually are putting that money where it belongs, because that's really the way that you start providing more help, not only the financial resources, but then is what do we do with those schools, with those teachers in those schools, that what else can we possibly be doing to build their capacity, because that's a big lift in some schools. Maryland has a growing multilingual learner population. It has continued to rise, and so we've got to be preparing general ed teachers, because we simply don't have enough English language learner teachers, if you will. And so it's happening in the general ed classroom. And so we need to be making sure that our general ed teachers are ready and prepared to teach all children, not just the kids that come in already ready to learn.
Okay. That's the appropriate music.
That.
There you go. Yeah.
I like
That's the way to start it up.
Yeah.
I would
danger
like to have
zone,
music
baby.
to play after each of my comments stays daily.
Right at the right time.
So I want to pick up on something that you said, Superintendent Basler, that you said that you want to be sure that the school boards are laser focused on achievement and not get distracted by social issues.
Yes.
And there has been so much attention over the last few years in this country to culture war issues, largely driven, I would say almost exclusively driven by Republicans. And I'm wondering if you think that that has been a distraction to what needs to be talked about, i.e. the things that we're discussing on this panel.
Unequivocally, yes, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. We need to make sure that we are laser focused on the reason we exist, and that is to make sure that we are educating all children and that they are meeting proficiency and they are being educated to their highest potential. I think that there's a conversation to be had about those issues, about some of the things that are going on, but they don't belong in the school board meetings. They do not belong in the school board meetings. Our school boards should be asking good questions, but they hire a CEO and they hire a CFO to do those jobs, and if they aren't doing the jobs, then you have that conversation about a different CEO or a different CFO to run your districts. But those school board meetings, they are elected to ensure that their community's children are being educated.
So I would argue that Republicans are responding to the fact that there's been a lot of nonsense that has been happening in the schools, and parents saw this during COVID, that realize it is distracting everybody from focusing on reading, math, preparing people civics, preparing people for success in life. And so I would argue that the conversations are really important to have to remind everybody what we're saying is that we are not preparing our children right now, and because we're asking schools to do a whole lot. And two, we need to have that laser focus that the superintendent talked about on.
But are you concerned that are you concerned that there are school boards across the country and in Virginia where they spend hours at their school board meetings debating issues of, that affect very few students, such as, transgender bathroom use and things like this that are just really on the margins in terms of how we're talking about the whole student population. So isn't that, there are opportunity costs for like every hour you spend thinking about that and getting the community thinking about that and having the newspapers write about that is an hour you're not spending on this.
Democracy's messy. I'll take it every day over all the alternatives, and these are people's voices, and that school boards are responsive to people's voices. And I think what you're hearing from the three of us is that nothing is more important than making sure that we're preparing our students for life, and that we and for success in life, not only as members of our economy, but also as members of to be informed members of our citizenry, and also to be good neighbors. And those are things that our schools need to be focusing on, and I hope that school boards spend a lot more time on those three things.
And I would say, so I was a board member for almost a decade and a board president for 7 of those years. And so I would say absolutely, Amy, that we are elected to represent the constituents. And so we would do that. We would have listening sessions. We would go to coffee shops on Saturday mornings, and we would never have a quorum, so we didn't break any open meeting laws. But we would post it, and so all of the things. But we would just sit and listen, and we would go to where the people were. And yes, that is part of your job. But when you're in that board room, focus on your student achievement. And I would also say that as a nation and as state leaders, we wholly underserve our school board members. Our school board members aren't getting trained and not being provided the support that they need.
I'm going to try to get one more question in before that we get called on time, which is, now you guys are all working in the public school system, obviously, but there's a lot of focus these days on choice, on private school choice, and even public money for homeschooling in many states. And there is very little accountability in terms of that money, certainly compared to the public school system. And in terms of homeschoolers, which are a growing portion of, rivaling the number of charter school students at this point, there's often zero accountability. And I'm wondering if you have any concerns about that in terms of what are those kids learning, especially as we see more and more ESAs and voucher programs that the dollar amounts are going up, the eligibility is going up. We're really seeing this grow.
Well, I think parents deserve a choice. I mean, I think that whether it's a charter school, a public charter school, if they decide to homeschool their children, I think that's a parent's prerogative.
But we're not saying it's a prerogative, should they, and we have 1 minute, so this is probably shouldn't have put such a big issue on the table, but are you concerned that there isn't, is there enough accountability if there are public money?
I think it depends on what state you're talking about, because some states do not have any accountability, and there are others that have tremendous accountability for children that are being homeschooled. So I think that's really a state's decision as to how that's handled.
Well, actually, there aren't very many states that have tremendous accountability for homeschoolers.
No, but there are some. But it's a state's choice as to whether they lean in on that or not.
But is that a good choice? To have no accountability?
Well, you're talking to somebody that believes in accountability. So I would say that, we need to have some accountability for what's happening at home. Because my concern is we just don't want them being kept at home just to be kept at home versus being kept at home to be homeschooled. Those are two very different things. So for me, we need to ensure the children are learning, regardless of what environment they're in. What that looks like, I think, is going to differ from state to state. But I do think we need to hold everybody accountable, even homeschool children, for their learning, not just to sit at home because you don't happen to like the local school or whatever the issue might be, or it might be easier for you to have your kid at home. But the learning part has got to take place. That, to me, is important.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but lots of things to think about going forward. Thank you all for participating in this panel and for everyone's attention during this. And you'll be on to the next one.
Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Skills versus Knowledge in an Era of Career-Connected Learning. Please welcome to the stage Nirvi Shah of the Hechinger Report and our distinguished speakers.
All right. Shall we?
Yes, we shall. Oh, I love your shoes. They also look comfortable.
They are so comfortable.
Nice.
I know.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here and with this distinguished panel of guests. I'd like to introduce you to Maria Flynn, the CEO of Jobs for the Future, Commissioner Angelica Infante-Green, the Commissioner of Education in Rhode Island,
Everyone.
Assistant Secretary Amy Lloyd of the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education, and last but not least, Jane Swift, the former governor of Massachusetts. What a great panel. Good morning. I'd love to kick things off right away with just a few remarks about the time that we're in. We're in an era of perhaps more skepticism about higher education than we've ever been in. Polling of Gen Z shows that the importance they place on higher education is less than that of millennials. Colleges, as Hechinger reported last year, are devoting more resources to career services, finally recognizing perhaps a bit too late that this is an important part of their work. This includes institutions in the Ivy League. And at Hechinger, we've also touched on nascent investment and growing interest in apprenticeships across all kinds of careers, including teaching and for people who are not early career workers. And it should go without saying, but I can hear my boss telling me to say that the Hechinger Report is a nonpartisan, nonprofit, and national education news outlet. So I'd like to just dive in here, and with the first question for CEO Flynn. There's long been a conflict between the pursuit of a college degree and career education. Are we at a really tangible shift in that dynamic? And is this a real moment where you think you can make change in a different way? I know Jobs for the Future has recently celebrated its 40th anniversary.
Yes, yep. Yes, I am hopeful that this truly is a moment of change, right? These are not new issues, as you said. So, I first started my career in the federal government back in 1991, so the very end of the Bush 41 administration. And, a lot of these issues were top of the list then, right? There was a report that came out that year, what does work require of schools, right? And so how can we really build these connections between school and the world of work? But I think what is different now is that we are seeing pressure coming from all sides, right? So we have Gen Z who is being very vocal about, they want different paths. They want multiple high quality options. And that is not going to go away. I think that demand is just going to increase. We're hearing employers who are saying, we need skilled talent, and we're seeing employers, including, the Fortune 1 company like Walmart, saying, we are going to start hiring and advancing employees based on skills, not degrees, right? And we have a growing momentum then on the demand side. And we have more and more models that have strong evidence behind them, whether that's a registered apprenticeship or programs like Year Up that are giving young people opportunities in new ways. So I think, and we have a lot of bipartisan agreement on a lot of we heard Governor Youngkin this morning talking about multiple pathways and blurring the lines between work and education. Yeah. We have Democratic governors saying very similar things. We have, so I think it is a moment where we can finally start to tip the scales and really build on this growing area of consensus.
Assistant Secretary Lloyd, if I could ask you to build on that, to share some examples based on your experience, things that the department is doing and things maybe you saw in the private sector before joining the agency.
Absolutely. And Cache, buenos dias. Hi, everyone. It's a joy to be with you today. And building on what Maria was just saying, this is a space where we do still agree. We do have so much common ground. And I love that it's our moment for career-connected education to shine. We are at this interesting inflection point post-pandemic where our economy is growing and thriving. We have more job openings than we have people looking for employment. And it's the pressures on our education system, on our world of work, are different than they ever have been before. And we're really considering the voice of Gen Z. I have a 17-year-old daughter myself who is continually pushing on me to think better, to do better, to be more holistic about how I'm approaching supporting all of our young people for brighter futures. And it's time to really lean into being real about multiple pathways and recognizing, I loved that Governor Youngkin said one size doesn't fit all, right? This is not a four-year college or bust nation. We know that there are incredible pathways to bright, rewarding, choice-filled, joyful futures that are in the sub-baccalaureate space. And that's why I love the work that I get to do at the department. We have prioritized, we have three big pillars in our Raise the Bar, Lead the World vision that Secretary Cardona has set. One is around academic excellence, another is around learning conditions, which has to do with mental health and our teaching profession, and I loved that the governor again called out that we need great teachers and we need parents engaged, and we need students, and that's where the magic happens. The third pillar is around creating pathways to global engagement and competitiveness. And I've never seen at the federal level us prioritize career, and I will say career and college pathways, as a guiding light for where we want to transform our nation's schools and support all students to thrive. And when I say college, I do not just mean four-year. I mean workforce credentials and certificates. I mean great apprenticeship programs. I mean our wonderful community colleges. And I feel like there's so much mythology to dispel in this space. Half of us with a four-year degree have community college backgrounds on our transcripts. I went to 2 different community colleges ourselves. I want to have us talk more about what we can do beyond a four-year degree to help young people pursue bright paths to success. So we created this initiative called Raise the Bar, Lead the World, Unlocking Career Success, which really is building on the best of career and technical education, which for decades has stood on the research and evidence base that, go figure, when young people are engaged in connecting their passion and their purpose to the world beyond, you're staying in school. They have higher attendance rates, higher graduation rates, stronger post-secondary outcomes, and they have more meaning in their learning. So we want education for all students to be more career-connected, community-engaged, and student-centered. And if I could wave a magic wand, and I loved had the prior session talking about accountability and what we measure and how that's what we end up valuing and how we design our schools, I would want to make sure that we are more accountable to providing multiple pathways for students' futures. This means dual enrollment, as the governor said, providing options for college credit, earning while in high school. This means earning workforce credentials that are industry sought. There are about 1 million industry credentials out there in the world. Not all are those that employers are putting on their job descriptions as a proxy for the skills that they're seeking. What are the ones that employers really need? This means work-based learning and getting our young people out into the world of work more meaningfully while in high school. And this also means putting into the hands of students and families, parents, real information about the labor market, about their job prospects, so they can make the decisions about what they want for their next steps after high school. We are still putting stakes in the ground that a post-secondary credential is essential, but again, this does not mean four-year degree. And I feel like the discussion that we're going to have today about skills versus credentials is a really interesting one, and not a new one, frankly. But we know that skills matter, and we know that our young people are the ones saying, hey, there are more than one way to get to the life that I want. I feel like it's often we, the adults in the system, who come at it with more of a fixed mindset about what the one path to success could or should be. So I'm excited to see across the country how high schools are being redesigned around these principles, not just for students in great career and technical education programs, of course that's the foundation for a lot of this, but for all students to have more of these kinds of opportunities. So as I get to travel across the country in urban and rural places alike, we need to create more opportunities that are reverse engineered from where our labor market is, from what our employer needs, from what our states and our nation need to really grow our economy, and connect that to student purpose and meaningful learning inside and outside of the classroom. So I'd be happy to give more specific examples, but
I'm hoping we'll have more opportunity, but you offered me the perfect segue to ask Commissioner Infante Green to talk about some of the work that you're doing in Rhode Island, specifically around changing high schools.
Yeah, so in 2019, if we could remember that far back, literally in March, we went to my board. We started working with XQRI, and what we did was an educational equity audit of our current high schools. And what that meant is that we looked at all students' transcripts, what they were taking, and we realized that half the kids in Rhode Island could not even attend our local colleges because of what they were being offered in the schools. So we quickly presented in March and went to working on our secondary regs, and we changed what it meant to go to high school in Rhode Island. What does that mean? A couple of things that were really crucial for us were, in one of the data sets, was that if you were a child of color that was from a middle-class background, you were scoring, or you were getting the opportunities that a child in a low-income community or that didn't have resources. So what is that about? So our schools, we took a good hard look at what we were offering the students, why the students were scoring that way, and if you're in the best district, but you're a child of color, you were scoring below. So what was going on? So we started looking at our regs, and what happened was that our regs actually fed into that, because there were no regulations around it. Everybody was sort of doing whatever they wanted. And we changed that. So we made sure that now our kids can go to any one of our higher eds that they're prepared. They have world languages, they have to take civics, they have to take computer science. That's a non-negotiable. They have to have a resume ready. They have to complete FAFSA. It's not the students, our schools are being held accountable for these things. Because parents were very worried, oh, so you're saying if my child doesn't do this, then they won't be able to graduate? That's not what we're saying. We're saying the school has the responsibility of getting these things done. And for us, that was really powerful because we're in an interesting place in our nation. And the last thing we put in was CTE, credential, not just taking a CTE class, right? So what does that mean? And reframing what CTE is all about was one of our biggest charges, because for many parents, it was either college or CTE. Now we're saying CTE is for everyone. You have to do this across the board. And what we started doing was working with our businesses that were saying the same things you're hearing here. We don't have the workforce. We don't have the student. And we said, okay, so help us. Let's give the kids in Rhode Island junior year apprenticeships, paid apprenticeships. You want this? Help us. We can work together. So that's something that is non-negotiable for us, is the paid apprenticeships. And we learned a lot during this exercise, because what we saw from kids is exactly what you've heard here. They want other opportunities. It's not one or the other, but our job is to prepare them for both. Our job is to look for the different pathways. And what we have seen is that we have kids engage in aquaponics. You know, they're big labs in schools where we're growing salmon. Because for some reason, our salmon has been depleted in Rhode Island in our waterways. Our kids are putting the salmon back into the waterway. That's a different kind of education. Then what are they doing this summer? They're building koi ponds. Okay, maybe, you know, not what we prepared them for, but yes, that's an industry too. The other thing that you see is that these CTE courses are very different than what we had in the past. So there's pre-engineering. There is robotics. We have kids building robots to dismantle bombs. Like, this is a different world. And our kids have to be part of that world. And what we noticed with the ones that we had in the past, kids of color were actually not in those programs. They were even being kept out of the CTE market, because these were highly sought after CTE programs. And we started calling it out, and we started building new. This last year, we have increased our CTE programs by 35% in the state of Rhode Island. But who is it for? And we started looking at that and calling to question, why are there no multilingual learners in these programs? Where are the differently abled students? Where are the kids of color? So we have built that infrastructure where all means all. And we have to be honest about that. And the only way to do that is to really look at the data. The data does not lie. So I will share more specifics later, but I'm really excited. You know, it's a new place for us. And I will say, I want to give kudos to Secretary Lloyd, because in Rhode Island, in New England, the chiefs work very closely together, all our commissioners. And 2 years ago, we launched Renew. And Renew is all the New England states, all the commissioners came together to talk about CTE, to talk about workforce, and how we were going to build that, continuously keeping the high rigorous standards and marrying those together. So Secretary Lloyd and Secretary Cardona kicked us off, and we have been working on that ever since as all of New England. So thank you.
Oh, that was a joy.
Governor Swift, if I can ask you a similar question about the efforts in your state and also the reception and how things were received, or if there was pushback or hurdles that you faced.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say what an honor it is for me to be here, and the work I've done over the span of my career. I can't think of a better place or a place I'd be more honored to talk about it. When I was in high school, I can remember one of my first political memories sitting with my dad when Ronald Reagan won his first election, and my dad was a long-suffering Republican in Massachusetts, but more importantly, had followed a track, right, to run his family, work in and run his family's plumbing company. So to be talking about these different pathways, my dad wanted to go to law school. My dad wanted to do a lot of things, but he was the oldest of 6, and his path was pretty determined. And so one of the things that growing up in a small blue-collar city, having many cousins who are still plumbers, and I always get jokes from folks of, oh my God, plumbers. And I always say to folks in rooms like this, yeah, and when you're 65 years old and you're still fixing frozen pipes, because I can still, when my phone rings in the middle of the night, I have 3 nearly grown daughters, but I still always think somebody's pipes are frozen, because those were the phones that rang in our house in the middle of the night. I think we need to be honest about how we talk about all of these things. I got into politics because of my dad, and I focused on education when I got there because I was able to leave that small blue-collar city and go to a great education institution, and found out, and I was pissed, that I wasn't as well prepared as everybody else. And when we have these conversations, they're about opportunity. They're, yes, career-connected learning, but they're about opportunity and the fact that I live a very different life, and my kids live a very different life, and my mom lives a very different life because of the 4-year degrees that all of myself and my siblings got. And I think one of the things, I love the way that you're emphasizing the breadth of opportunities in career and technical education. And as we think about these things, I don't think it has to stop at high school. And one of the things we're doing at Education at Work, which I run, is taking those students, 75% students of color at University of Texas, El Paso, at Arizona State University, and they need to work just like I needed to work when I was a Pell Grant student at Trinity. It wasn't bad enough that I was educationally behind and not as prepared, and I loved the earlier panel talking about closing those gaps, but I also had to work a lot more than my peers. And so what we're attempting to do is to take that need and match it with, it's really unfair to expect colleges and universities to both do the academic instruction that is necessary and keep up with the vibrancy and the velocity of change happening in the private sector to match that to the skills students need to develop. And it is also true that in the private sector, in all due respect, is not doing a great job of figuring out how to harness this talent. So when I decided to get into politics, it was because I had young cousins and I didn't want them to have the same experience as me. And then you have your own children. And my sort of North Star throughout my time in both policy and the private sector has been, if it's good enough for my kids, then that should be the policy standard I hold for others. And as my kids made their way through college, all of a sudden, these pathways from college to career are terribly broken. And it's not just higher education's fault. There are kids graduating from great universities, from public universities, and I had the advantage of having 3 kids, 2 of them transferred. So I've had every university, right? Like I've had public, I've had private, good private, bad private, I mean, in the rankings, like we've done everything. And the truth is, if you don't have networks, and it doesn't have to have been your mother being governor. These folks all have networks, you all have networks, right? But my kids' friends who didn't have networks, and I had a capacity limitation, who didn't get the internship, who didn't have, and COVID exacerbated it, but didn't create it. You could be a math major, and you could graduate from UMass Amherst, or you could have a computer science degree from Northwestern University, and you could end up bartending at Chili's when you graduated.
Yeah.
And Talent Disrupted, which was just released by, and it was kids who looked a lot like me when they went into college. And so we have a ton of work to do, both on the corporate end, the college end, the high school end, and the K-12 end, because it's going to ruin our country, right? The reason my dad sacrificed everything and my mom to put me through college wasn't because they wanted the bumper sticker on the car, although they loved it, right? It was what that meant and what it actually ended up doing for the life of purpose and passion I could leave, and the kinds of things that so inspired my dad from Ronald Reagan. And if we can't promise folks, and I come from Western Massachusetts, a part of Massachusetts most people don't think is Massachusetts. It looks a lot more like the middle of the country than the elite coasts. If we can't tell those parents and those kids, this is not just that generation, it's their parents, it's their grandparents, that there is a path for them to do better and do things they love, then we are fundamentally, that's when the civics issues become hard to solve.
Speaking of private industry, the U.S. economy is changing. There are more green jobs, advanced manufacturing, the Climate Corps. Is the education community responding? Is the private sector responding? Anyone who would like to take that?
Well, so I'll begin. So yes, we have, our education system is responding. So we work a lot with, we have the Governor's Workforce Board in Rhode Island. And it's higher ed, it is the workforce, and it is us. And we work with industry. So we have wind energy. That's a big thing in Rhode Island. So our kids are learning how to actually harness the wind, how they can work in industry. So those things are really happening right now because the industry has changed. We just got 100 kids that were hired by Electric Boat. That's the Navy. That's where all the submarines are built in Rhode Island. Yeah. But they hired them, and those kids are getting paid at a very high wage, but are also going to college. It's not one or the other. Half of them are going, they need to work to do this. So we are working with the changing industry, the climate, all the things that make sense in Rhode Island, because I will say, and nationally, but we're focused on Rhode Island first. And those are the industry that's there, that is pushing the envelope, are partners with us. They're the ones that are saying, we are gonna work with the kids at all levels, whether they wanna work in the corporate office, whether they want to, weld, whether they want to do sea perch, where they're going underneath the ocean and building all these things. That's what's happening in our classrooms. And it's because they have supported us that can take place.
I just want to jump in and say education is workforce development, is economic development. They have to be integral and connected to one another and interdependent on one another. And I'm really excited by the unprecedented bipartisan federal investments from Investing in America. If you're looking at the clean energy provisions of what we're doing with the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure law, CHIPS and Science Act. Yeah. I've been talking about semiconductors for the past couple of years now. I finally went last week to Manassas, Virginia, just down the road a little bit, to visit Micron with a group of teachers from upstate New York, and also to learn from what the CTE programs in Manassas and across Virginia are doing in partnership with Micron to support our community colleges, to support our K-12 teachers and our school districts, and support our business and industry community to co-create the curricula, the supports, the learning experiences that students need to be able to enter these high growth, high wage, great jobs that are in demand and will only continue to grow in fields such as semiconductor manufacturing. So I can finally kind of explain how what they are and how they're made. It was very exciting to go into a clean room and get a sense of the process, but then to talk to young people who came up through apprenticeship, who came up through community colleges, who were actively finding their future in Micron, who was then paying them to go on to further educational opportunities. Like, education's no longer a one and done prospect for our young people. It is a lifelong prospect for them and for all of us now with the rapid change of technology, the advent of AI. Like, now we need to help our young people be creative, resilient, and curious about the world so that they're always seeking additional learning, upskilling, reskilling, like that we create a system with no wrong door and no dead end for their educational opportunity that matches the opportunity in industry. So I think it takes a village to build a pathway, and it takes both business and industry and our education system to come together to co-own the responsibility of ensuring that our workforce has the skills that they need, that are really responsive to the present and to the future of what we need for our country.
To add on those great examples, I would argue that we also need to be looking at what are kind of the next generation systems that we should be building to ensure that education can be keeping pace with the rapidly changing dynamics on the labor market side, like driven by AI and so many other global forces that we're seeing. And so at JFF, we've launched a big North Star vision, which is that in 10 years, we want to see 75 million U.S. workers who face systemic barriers to advancement working in quality jobs, which is really doubling the number of those workers who are currently working in quality jobs. And we're taking a look at, if that is going to be true 10 years from now, what does that mean for our K-12 and our higher ed systems? And so we have put forward a pretty bold vision that really works on the groundwork that Amy helped to lay when she was at JFF for many years.
Full disclosure, I was at JFF for 10
Which
years.
which is called the big blur. And I love that the governor this morning talked about blurring the lines. And this is really building on, decades of good evidence around dual enrollment, around early college, high schools, but it's really taking it a step further to say, what if we built from scratch, a built for purpose, new governance model that combined both, targeting older adolescents and young adults, so kind of roughly that grades 11 through 14 pathway that truly centered work-based learning and career exploration at the heart of that, and that was really built on an integrated approach. Because I think at the end of the day, getting kind of legacy systems to partner at the level that we need is going to be hard. So how can we be reimagining what that could look like?
And I love that folks are investing in career services. I can be a little snarky at times. I have joked after I have 3 daughters, not a tightly held secret, but I have joked that they should just use facades for the admissions tours for career services, because that's the only value most of them hold, because I don't think any of my daughters on any of those 5 campuses ever stepped foot back in through career services, because the way they're telling them to do resumes is wrong. The events that they do for many of the college fairs, wrong. Those people have real internships. They are not going to the kids who walk up to the table at those college fairs. They're going to the kids who are back in their dorm room calling their parents about the highly coveted internship. And I'm sorry, but I just went through it 3 times. It's the way it works. I do think investing in career services in a way that Maria is talking about, to make sure that we're developing these dynamic relationships that are scalable. And I would also say to corporate America, don't repeat the same mistakes that college admissions offices did. When you have a shortage of labor, going on a college campus and making yourself the most elite hirer on that college campus, WTF. Right? Like, you're telling me you don't have enough people, but you just told 40 math majors at the college you're recruiting at, I'm sorry, we're only taking 5.
Yeah.
And then you go to folks and say, but where's all the talent?
Yep.
Like, how does that make sense? What's your program for the other 35? You must have places to put them, and I swear to God, their parents will make them go to Peoria if you don't offer them a job in New York City. And by the way, a lot of these kids don't want to live in New York City. I have one, right? So at least one. So I think that it's important that as we invest in the career-connected learning and career services, we rethink that and utilize, God forbid, those dollars more wisely and force everybody to think differently about how we make these transitions and get that kind of dynamic experience.
I love that we have an outspoken panel. So I'm going to ask another question in that vein. What do you think of the bipartisan workforce Pell proposal, and can it make a difference, and will the accountability match?
So, do you want to?
Go ahead. I'll go
So
ahead.
I would say we, at JFF, we are very much in support of the bipartisan proposal. We think that expanding Pell to cover high-quality short-term credentials is key, particularly given the labor market conditions that we're seeing currently. It's disappointing to me that it hasn't moved faster. To me, it seems very common sense. And I think that the issues around quality obviously are key to that provision. But as Amy was saying earlier, right, there's a million plus short-term credentials in the market right now, right? So the more that we can help workers and learners and families kind of navigate those options is critical. And I think that the short-term Pell provision can be an important step for us to get there.
Yeah. And I will say, with my official administration hat on, we look forward to working with Congress on this. From a practical standpoint, I don't know how deeply all of you are policy wonkish on the Higher Education Act and what the requirements are for Pell Grants currently. There's nothing magical about 15 weeks, right? We know that time is not even a proxy necessarily for quality. And so we know that there's an array of really strong, powerful short-term credentials that are often housed on what's called the workforce side, the non-credit side of the house in our community colleges. I would love to have a magic wand, because I would wave a wand and eliminate this non-credit versus credit divide in our community colleges and make sure that within our systems, even in our K-12 system where we're offering such workforce credentials, that they are always then the things we want good credentials to be: portable. You can take them from place to place. They're valued by multiple employers across multiple states. They're stackable. They lead to a next step credential and on-ramps into degree programs, that they're latticeable, that you don't just get stuck in one track for one job for one company, but you can have transitions into other occupations or even other industry sectors altogether. Quality matters. We need to make sure that people who do not, there's a big opportunity cost for going to higher education: time, money, people's hearts and minds. The non-traditional student of the student who's working, as we both did in our time in higher education, or who raising a family, is now the traditional student. Like, we need to make sure that our education system works for people. And so they don't necessarily have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years to finish a post-secondary degree or credential. Let's get that starting place short-term credential, but let's make sure that it has on-ramps into further education throughout their lifetime. And let's make sure that it leaves them better off than when they started. So, we talk about return on investment. We talk about how we make sure that if I'm going to spend my time and my money and my heart and my time away from my family to pursue a short-term credential, that it gets me a better job. And that job is a good job with a career pathway, or allows me to have further education and continue to grow. Education should be opportunity, should live up to the promise of economic and social mobility. So when we think about equity, as Commissioner Infante-Green is talking about, we need to make sure that equity and quality are built throughout short-term credentials. But, oh my goodness, they play such a valuable role in our economy.
Yeah.
Governor Swift, you mentioned your perspective on career services and higher education. Is higher education evolving in other ways for the better in terms of getting people employed?
I actually am a big defender of higher education, maybe not career services, sorry. We're working with a lot of innovative universities and colleges, and I think particularly with all the pressure, like, I served in the legislature during a lot of fiscal crises and then as governor, and a good crisis is a good thing sometimes, right? And the financial pressure on a lot of non-elite colleges and universities, where parents and other payers and individual students themselves are really pushing outcomes. I call it the big bad J-O-B outcome. I don't even call it career. So you're all going to leave here being glad you're not one of my children. That's mostly what people end up doing. But having colleges more focused on knowing what their customers are interested in, have schools doing a lot of interesting things. I would say, in addition to short-term Pell, to get the federal government to do bolder reform of work study. I scraped dishes, right, in my college when I was an undergrad. There's too many students who are still doing meaningless work study jobs. That's 15 hours of paid work that students should be able to take with them to a meaningful job. I have a daughter now who works as the assistant director of football operations at Boston College. She got that job because she could work 60 hours a week at her undergraduate institution. She was eligible for federal work study. It was not a federal work study job. At one point, I said to her, maybe you could just ask them if they just put 15 hours, like, could you just collect your work study? Oh my God, if I do that, they're never gonna let me take that, because she was the only undergrad who ever worked in the football office. But she skipped being a lowly paid graduate assistant, got a paid job out of college. Those dollars should have been hers. They didn't belong to the university, right? Instead, she forewent using, because you can't work 60 plus 15 and graduate from Northwestern on time. Actually, a semester early, I'll brag. But why can't students use their work study dollars to get in? And I think some schools, Arizona State, right? It's not the program they run with us. They have 11,000 jobs that they've taken their work study dollars and they're using them to be more innovative. A lot of other University of Texas, El Paso does some stuff with us, but they're guaranteeing to their students that they'll graduate with articulated skills, work-based learning, extracurriculars. They're infusing those with one-to-one counseling so that students get critical skills that they can bring with them to employers through non-academic activities. A lot of institutions, well, many institutions, some institutions, I don't know how I would categorize that, but are connecting what's happening in the classroom with what students need when they go out into the world of work. Those are the kinds of innovations that I think we're seeing that we need to see more at scale.
Yeah, I would build on Jane's point around accreditation, and I would maybe categorize this as a movement to watch, right? So I think this issue of how we are tracking and quantifying the value of higher ed, right? So whether that is looking at return on investment, like some of the work that Tony Carnevale and others have done. And then there's also a pretty interesting movement afoot on the board of one of these efforts of organizations that are really working to become federal accreditators of post-secondary institutions that are focused on economic outcomes as a key indicator. And I think that that is something else that we're going to see more of versus less of, and it'll be interesting to see how the federal government responds to that movement. But I think it's definitely something for folks to keep an eye on, because I think this question of value is not going to go away.
I know we're getting close on time here, so I thought if each of you could just share sort of a bit of a parting thought, a takeaway for this group and for the audience watching online about what you'd like to see, what next steps there should be, what hasn't been imagined yet but should be happening, anything in that vein. Whoever would like to start.
So I'll start, and I'm going to look at Amy. I think one of the things that people in my role are looking forward to is really adding to our accountability system and adding the dollars where we say it matters, right? Because I think that we keep wanting innovation, we keep wanting to look at what jobs the students are going to have, how do we quantify that? But nobody has made real investments around that. We keep talking about it, and we're not, just the fact that we're having a conversation whether what's going to happen with Pell, whether that's good or not. I mean, it really says that we haven't moved that far.
Yeah.
And that's actually tragic
Like that.
because in my state, this is really important for the kids that I work with. And one of the things that we discovered most recently when we did our secondary regs is that 46% of our students care for either a younger sibling, somebody older, that in their family. They have different types of responsibilities and have to work. 46%, they have to work. And right now what we're doing is making them choose. And guess what they're going to choose? We have to embed it in the work we're doing, because that's why we're seeing kids walk out. We saw it during the pandemic, and many of them have not come back because we're making them choose. So again, Amy, not that it's on your shoulders, but I think as a nation, we need to make a move. And we have to do it with our regulations, our accountability system, and our dollars.
So I'm going to take a different tack because it's not often, as a Massachusetts Reagan Bush type Republican, I actually get to act and talk like a Republican. So I feel like I'm in a safe-ish space. But I would challenge the private sector. You know, Massachusetts, we're known for leading the country on our K through 12 accountability and getting to excellence. That was pushed and led and sustained by the private sector. We need more bold thinking by the private sector on how they can lead in partnering with all levels of the education system. There are a lot of willing partners out there to do these public-private partnerships. You can't expect that everybody, and to the career services, by the way, how would you know if you've been sitting on a college campus for 5 years, 10 years, what the innovations are that are happening in your company? I would challenge you, if you're sitting within one org within a company, you have probably lost touch with what's happening in the innovation in a different part of your company. Like, innovation is happening so fast that we need the business community to step up. We need them to partner with public and private institutions to be able to provide these opportunities. There are so many students, young adults who are so hungry and will respond to these opportunities. And I would love, rather than asking government to lead the way, I would love to see the business community step up and in a scalable way lead the way in providing these work-based learning opportunities, apprenticeships, et cetera. And I think we'll have much better, quicker, scalable results.
You know, to that end, we are hosting a business Pathways Summit on June 3rd. So if any of you would like to come to the business party that I'm throwing June 3rd on the role of business and industry in career and college pathway systems, please let me know, amy.lloyd@ed.gov. Happy to have you be part of that. But I completely agree, actually, with both of you. And frankly, education is the purview of the states. Like, the federal role, we fund about 10% of education funding, and states and locals fund the vast majority, and states are in the driver's seat. We are here to provide some essential conditions, to have some formula funding, but I do believe that our role is to be in partnership with and in service to states on this front. And I love that each state across, I often call it the Dr. Seuss of states. This work is so valuable in big states, small states, rural areas, urban areas, blue states, red states, purple states. All of us are all in on this. I will say that, like, this is our moment, and if we can't reshape how young people engage in education such that there aren't having to make those decisions between, do I work to help my family stay afloat, or do I go to school? Like, students should not have to sit in rows, in desks.
That's right.
However many hours a day, however many hours a week, however many days a year. We should think about how we break up the business of schooling and provide more community-connected, work-based learning opportunities during the school day, how we value education and learning that happens outside of the classroom, how we really blur the lines between P-12, higher education, the world of work, the world of community, in ways that are authentic and really help our students learn and thrive. I want to make a very quick plug that in addition to our young people and their futures, I also oversee adult education, which I often think of as the invisible sector in our education system. We have in our country 130 million, over half of our working age adults who read below a 6th grade level. And these are our colleagues, these are our neighbors. In my case, these are my family members. And if we could upskill foundational literacy for all of us, and I'm really hopeful that AI can be a tool to help democratize access to the middle class in this way, we're also going to supercharge our workforce. So as we think about our strategies for building systems of pathways and engaging and leveraging business and industry differently, I want us to think about how we support every single young person on a strong trajectory to a choice-filled future, but also make sure that we don't forget about all of us who we need to bring along with us in that journey.
I'm going to add one more thing, because I'd be remiss if I didn't. My colleagues, all the chiefs, we're all engaged in reimagining what high school looks like across the nation.
Yeah.
And we're all working very closely to blur these lines. So this is happening right now. Yep. And I say that because my colleagues are all in the room, and we're actually a pretty tight group. And we have a similar vision, and this is happening as we speak. 2-3 years from now, the high school experience is going to be totally different because of the work that's happening right now. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that this is taking place as we speak, and it's moving very, very quickly and slowly at the same time, because that's how we do business, right? But it is happening, and it's very exciting. And the people that are doing this work, the chiefs across the nation, are really focused on trying to change what that high school experience is and doing everything that we've talked about on this stage.
So I will end just by really augmenting and amplifying what has already been said. So one, I would say on both the public sector side and the private sector side, we need bigger swings, we need big, bold thinking, we need to move beyond a lot of the incremental, like tinkering around reforms.
That's
I
right.
think that, like, speaking of someone who's been in the system for 3 decades can, relate to for sure. How do we really swing for the fences, like, and ensure that our workers and learners have the opportunities that they deserve?
Yep.
And then I like to think about like 3 F's. So how do we help young people and older adults find their path? How do we help them finance that path? And how do we help them flourish once they're on that pathway? And I think that, there is an important role for both the public and the private sector to play in that work.
Thank you all so much. What a great conversation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a second. Yeah, and then my husband.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. David Trulio, President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute.
All right, everybody, let's get going.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Is the mic on? Everybody can hear me. Okay, great. Wonderful, wonderful. Please. Well, welcome. My name is David Trulio, and it is my privilege to be the President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. Empowering every learner. That's something that entails understanding that not everyone learns best the same way or in the same place or at the same pace. Now, we certainly may have similar goals for all students, but that does not mean that they can all take the same path to get there. That is the philosophy that's guided so many successful education reformers throughout the years, and that includes our next guest, the governor of the Hawkeye State. Since taking office in May 2017, Governor Kim Reynolds has made choice and transparency cornerstones of her education agenda. She's made record investments in public education, created Iowa's first children's mental health system, and focused on serving at-risk students who are too easily overlooked or ignored in a one-size-fits-all system. As she puts it, quote, "Education is the great equalizer, and everyone involved, parents, educators, our children, deserves an environment where they can thrive." For the governor, her stake in the education system is personal. She and her husband, Kevin, have 11 grandchildren, and they all live nearby. But maybe one of the reasons she is open-minded about approaches to education that don't fit the mold is her own personal experience. She grew up in Madison County, graduated from Interstate 35 Community Schools in 1977, married Kevin Reynolds in 1982, worked and then raised 3 daughters, and then completed her bachelor's degree from Iowa State in 2016 while serving as the lieutenant governor. Yes, not everyone learns in the same way or at the same time, and sometimes your college classmate just might be the sitting lieutenant governor. Now, as many of you know, in a very consequential chapter in his life's journey, Ronald Reagan was a broadcaster in Iowa. He joined the Army Enlisted Reserve assigned to Troop B, 322nd Cavalry at Des Moines, Iowa. I have no doubt that Ronald Reagan would have been heartbroken to hear of this week's terrible news that at least 5 people died and dozens were hurt as powerful tornadoes ripped through Iowa on Tuesday. Our hearts go out to all the people affected, and as we can all appreciate, this is the time for Governor Reynolds to be with her fellow Iowans and not in Washington, D.C. Fortunately for us, this morning she was able to record a conversation with our moderator, Mark Thiessen of the Washington Post, and we are pleased to share that with you now. So let's give a hand of applause to the video and to Mark, and we'll play it right now.
Well, good morning. My name is Mark Thiessen. I'm a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute and columnist for the Washington Post. And I'm joined this morning by Governor Kim Reynolds, who is my favorite governor in the whole country. And I'm sure she, after this conversation, she'll be your favorite governor as well. She's the 43rd governor of the state of Iowa, the first woman elected to the state's highest office. She was previously Clark County Treasurer, served in the Iowa Senate, Lieutenant Governor under Terry Branstad, and now Governor herself. She is a blizzard of conservative reform, from education to taxes to the size of government. She is just one of these hopeful, optimistic Reaganite leaders who I hope will be showing us the direction for the Republican Party, not just on education, but across the board. So, Governor, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Oh, Mark, it's great to be with you, and thank you for that very kind introduction. I love what I do, and I'm very blessed.
Well, before we get to education, I know the reason we're doing this by video is because you've had a terrible tornado, I believe, in Iowa, and hurricanes, and some people have passed away. Just tell us a little bit about how things are going in Iowa, how the recovery effort's going, and what's going on.
Yeah, well, this is the second series of tornadoes we've had through our state in a month. The one that happened just recently on Tuesday night impacted over 32 counties of our 99. We've had actually 5 fatalities. But I'm telling you, as devastating and horrific as it is, it's inspiring when you're on site to just see the resiliency of Iowans, the strong response from our first responders, and most importantly, communities. We had to kind of step people back. We had so many volunteers on site wanting to help, and we needed to secure the perimeters. But thanks for all the prayers. We're just putting resources together, and we're going to get back on our feet and come back stronger than ever.
Well, one of the things that's helping you through this crisis, obviously, is the resilience of the people and the wisdom of the people of Iowa. And you're one of the themes of your governorship is trusting Iowans with their own lives. And so you've passed the most sweeping school choice law in the country. You're going to give every student in the state of Iowa an education savings account of just over $7,600 a year, which they can use to go to the school of their choice, private, public, or parochial. You've managed to do it without reducing funding for public schools, actually increasing funding for public schools. I mean, talk to us a little bit about this law and how. And you cited in January of 2023. We're a little over a year later. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going really, really well. First of all, incredible team. It started with COVID, to be quite honest, and you know that. I mean, parents got a front row seat to what was happening in our educational system. We were fortunate. We got our kids back in the classroom early on, one of the first states to give parents the option of either in class or from home. Parents would make that decision. But I started, for 2 years, we tried to get an ESA, an education savings account, across through the legislature and to my desk. For the first year, we did a small group. 34 failing schools was the cohort that we were targeting. We were able to get that through the Senate. It was stopped in the House. Wasn't going to give up, so I came back the second year, and we made it a little bit bigger. So we said if you were at 400% of federal poverty level, or a student with an IEP, an educational, that you need a student with disabilities or an IEP, then with a 10,000 cap, then you would qualify for an ESA for school choice. Passed the Senate, didn't get through the House once again. So at that mark, I stepped back and I just said, well, I'm going to continue to be an enabler, or I'm going to do something about it. And decided at that point because I was hearing from parents, and that's what they wanted. I was hearing it over and over. Let me make the choice on what's the best facility for my child to be educated in. And so I engaged in Republican primaries. I engaged in 9, and it was a simple question: do you support parental choice? And if they did, we endorsed and we engaged in the primaries. And so we won 8 of 9, so we were very successful. And so then with that, and I ended up winning by about 19%. And so I thought that was solid commitment to parental choice. And so we came back big. We decided to do universal school choice, phased in over 3 years, no caps. So the first year it was 300% of FPL, all new kindergartners and anybody else that was in the system, private or public. If they met that qualification, they could apply. This year it's 400%, new kindergartens, 400% of federal poverty level. And next year it's universal with no caps. Anybody can apply to send their children where they believe they can get the best education.
Well, you alluded to this, that the reason you weren't able to pass it initially was because of Republican opposition. Yes. And you challenged Republicans in primaries. You got involved in primaries in order to push it, and you went to the polls, and you got, not only did you win those primaries, you got a mandate from the voters. You won with almost 20% of the vote in your election to a full term. And I think Governor Greg Abbott in Texas has now done the same thing, sort of mimicking you, where he was having trouble because Republicans were blocking school choice. What you're doing, what Governor Abbott is doing, is this a model for other governors across the country? And how is the battle for, why are there, first of all, I mean, most of us think of that most Republicans support school choice. Who are these Republicans who are opposing school choice, and how do we overcome this?
Well, I sent Greg a note right after the primary election, and I said, congratulations, it looked like parental choice had a great night. And he said, hey, Gov, thanks for the game plan. So, it's not something, yeah, I know, it's not something I took lightly. You don't really want to
Yeah.
do that, but that was what the people were asking for. And it was reflected not only in the primary, as you indicated, but in the general election. I would say, we passed collective bargaining reform back in 2017. So in Iowa, unions weren't as big as of an issue. What our issue was, and I think actually it was the issue in Texas as well, was some of our rural lawmakers. And it's just a different dynamic in what they're dealing with, their perception of school choice. They don't have a lot of the same opportunities. And so what I had to do is start to reach out to superintendents in rural schools. I sat down and held several meetings knowing that I wouldn't change their mind, but I wanted to ask them, what can we do to help you be more innovative, to help you be more competitive? And over I heard from them, I can't be competitive with teacher salaries, and I cannot be competitive with the regulatory restrictions that you guys place on us. And so I put that as part of the bill. So I gave rural lawmakers something that they could point to say that they were helping their schools and their constituents as well. And so we gave flexibility and some categorical funding that allowed them to use that for teacher salaries, so they could increase teacher salaries. And then we reached out, really identified some of the top concerns with regulatory and just ridiculous reporting that we were requiring them to do, and to make that a part of the bill. And then I worked extensively with leadership. And the other key thing that I did is I brought members, legislators into my office. We sat down, we went through the bill, gave them kind of the talking points, why we were doing what we were doing. And I think that, when you combine all of that, it was really successful. And then we also said, hey, we need to keep this tight. We can't get this, with the lobby inserts and all of the people that are against it, and then they play one chamber against the next. And if we could agree to keep it, pretty tight as drafted, then we would be more successful. And actually we did. We passed it in 3 weeks, which is crazy, and signed. That's crazy.
And you also did it in a way that actually increased funding for public schools.
Yeah,
so as I understand it, and correct my numbers if I'm wrong, because this is also what Doug Ducey did in Arizona, who was the first person who passed this kind of law. You're providing a voucher of about $7,600 to the students, but the amount of money you're spending in combined federal, state, and local is $17,000. Yes. So the $7,600 follows the student, but the rest of the money stays with the school district anyway. So they're actually making money for students who are not there anymore. And on top of that, you added another $1,500 roughly per student if a student leaves a school for a public school for parochial school. So they're actually making, the public schools are doing better financially because of the school choice. Is that right?
Yeah, yes. Actually, that's a really good point. And we put new money in. So we estimated the cost of what it would be to provide the ESAs and put new money into the system, so we weren't impacting public. And to your point, just the state funds follows the students, but the federal and local actually stays with the school districts, which is significant. And it's about $1,400 that they get to retain. That they're not teaching the students. So they really couldn't say that it was an impact to public schools because we did not take any of the funding from them.
One of you were able to pass this in the context of the pandemic school closures. Yeah. One of the things that one of your most important education reforms, or you were one of the first governors in the country who mandated 5 days a week in-person education if parents wanted it. But you were actually sued, I think, by the Des Moines School District to keep the schools closed. So you had to fight to keep these schools. The teachers' unions were fighting to keep the schools closed while you were trying to let kids into the schools. Did that fuel the public desire for school choice? Because what was happening was, in the rest of the country, I assume in Iowa as well, is that affluent parents whose schools were not providing all the Catholic schools in the country stayed open, right? All the parochial schools, a lot of the private schools did, but it was the public schools that were closing. And so parents who could afford it were just pulling their kids out of public school and saying, okay, I'll send them in, I'll take the hit financially and send them into parochial and private schools. But poor parents couldn't do that. A lot of majority school districts, the parents couldn't do that. This was a racial equity issue in a way. So talk to us about how the pandemic helped you push this school choice over the top.
Oh, absolutely. And I heard from parents. We did roundtables, Zoom, of course, but met with parents, listened to parents. They were so frustrated. I said to the media, you always accuse me of not caring for the vulnerable, the kids that are being left behind, the kids that are not having access to schools, to a safe environment, to a hot meal, to continue their education, were the kids that needed it most. And it was unconscionable. To your point, we had parents, we had Des Moines Public School Board members that had put their child in a private school while they kept their school closed and took a vote to close it. I mean, it was just the nuts. It was crazy, the things that were happening. You know, it was okay for her, but anybody else, they weren't, you know, we had a lot of schools, a lot of the larger schools that couldn't even count for a lot of the students, so just completely lost. And so honestly, COVID handed us this opportunity on a silver platter. And we were going to take advantage of it. We were already, you know, we have a very robust homeschool program. We had open enrollment. We had charter. We were, you know, we did it at the same time, trying to just increase parental choice. But this was an opportunity, and it was something that parents was asking for, that we could deliver to them. And most importantly, I think, Mark, the benefit is it just makes all of our school systems stronger. You know, the fact of the matter is 90% of our students are going to go to a public school. And when they have to compete for students, they're going to be better, and we're going to be better, and our kids are going to get a better education because of it. And I'll just tell you, once it passed and I signed it into law, it wasn't 2 weeks that one of our Des Moines Public was up on air saying, I know parents, you have a choice of where your child will be educated. And I want to tell you, we are going to do everything we can to be that school of choice. So already we're changing the mindset and the culture, and that's a good thing for our kids. You know, Iowa used to be top of the heap when it came to education, and we've fallen. And I can tell you, with the changes that we're making in parental choice, in you know, expanding charter schools, enrollment, early literacy, we've passed some really great legislation this year. We're going to be back on top when it comes to K-12 education, and our kids are going to be better for it.
The other thing that you mentioned in passing was that you have, I mean, you have so many reforms that you almost can't do justice to all of them. But one of the first things you did in office was collective bargaining reform, which enabled all of this. If you had collective bargaining, if you didn't have collective bargaining reform, you'd never be able to get this through the program. Talk about the importance of collective bargaining and what role the teachers' unions are playing in stymieing school choice, not just in Iowa, but across the country.
Well, it started in COVID. You know, we didn't see anything like we did from Randy Weingarten or from Chicago or some of the larger schools, but literally, you know, they were sending me obituaries to my home. They had teachers doing that during COVID. And as you know, none of that has proved out. We also eliminated the mask mandate. We said parents will decide if their kids are going to be in school. But we passed collective bargaining reform, where the only thing that they can bargain for is an increase, and it's leveled at whatever the growth is. There's a level that it's set at. But that really, they can't withdraw from their checks if they want to contribute to the union. They have to proactively send them the funding. They have to recertify every 2 years. So really bold. You know, Scott Walker kind of led the way in Wisconsin. We mimicked what they had done. So he was a real inspiration. You mentioned Doug Ducey. I want to give him a huge shout out. He really was such a mentor and a great colleague. I had the opportunity to serve with him, and just really gave us the kind of the pathway to what we could do for ESAs and universal school choice. So I just really appreciate him as well. But all of that is really, I think, been a part of the strength that we're seeing with our program. Can I, real quick, you know, we stood it up in 8 weeks. I got to give a shout out to my team. Odyssey is the vendor. They did a great job. But when you think about, we passed it the first 3 weeks in January of a session, that's crazy. Any governor out there, I don't know, they don't do anything at the first couple months. But we stood it up in just under 8 weeks. And so we were taking applications May 30th, closed the end of June, and we were allocating the funding by July 15th. We had projected about 14,000. We're a small state. ESAs the first year, we had 18,900 actually approved. And this year already, and we're open until June 30th, I think we're at about 27,500.
Wow.
So that have already been approved. So, or that have applied, and about 22,300 have been approved. So 27,500 has applied, 23 approved. We've got about an 81% approval rate. It takes about 5 minutes to fill out the application, and within 30 seconds, you know if you've been approved or not. So I think we're the first fully automated system, and the team stood that up in about 8 weeks. And so we're really proud of what we've been able to do. And again, it's going to make the whole system stronger. And most importantly, we're going to improve our outcomes for our kids. And that's really the goal of all of this.
Absolutely. The other thing about collective bargaining reform is that it improves, you have more money for teacher pay, and I know you've raised teacher pay in the state of Iowa, and also it gets rid of these ridiculous rules like, last hired, first fired, like where you can't, under collective bargaining, right, you couldn't promote on merit, you had to promote on seniority. So I would think that good teachers are really happy with the reforms you allowed, because if you're a good teacher, you're going to get a pay raise, you're going to get better opportunities, you're going to get promoted. Talk a little bit about how collective bargaining reform has allowed you to strengthen good teacher and strengthen teaching in the state.
Well, we really want to do everything we can to give them the tools to be successful. We just did $9.2 million. I'm going to go back to literacy because that's so important, and so many of our kids can't read today. And if we're setting them up to fail if they can't read by 3rd grade, because that's when they transition from learning to read to reading to learn. And so we put $9.2 million into letters training for our educators and administrators. It's a science of reading program. It's getting back to phonics. It is a game changer. We have unbelievable data that's showing the results of that. We have money to train 5,500 teachers, 1,500 administrators. So we're going through that process, already seeing great results because of that. And again, we're just giving our teachers the tools to be successful and really recognizing the value that they bring to the classroom, and recognizing the impact that they're having on students' growth. We're measuring growth. We also, I'm proud to say that we increased teacher salary, the largest increase in the history of our state, beginning teacher salary over 2 years ago to $50,000. And I thought it was really important that the teachers that were in the classroom also be recognized, because, it's a lot different than it was 12 years ago. A lot of challenges, a lot of, requirements that are coming in from the federal administration. And so any educator that has been in the classroom for 12 years or more, their base will be $62,000. It's $60 this year and then goes to $62 next year. And then, to your point, we set up an additional merit program to really continue to recognize educators that are going above and beyond in driving excellence in the classroom and demonstrating growth. We wanted it to be fair, but actual growth in a student's progress over the school year. So really excited about that as well. And then we expanded school choice, public charter school options. We had the existing school boards deciding whether they could have one or not. Well, that didn't get very far because we only had 2 in the state because they just weren't in favor of them. And it's a public charter school that drives innovation. It's free. And so we did some changes to that where we stood up founding groups, and it was actually the State Department of Education, the state board, that made the decision. And a year after we made that decision, we've had 8 apply and been approved. So we are seeing tons of interest for charter school startups in the state, everything from science to dropout students to help them re-engage and set them up to be successful, to just whatever innovative programs are out there. We want them to come to Iowa and be a part of our educational reform package.
And also, before you even passed the private and parochial school choice, you enacted public school choice because you enacted open enrollment, right? Yeah. So students in Iowa can go to not just any private or parochial school; they can go to any public school they want. Isn't that right?
Yeah. And we were having, there was an odd thing that was in place where it really prevented some of our larger schools, some of the kids from leaving. So we got rid of some antiquated language there, made it completely open enrollment, and so again, parental choice. When we had a school district that was saying if a junior high student wanted to change his name, his pronouns, make some really life-changing decisions, the schools had put a policy in place that they didn't have to notify the parents. So that was part of the parental choice too, just all the crazy stuff that was happening, the critical race theory, just things that were being injected on our children. Well, you can imagine the outrage from parents when they found out about that. And so we banned that. We passed a parental rights bill. But you've seen that same school district still is probably has some policies that are impacting education, and they've lost a lot of students this year. And a lot of that has not just been to private, but a great deal of those students have moved to other public schools that are really focused on education and not other issues. And so that's another good thing that we're driving.
You've got so many reforms that you almost can't do them all justice, but you mentioned CRT. You banned CRT in Iowa public schools, but isn't school choice really the best solution to that? Because we see in a lot of these, these school boards where the parents are going to fight in the school boards against CRT and all this, they have to fight because they're stuck, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the solution to all of this just to let parents choose their schools, and then if the schools are teaching radical ideologies, rather race ideologies, gender ideologies, other things like that, they can just pull their kids. They don't have to go to a school board and fight, right?
Spot on. And that's what I say all the time when I'm out there. We've done all the things that we needed to do and took it head on and passed it, in a very timely manner. But ultimately, they can find ways around it. And, even in a classroom, you can't be in every single classroom. And if you're not talking to your kids, you sometimes just aren't aware of what's happening. But ultimately, when you give parents the choice and have the dollars follow the child, then that is the best thing that we could do. And so, the schools that had lost several students, whether it was to private schools through the ESAs or through open enrollment, the first thing they said is we're not getting enough money. It's because, the governor didn't allocate enough funds. We put new money into education every single year. It's 56% of our budget, new money every single year, almost $1 billion over 8 years. I mean, of new money into education, new money into school choice. And it's not that. It's based on a per pupil allocation. So the reason that they were struggling and having to lay off teachers and seeing a decline was because of policies that they were making at their school district. And the other aspect of it, to be quite honest, and we talked a lot about this with all the ARPA funds that are coming in. I'm hitting on so many different things, but it's hard. So many different things.
It's hard when you have so many reforms to just focus in on one. And they're all intertwined.
Apply to all of this is, they were using one-time ESSER money for salaries and for new positions, and you can't do that. You have to be very careful when you have these one-time monies coming into your state, how they're allocated. We really focused on infrastructure. We focused on apprenticeship program, just things that we knew we could test or pilot or would have long-term good impacts, but something that the state didn't have to take over the funding after the federal dollars were gone. And that happens so many times. And it just really can get a state and can get a school district in trouble very fast.
So I'm a parent, and so I look at all these issues through the eyes of a parent, and I have a child on the autism spectrum, and you've just done some new legislation to reform special ed in the state of Iowa. Talk to us a little bit about what you're doing for parents of children with learning differences and disabilities.
Yeah, well, it's really important to me, and we're not where we should be, and we put more money when you look at the average funding that goes into. It's called the AEA system in Iowa, but it's children with disabilities, and they do other things as well. But it's probably, honestly, Mark, the hardest thing I've done. It was an entrenched program. It hadn't been looked at for 50 years. It was a huge bureaucracy. It continued to just get out. The scope of what they were intended to do continued to grow. $529 million of funding going into this program. And as I started lifting up the layers and taking a look at it, not one person could tell me how the money was being applied, what the cost of the services was. And even though we were above average for the amount of money that we were spending per student, our scores were below average and have been for 10 to 8 years. And it was just unconscionable, unacceptable. And tons of money in administrating. We were seeing chiefs making $374,000. Now that is a lot in Iowa. There's 9 of them. So much duplication. We didn't take one dime out of the system, but we have brought transparency, accountability, and really, I think, metrics to the system. We really have moved oversight and supervision back to the Department of Education. They had 7 times the employees in this AEA system than the Department of Education. And so really have restructured it. We have 9 regions, but ultimately kept the money in the system, but it will we're bringing it out of the admin and really getting it down into the system, into the classroom, and most importantly, to the services for these kids and these students, so we can make sure that they have better outcomes. Wow, I can't even begin to tell you how hard this was. I was in the Senate in 2011. We tried to do something then, same type of concerns, but just got shut down. So I dropped a bomb on at the condition of the state, and whoa, I mean, we got everybody's attention, but it had to happen, I think, in order to just get more than a steady, to really actually do something where people know what the services are, how they're being provided, metrics applied, transparency, accountability, consistency across the state, so all of our kids have the same opportunity to succeed and be successful. I'm proud of it. It was hard, but I believe you're going to see some really good things come of it. So I'm really excited about it too.
Okay, so you've passed universal school choice, open enrollment, collective bargaining reform, protecting women and girls sports, cracking down on CRT, increasing teacher pay, breaking the teachers' unions. These are all great reforms, but you're also a Reaganite small government conservative. You've done this while cutting taxes and reducing the size of government. You've eliminated, I think, reduced the cabinet departments from 37 to 16 in the government of. Talk to us a little bit about what you've done to leave taxpayers with more of their money and to reduce the size of government, and how have you managed to do that while doing all these great reforms that are giving parents more choice and improving public education and private education in the state?
Yeah, well, I'm really, really proud of what we were able to do. First of all, we weren't competitive and we were over collecting. And so I actually this year signed my 5th tax reform bill into law since 2018. Our individual income tax rate, we'll start with that. We went from the 6th highest to the 6th lowest. When I took office, we had 9 brackets. The top rate was 8.98%. The bill I signed this year will take us January 1 to a flat tax of 3.8%. So eliminated 9 brackets, eliminated federal deductibility. We did it in a sustainable manner over about 5 years, but ultimately we'll go from 8.98 to 3.8, and we're not done. We're going to be able to continue to take that down. We're still, our economy is growing, revenue is growing, and when we factor in the tax cuts, when you account for them, we're a revenue positive. Corporate tax, we were 12% highest in the country. We were able to implement a trigger, and so we'll hit 5.5 flat by 2026. That's 2 years ahead of schedule. We're at about I think we're scheduled to go to 6.4 next year, so that's 12% down to 6.4. And we eliminated tax on inheritance and retirement income. We're actually, because we got such a low cost of living here in the state of Iowa, we're the #1 state to retire in. So I love to give Governor DeSantis a bad time about that, because I don't have an ocean or I don't have year-round warm weather. So, we have to be very creative in Iowa to be able to do that. So really proud of what we've been able to do with that. But the key to that is not just reducing taxes and being more competitive. And so we're seeing people really start to pay attention to Iowa. We've had a lot of companies moving in. We've actually saw a net migration in for the first time, last 2 years, for the first time in decades. And Minnesota and Illinois certainly cannot say that. So my neighbors to the north and to the east are bleeding people right and left. But you have to keep your spending in check as well. And so even with cutting taxes, we've made historic investments in priorities important to Iowa: childcare, housing, mental health, education. So we've really still been able to drive those priorities as well. But then I'm really taking a look at state government, and it's ridiculous. I mean, it's just the growth. We never eliminate a program. We just add. So I cut 21 agencies from my cabinet, projected to save about $300 million over 4 years. I think that's probably going to be conservative. We just did a complete review of boards and commissions. I think we eliminated 83 there. That had never been done before. And then by really starting with state government, we've done a red tape review, really reduced the amount of regulatory reform. We put a moratorium on new. We put in a mandatory 5-year review of every single rule, if it's doing the job, the impact to business, and just to validate it. And then this year we passed behavioral health reform. So now we're starting to take the reform at the state level and move it into the state and into the systems. So we have 32 regions when you think of mental health and substance use, separate, fragmented, 14 different doors for people to go through. We've brought them together and created 7 mental health regions, again, to get the money out of admin, out of the bureaucracy, into the state, and really into services for Iowans. So it's a combination of growth, being more competitive, keeping spending in check, while really reducing and being more efficient with government. Let me just highlight a couple things real quick. Like for instance, and we know we need healthcare workers, prior to the realignment in state government, it took 65 days to get a physician license, and we are now able to do it in 2. I had a 5,400 case backlog in unemployment, projected timeline to get that caught up over a year. By realigning, we were able to get it completely caught up in 3 months. And I can give you example of example of example. We combined the MVE, Motor Vehicle Enforcement, and the Department of Public Safety. We brought them together. That allowed us to put 100 more troopers on the road, which is really important with the open border that we have right now and the chaos and crisis that we see happening in this country because of a president that's not doing his constitutional duty to protect the sovereignty of this country, and most importantly, the citizens. And so, it's really important that we're able to keep our communities and Iowans safe at a time of just crisis in this country due to a lack of leadership from this administration.
Yeah. So I started out by saying that you are a blizzard of hopeful, optimistic, conservative reform. I think we've proven that over the course of this discussion. What's left? I mean, can you other than maybe taking this national one day?
Yeah. Oh no. Well, we're gonna keep looking at our tax environment. I indicated that, and we can. So we just want to make sure it's sustainable. And then honestly, we want to continue to look at just how government operates in the state. Boy, it's a wealth of opportunity. We are very inefficient. And so many times, I think it had been 150 years since they'd looked at regulatory reform, 54 state boards. I don't know, it's ridiculous. So we'll continue to look at that. And then it's just really implementing the things that we have enacted and making sure that we're doing a good job at that. So we've given parents choice, but I want to make sure that every one of those opportunities are executing in the manner that we expect them to. So you have to make sure that what you're doing is working and being implemented with integrity, and you're actually getting the outcome. So you have to hold yourself accountable. So we'll continue to do that too. And if we've made, if we need to make some adjustments, you have to be willing to do that. You have to be willing to say, oh, we maybe got this a little bit wrong, but here's what we can do to fix that going forward. But I love what I'm doing. This is the kind of things that really, fire me up and, make me want to come to work every day. And I love what we're doing here in our state.
Well, we're glad you're there. We're glad you're doing what you're doing. I said at the start of this, you're my favorite governor. I think everyone can see why. Governor Reynolds, thank you so much for joining us today. And our hearts and prayers are with the people of Iowa this morning.
Thank you. We'll take that. Thank you.
Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is 30 Years of School Choice in a New Era of Parent Voice. Please welcome to the stage Andrew Rotherham of Bellwether and our distinguished speakers.
when we. All right, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
There we go. That's what an education audience does. We have a terrific panel this morning on a really fascinating issue, school choice, the increase in conversation about parents, parent involvement, new organizations that are working with parents. We have public sector officials. It's going to be great. And before we start, I just want to really thank the Reagan Institute and Foundation for putting this panel together. I think a lot of us here, I see a lot of friends around the room. We go to a lot of education conversations in which you essentially get are 3 flavors of vanilla. You know, diverse opinions mean you might get like French vanilla, and if someone's feeling really edgy, you get, you know, cherry vanilla. This is not that panel, and I think that's a real credit to them that they brought together people who look at these questions differently for a conversation about that, and I think that's too rare, and I want to call that out. And I think it's going to be a fantastic panel. I think we're going to find a lot of areas of common ground, as long as we don't talk about, you know, education. No, I think it's going to be a fantastic discussion. I'm really excited. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, like to talk about their roles. But just so, Katie Jenner, state chief in Indiana, fantastic state chief out there doing great work in a great state. Tiffany Justice with Moms for Liberty. Ralph Smith, Ralph's with the campaign. I first got to know Ralph like a long time ago in a foundation world, probably longer ago than either of us care to admit, but now campaign for grade level reading, and Kerry Rodriguez with the National Parents Union. And they could talk a little bit more about sort of geographically where they're situated and other things. But I want to start, reading has come up this morning on some of the different panels in different ways and so forth. Like there's 2 things happening right now. There's like there's decentralizing trends like choice, things are happening with parents. Then there's these centralizing trends like getting serious about teaching reading. And despite all the rhetoric, like nothing's happening. Like 40 states have like addressed reading. There's lots of activity happening there. And so I was hoping you would talk about like in that chief's seat, what that looks like, and then specifically what you're doing in Indiana.
Yeah, so in Indiana, like other states in our country, we did not have a choice. We had to attack reading and attack it head on. In our state in particular, 1 in 5 third graders is not able to read by the end of that year. And then we built out a heat map that's live. All of you can look at the state of Indiana and where it's green and where it's yellow and where it's red. And the interesting part about that heat map is there was red in urban, there was red in rural, there was red in suburban. So it was it's scattered all over our state. And so we knew we had to attack it head on. And I can't not call out Dr. Carrie Wright in the room. The Mississippi Miracle is driving our nation. And that conversation comes up so frequently in Indiana, and we use a lot of their tactics that you deployed. We've learned from you to drive the ball forward. A couple things that I'd call out in the area of reading that we're systematically approaching. One massive one is our educator prep college situation. The General Assembly passed some laws to require science of reading to be a throughway throughout our educator prep college. And then also that 3Qing, that teaching would no longer be allowed. I sent a letter in partnership with our Commissioner for Higher Ed to every president, provost, and dean in the state of Indiana, and have offered to meet with them and any professor who would want to. Lilly Endowment invested $25 million to help us move quickly. They have 1 year to prepare, and then this coming year they have to be doing it. And if they're not, then as State Board of Education chair, I can ask that their accreditation be stripped. And then the other thing I would add is we have a lot of synergy and relationships. Our lieutenant governor is here. We were talking about this yesterday in the airport. And in Indiana, so my phone's right here, everyone's just like a quick call away. So if I hear about a professor that is going rogue at this university, I pick up the phone, I call the president, and I call where their money's coming from. And we're just not messing around. We have to unapologetically attack this. That's one of several different pieces. We're obviously support for our future teachers, current teachers,
quality curriculum, list, and then measurement. And again, Andy, I'm glad to go into more detail as helpful, but I know we're short on time.
No, this is great, and the Mississippi, I'm glad
See right there.
that Carrie got over my shoulder. Carrie got the call out. We had a really fascinating. I didn't introduce myself, but one of the things I do is I'm on the state board in Virginia, and we had a really fascinating thing where somebody was like, "You guys are being critical of where we are. You're talking like we're Mississippi," and it was like, well, actually, we're not Mississippi. Like, black kids and Hispanic kids in Mississippi are outperforming our youngsters right now, and that's why we need to get serious about that, and that owes to the work that Carrie did. Ralph, tell me why this is going to be different. I mean, we've been doing this for a while. There's a Lucy in the football quality to literacy work. I mean, we had at one point $1 billion federal program, what we now call the science of reading. You know, Reed Line and George Bush were working on in Texas when he was a governor. So what's different this time? You've been at this a long time. What's different this time in your view in terms of this staying as a reform and a change?
No, you know, Andy so far has talked about how long we've known each other and how long I've been at this. Let me acknowledge that I'm almost old enough to run for president. Let me just put that on the table. So, but nothing I say here should be seen as a preparation for a campaign. Like, you know, and I've got to take, you know, you've got to take your shot when you get a chance. And with Dr. Carrie Wright in the room, she will remember that the first year she was in Mississippi, I had an opportunity to go down and speak to the youth. And I said to that group, somebody's going to break through. And with Dr. Carrie Wright here, my question is, why not Mississippi? Yeah. You know, you say that stuff because I adore Carrie. And, you know, you say it because it's the right thing to say. But could I tell you that if I told you that I imagined how true that would be 8 years later, I would be lying. I had no idea how true it would be. I knew she would make a difference. But the difference she made, not only that state, but for the rest of us. And I'm really glad that you began that. It's for the rest of us. Carrie, you really deserve our appreciation.
Pull up a chair, Carrie. Join the panel. Come on.
Okay, as a Virginian, I have to now, like, that's enough adulation for somebody who's now the state chief of Maryland. So
what I think is different, could be different. One, we're looking at where it's done. You know, I'm a university professor, so I've got to say I believe in research. I don't believe in research enough to go out and act on it, because not enough research has been informed by practice. In fact, the big question in research is how do we get practice to emulate the research, which is the reverse, which is the wrong question. The question is, how do we get research that's informed by and supportive of practice? And I love the fact that you say, here's where it happened. Let's look at what happened. Let's look at why it is. Take it apart. And let's see whether we could re-engineer success. And I think this, having bright spots and having exemplars and being willing to learn with them and from them is really the most promising thing. It's not the legislation saying yes to this and outlawing that. It is the willingness of the folks who are going to implement it to have the perspective and the humility to say, we don't know everything, but we can learn a hell of a lot from the people who have succeeded. And that's what I sense in chiefs around the country. And Carrie is getting a lot of credit, which embarrasses the hell out of her. And we all are complicit a bit, but we can learn from her. We can learn from what is happening in Indiana. I love the chief this morning in South Dakota who actually answered the question directly.
North.
Hey, I'm old enough to run for president. You know, I thought North Dakota chief answered the question clearly about the distractions, and I think the willingness of chiefs to step up and said, this is a distraction. This is my job. And here are the people and the places I'm learning from. That encourages me because that was not around 10 years ago.
Okay, so you're a culture change. Carrie, how is this landing with parents? I feel like there's no idea in education that education people can't make super complicated and indecipherable to parents, and I worry about that with this. Like with your members, science of reading, the changes, the literacy acts the states are passing, how's that landing? How are they perceiving this?
Well, this is like a no-brainer for us, and frankly, in our organization, which is a collective of 1,600 pockets of parent power in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico. The fact that we had this great awakening during the pandemic because we saw the systemic failures happening in our living rooms, and we may not be literacy experts, but we know when our kid is well behind in reading, and we trust our gut and say, oh my gosh, this has got to be addressed with urgency. But we're not just going off of anecdote. The National Parents Union has done 38 national polls and actually asked parents deep questions around what they feel about literacy. And 86% of them believe that it is a national crisis. And just a month ago, we had 200 of our top parent leaders from 47 different states join us in Washington, D.C., meet directly with Senator Cassidy and Senator Reid to really bring this to a head, visiting all 435 offices, marching in there with their state-level data saying only 4 out of 10 kids in our state, at best, in places like Massachusetts, are proficient in reading. So parents are awake, they're aware. They also know that there are solutions that they need to be organizing around to force the system to change. And so what we have been able to be very successful in doing is building coalitions in places like Minnesota, where we just passed the READ Act last year, where now 1.3 million children in Minnesota are guaranteed the right to read proficiently by 3rd grade. If not, it will trigger interventions. And if that's not fulfilled, it actually creates an actionable right of action for parents to hold the system accountable, which we think is transformational because we have never seen large-scale transformational change in education without parents who are not just props, but actual plaintiffs and have standing holding the system accountable. So parents aren't just sitting back and waiting for the system to catch on to the great new fad of the science of reading. We are writing new policies. We are drafting new legislation, getting it passed, and now watching implementation to make sure it's done correctly.
So there will be pushback on this, right? Like reading is ideological, like for a bunch of reasons, frankly, going back centuries now. The teachers unions in some states are starting to push back on this. Ohio, California.
All states, I would say.
Okay,
Yeah.
so are your members, are they gonna, like, there is a political fight coming on some of this to maintain these laws, to maintain the training requirements, some of the rigor. Are your members going to, are they bought in? Are they aware enough, like when those fights start, that they're gonna hold the line? What's that gonna look like?
They are going toe to toe.
I mean, you're a skilled organizer. You're an SEIU organizer prior to this. Like, from your perspective, what does that look like?
Well, I mean, we're seeing in state houses across the country. I mean, we have members who are going and testifying and sitting through 8 hours of testimony, listening to the teachers union come up and testify and say you need to respect our expertise. Well, we're coming back and saying, well, 18% proficiency in reading is not an indicator of expertise in our view. So I would argue we have seen every excuse under the sun, all of the talking points around why we don't want to do this, we shouldn't do this. It's disrespectful to ask educators to learn, which is wild. But the fact of the matter is, I think that we are the great equalizer because we are the accountability. And so these parents are willing to step up and spend that 8 hours and testify and hold that line and hold them accountable for what is really irresponsible rhetoric around why this can't happen. Because the excuses come down to adults not wanting to exert the effort it takes, because this teaching, the science of reading, it's a science. It's a skill. You have to invest in professional development, and that takes effort and work. We're going to make them do it.
All right, so Tiffany, in a lot of circles, I want to hear how you guys are perceiving and your members are perceiving science of reading. I understand you have a toolkit that's going to be coming out soon and so forth. So I want you to talk about how they're perceiving it, and then also just there's a lot of concern that your members are making it harder to adopt high quality curriculum with books and so forth, it's creating either confusion or actually getting in the way of adoption processes that we don't have yet. Sort of, there's limited numbers of providers of really good, high quality, knowledge rich curriculum right now. So talk about both those things.
It's a big question with a lot of elements and some interesting
That's why I asked
nuance. Yeah, that's fascinating. So thank you for having me here today. Thank you to the Reagan Institute. Really appreciate the invitation. I think Carrie is exactly right about the fact that parents need to be the ones to hold school districts and teachers and the system accountable for the failure that we've seen. American parents were largely unaware of how poorly their children were doing in school, and COVID happened, and I think there was a real awakening moment for parents sitting there and saying, wow, my child might be able to read the back of the cereal box, but can they pick up this chapter book and read it and understand what's in it? And the answer was no. It doesn't take an expert. You don't have to be an expert as a parent to know whether or not your child is reading well. And so as far as any criticism, I guess maybe I'd ask you to reframe the second part of that question.
Well, what you hear in a lot of policy circles is there's concern that it's getting harder. I mean, there's specific curriculum. There's EL education. There's wit and wisdom. Like that, it's getting harder and harder to adopt, and people get concerned that they're going to get a political firestorm if we start adopting these. Meanwhile, a lot of the curriculum that's still widely in use, it really isn't science of reading aligned. It's not knowledge rich, and so it's putting state policymakers in a pickle.
Oh, well, state policymakers have a big job to do. It's an important job. They need to represent their constituency and do it well. So, it's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it. And we're thankful that there are a lot of new people stepping up to do that job. I served as a school board
Well, we're all in it for the money, and I know,
right. I served as a school board member for 4 years. And one of the things that I recognized and realized, and Carrie would probably say this too, there are a lot of opportunities for parents to engage in their local school systems. Whether or not they're taking those opportunities or aware of them is the question. And in the adoption of instructional materials, it's something that parents should and can have a big part of. They should have their voices heard. They need to be reviewing that information. And so, sometimes I think that people like to use the idea of chaos or disorder or interruption as an excuse because they don't like the scrutiny that's now being applied to a lot of the materials that are entering the classroom. Our moms and dads do have a lot of concerns about generative themes that are entering the classroom through some of the curriculum, and they're going to be paying attention as curriculum is adopted in their district and really taking a part at that most important ground level to have their voices heard so that they feel confident and good about the curriculum that's being introduced into the classroom.
Terrific. Ralph, I know did you want to add one before we're going to move into school choice? But
Oh, I don't want to be standing between you and school choice. I mean, so what I would just wanted to put in the mix is when we ask governors and legislators to begin doing the political job and begin passing legislation and signing legislation, proposing legislation, this old sort of axiom, live by the sword, die by the sword? I think we are asking for a deeply politicized set of solutions. And in a country where there is significant division around almost all things politics, it's not going to be surprising if we get different answers in different states, in different contexts. I'm significantly more comfortable with seeing this as a matter of persuasion, seeing this as a matter of lifting up the exemplars, of helping parents and citizens to understand that there are choices and what those choices look like. That is the slow work, it's irritating, it's expensive, but it is what builds the foundational support. And this sort of end around, we've got more money than you, we've got more access than you. Well, that is going to lead to a hodgepodge of hardwired semi-solutions that I don't think is going to do very much for us in terms of advancing the issue, and I think will leave us worse off than we are. So I just want to go into the say, every time I hear a governor says, I'm going to be for this and against this in education, whether it's reading or anything else, I must admit I want to step back and say, please don't do that. Use your bully pulpit, use a lot of stuff, but please don't hardwire it into legislation and executive orders. Give folks a chance. Give parents a chance. Give educators a chance. Give all of us an opportunity to learn how to do this work, to do as well, to talk with each other, to argue each other, and to build the culture of support that we're going to need over time to sustain it.
Okay, I want to let Katie, because this is a fascinating tension on, with science of reading, what should you mandate and what should you persuade? And it's a strategic tension you're seeing play out in different states. So I see you wanting to jump in, so we'll stay on this for a second.
The only reason I just wanted to respond is, you know, being at the state level and driving change with varying levels of community interest to move with urgency. What has been most helpful is, yes, best practice example, like we've talked about. Second, parents with me saying 1 in 5 is unacceptable. And the third piece that, right, wrong, or indifferent, that has been helpful is when the General Assembly has passed laws, it has given me a level of cover to drive fast. Faster than, and trust me, persuasion and empowerment is like the perfect thing. I would love for that to happen. But last year in Indiana, we had 14,000 children not reading. And we retained 410, and we're looking at our longitudinal data. These students are not catching up. So that's the balance of urgency and why you will hear me say, and listen, behind the scenes, I'm very vocal with our General Assembly members.
I believe you.
Yeah, well, thank you. But that has been helpful to move faster than I think we would otherwise. Just Ralph wanted to mention that.
Yeah, no, I think, as I said, I think it's a legitimate tension, and we're going to get a natural experiment of some different approaches to it in different contexts. Ralph, I want to come back, Katie, in a minute. I want to talk about all the school choice stuff in Indiana. But Ralph, I just want to start with you. Like, you've had sort of an evolution on school choice. Your thinking has changed in some ways. The evidence is, I think a lot of people have changed in different ways as they perceive this issue. So talk about sort of, you know, you're on the board of Stride now. You work for the school district in Philadelphia. You've done, you know, lots of work in the different sectors in education. Just talk about how your thinking on choice has evolved.
You know, my own thinking of choice has not evolved as much as it appears. But first of all, let me say, even the notion that this is 30 years of school choice, you know, from an old law professor, we'd like to say 100 years.
Yeah.
How many people have heard of Pierce versus Society of Sisters? Mm-hmm. Look it up. Pierce versus Society of Sisters was decided in 1925, argued in 1924, 100 years ago. And one could argue that was the original school choice case, where basically the Supreme Court disposed of an Oregon law that required compulsory education in public schools. And that law was ruled unconstitutional, and it opened the door. So we're at a new stage in school choice, but school choice has been around 100 years and will be around for 100 more. When I went to Philadelphia Public Schools to work with the superintendent, I went for one reason. Philadelphia was facing a desegregation order. And we managed, because of a courageous superintendent, to do something that had not been done. And that is to say, we, as a school district, had undereducated the kids in 42 racially isolated lower achievers group. We undereducated them. And because we were able to stipulated to that, we were able to say, the remedy for undereducation is not transportation. The remedy for undereducation is better education. And we went into court and had the court support us that we would have a plan to educate those kids. And let me say, the plan worked well until it didn't. But we still had the fact that there were kids who were trapped in those schools. And so we instituted what we call the voluntary modified desegregation plan. And that was to say that any child in a school that historically had underperformed, that had failed for decades and generations should be allowed to leave that school, and leave that school not only with our permission, with our support. And we allowed parents, maybe 10 to 30% of the parents, to leave. And that, for me, was sort of the formation of a position that really took me to charter schools really early. It said that we should not ask parents to sacrifice their children for another generation in schools that don't work. Our obligation is to get the school to work, not to ask the parent to sacrifice. That's right. And so we essentially, we allowed those kids to leave, and my position has always been, but you know, to make sense of the world, you figure if he works for the school district, if he's pro-union, he must be anti-charter. You know, there's this way in which I've never, once I began working in Philadelphia and seeing what the issue wasn't anti-charter, it wasn't the work I was doing, I wasn't out there. So this notion that somehow, you know, you've gone from being anti-charter to being pro-charter is not. I do think that public institutions have an obligation to understand the monopoly privilege they have and to really do a better job than they do in listening to their constituents and their customers. I don't think public institutions and the people in public institutions are trained in a way to be customer responsive. And people in public education tend to treat their customers as the worst form of clients and not to pay enough attention to them and to view parent and family engagement as some sort of insurgency. And that insurgency mindset has led to this confrontation with a charter school movement that had mixed motives. There's all sorts of stuff you could say. But we've got a lot of folks who can share the blame. And really what school choice represents is a way to say to institutions, you know, we all make jokes about the DMV. Well, they may be the poster child for this, but it's not only, but to say to public institutions that you've got to be more customer oriented. And the way real accountability works is to give folks a choice to demand quality or to find quality. And I'll say lastly, I know it took too long, I'll say lastly that Bruno Mano, who's now with the Walton Foundation, came to Casey and was a really strong inspiration and teacher for me. And what Bruno said and positioned Casey as saying, we will help communities to build and improve the schools they have or to get the schools they want. And we're indifferent as to which one. We will help the community either way. And what we found, and that's why we supported Mayor Wilson and Bart
Peterson.
Bart Peterson in Indianapolis to create this whole generation of new schools, because the community says, we'll continue to build what we have, but we want to create what we need. And I think that's where I've been for a very long period of time, and I've learned a lot and really followed the work in Indiana, beginning with Indianapolis. And it's really exciting to see what's happening in terms of what parents are doing. And it is really attacking, in a very important way, the monopolistic tendency of public institutions.
So I had it backwards. The field is more caught up with you, and I think an interesting idea on that is Bruno Mano. I think I'm allowed to say this, I think it's public now. He's left Walton. He's now at the Progressive Policy Institute, which is a center-left think tank, and Bruno was an assistant secretary in the Reagan administration, as we're hearing. So I think the politics on this are also I'm not suggesting Bruno's politics. I don't actually know what they are, but just the folks who are working on these issues in different ways. It is changing. Carrie, I saw you nodding along with that. I want to where are your members on these questions of choice? I know you guys support public school choice. How do you decide how much latitude to have in choice systems and so forth?
Well, I can report that our last survey in April indicated that 91% of American families support increasing public school options. They want more options, they want more choice.
And how is that defined? Is that including charters, just public school choice?
Well,
what's
charter
that?
schools are public schools, so
Okay.
absolutely includes charter schools. So I would say this, which may be a radical concept, parents don't care about governance models. We are here for outcomes, and the outcome we are looking for is economic mobility for our children. We don't care if you call it a district school, a charter school, or Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. When the kids leave, we want to know that they are adequately prepared to access the jobs and the economy of the future, because we want our kids to have an easier life than we did. That's our hope for the future. So it's really not that complicated. I will say that when we talk about outcomes, we actually have to have some evidence, and that's why we strongly support assessment and accountability to hold all systems and all avenues of education accountable for how we're expending public dollars to make sure we're getting bang for our buck and we're getting kids to economic mobility. We need to have choices worth choosing. How do we know they're worth choosing? By having data, by having accountability, and making sure that we understand that these choices are viable and are actually going to get our kids to the promised land. So I would say that overall, the mood of parents is like, we just think it's wild that we're so held on to this 190-year-old antiquated system of delivering education in this country. It is 2024. And we still think that the gold standard of delivering education is, frankly, one white woman at the head of a classroom lecturing for hours on end, children over and over. And even when the outcomes tell us that we're not getting them, like, this is not the way. Brain science has evolved. Like, we know this is not how kids learn. It's not a best practice, but we as the adults are so comfortable that we will not change. So as parents, and frankly, there are a lot of students who are speaking out about this, we want to see the system grow and evolve and change. That's why at the National Parents Union, we're very excited about AI technology and new innovations and wanting to see the system grow and change and evolve so that we're embracing these new technologies, because it's 2024. You know, we hold computers in our hands 24/7, and we're, again, talking about banning things that make us uncomfortable or scared instead of understanding them and embracing them so that we can get our kids prepared for what, again, the jobs, the economy, and society of the future is going to look like.
And quick, just lightning round, do you all have a position on ESAs or vouchers, or is it covered by you want robust accountability and transparency? Where are you on some of these other options?
You know, a lot of the programs, I would point to the proposal by the governor of Pennsylvania, which we thought was smart, around ESAs, which provided real guardrails around voucher programs. Because again, whipping checks at parents for $7,500 is not innovation, especially when you don't have access to high quality options, and there's no guarantee that that check is going to be used at a choice that's actually going to get your kid to the outcomes that they need to be able to be prepared for the jobs of the future. So it's really on a case-by-case basis. You know, we're kind of in the wild, wild west right now of ESAs, and again, some folks have choices between Chanel and Balenciaga, and some of us from the communities we represent have the choices between, you know, Dots and Payless. So not all choices are equitable, and until we can ensure that, like, we've got to watch this thing real close.
You just used 4 words, 2 of which I knew. I don't know what the one after Chanel even was, but I think I take the point. Tiffany, where are your members on this? Like, on this question of choice, and how is that playing out in all your various chapters?
Sure. Parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children. That includes their education, their medical care, their morality, and their religion. And we believe in education freedom. One of the things that I think I've seen Republicans and conservatives do in general is really cede public education cede our role in public education and participating, and in really kind of just focusing solely on school choice. I think that's been a mistake, that we felt a lot of people that there was only one way to go about creating reform in public education, and we believe in reclaiming and reforming public education at Moms for Liberty. Our moms are committed to doing that.
What about school district boundaries? Are your members, would they be comfortable with kids moving across? Because a kind of choice, because we treat these school district boundaries like they're like international borders. Yeah. Would your members be comfortable with kids moving across them more freely?
Of course, no child should be trapped in a failing school. And what we've seen with universal school choice, I think, is really the marketplace responding to the demand. And it's going to take time, but I'm excited by a lot of the innovation that we've seen. I'm from Florida, and just in the past year, we have seen so many new schools opening up to really meet the demands of parents wanting to ensure, as Carrie said, that their children are getting what they need from public school.
Okay, so Katie, like reading choice, you hear people say like nothing's happening, and like the pace, I think, of choice plans expanding is simply remarkable, and stuff that like 15, 20 years ago would have been treated as like a 5-alarm fire by the education establishment just sort of happens because it's, you know, May and a legislature's in session. So, you know, universal vouchers in a number of states, all kinds of direct payment systems and so forth. So tell us what you all are doing. I mean, you just heard this conversation. Tell us what you're doing in Indiana to respond to that.
Yeah, so I mean, it is virtually a free market in Indiana where parents choose. Speaking of the question that you just asked about traditional public to traditional public, that choice is actually number one in Indiana for parents. And then we also have a really robust, and many of you know this about Indiana, we have a really robust school choice system. So the choice scholarship, that's about, 6% of our students use that. We're going up fast in that number. To an earlier panel about accountability, this is really, really key, and I think Carrie said this. In Indiana, every single school type is held highly accountable, and all of their data is transparent on indianagps.com. We are no nonsense on quality and being transparent for parents, all school types. So our choice scholarship is very, very popular. We also have a robust charter. Thank you, Ralph, for the shout out. It's super interesting story if you look at the Indianapolis story. Republican and Democrat mayors have been the authorizers in the city of Indianapolis for charter schools because they knew they had to do better. There's a Stanford study out that shows in Indianapolis, even when you look at poverty and a number of other factors with student population, in Indianapolis, the highest performing are our charter schools. Then the second are the mayor's authorized charter schools. And then last is our traditional public school. And granted, I'm good friends with that superintendent as well, but we have to lift all boats. And then the other thing I do want to shout out, during the pandemic, we did hear from a lot of parents who said, especially parents living in poverty, who said, I know my child is struggling. I know they're failing reading. I know they're failing math. I'm working 2 jobs. I can't pay for extra support. The teachers are doing the best they can to stay after with my child. So we launched something called Indiana Learns. It was a $1,000, basically like a mini ESA. And we wanted to try it, right? So that $1,000, we far surpassed the goal. Today it's serving over 20,000 children in Indiana. And they've had over 180,000 hours of tutoring, but we're watching that return on investment closely. But that's an interesting one. The other one I want to mention in school choice is, in one of the earlier panels, we heard a lot about rethinking high school, which, yes, is a topic all over the nation. But immediately you get from parents or community leaders or others, but, you know, well, my child, we don't have the money to pay for the dual enrollment course to have them complete that credential of value. Or we don't have the money for them to have transportation from Perry County in the middle of Hoosier National Forest with no stoplight to Vandenberg County, which is their career dream. And so Indiana launched the Career Scholarship Account. It's called CSA, and it's open to all school types, all children, up to $5,000 for a sophomore, junior, or senior every year it restarts. And it specifically is focused on removing barriers for children at those grade levels to increase quality work-based learning and increase market-driven credentials of value. We want no barriers in the way. Now that is new. It's still in its infancy. We're tweaking, we're learning. But those are just a few of the newest school choice elements in Indiana.
That's fantastic.
I would just add on that if I could. Yes.
Very briefly, we're at time, so.
Knowing of the sense making and the binary I want to be the one on this panel that I will acknowledge that part of what constrains the conversation is because those of us who are critics and friendly critics know that there are folks who want to dismantle and destroy institutions, public institutions, including schools. So we're always reluctant to appear to give aid and comfort to them, and that has a chilling effect on the conversation. And I would not leave here
Did I make it sound like that?
No, not
You did not.
not at all.
Yeah?
Those of us who are just concerned about fascism and, kind of like knee-jerk.
I think we're all concerned about that, Ralph.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we are.
Yeah.
And the point is, there's also folks who use charters and choice in this conversation to bash unions, to bash collective bargaining. And so those of us, when we join this, like me, when we join this conversation, we ought to declare that unions are essential to everything we do, everything we will accomplish, and to the workforce that we need today and tomorrow. And I don't want my longstanding support for choice and charter schools to let anybody think that collective bargaining is the problem or that unions are the problem. We have a lot of problems, but they are not.
That's one I
That's
think
a
we're going
whole
to have to
nother
agree.
panel.
Yeah, it's a whole nother panel we have to agree, disagree
Now.
on. I will leave on a high note. I love the
I do want to, I'm sorry.
You're standing between lunch, so be
Great.
really careful.
I just want to end on this note. Parents are the best experts for their children, so empowering parents to make good decisions for their children, supporting them in doing that is the way forward in America. Ralph, I feel like we'll have to come back to the Reagan Institute some point and talk about teachers' unions and the true impact that they have had on American education. Because 2 years of school closures and lawsuits to keep schools closed has shown American parents that we cannot trust the teachers' unions in America and the leadership. We love teachers, but I'll tell you what, the union bosses lead to learning losses.
So 2 views on the unions we can come back to. I want to end on the high.
We come back.
I want to end on the high note with Indianapolis. I look back on my career, and one of the things, I was a founding board member with Bart Peterson at the Mine Trust, getting those schools off the ground. I'm actually going out to have lunch with Bart here in a couple of weeks, and like the transformation there, and a lot of people said we were anti this or anti that, and the transformation there for kids has been remarkable, and it's something I look back on. I'm very happy that I was able to play a small role in it. Hey, thank you all so much for being here. We were literally standing between you all and lunch, so it is lunchtime now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Fred Ryan, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute.
Thank you. Sorry. Well, welcome back to our afternoon session, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. Here at the Reagan Foundation Institute, we've recently launched the Center on Civility and Democracy, and its mission is simple: to promote constructive solutions to the deep divisions that are putting our democracy at risk. Education is among the key solutions. Education remains an issue that can still draw people together to work across political lines. But that's not to say that education is immune from the toxic impacts of incivility. From school board chambers to college squads, we've witnessed just how quickly passionate views can spark hostile confrontations. So with our children's futures at stake, we have to insist on promoting civility in education and count on our leaders to do so. One leader who's been active in this civility effort is Governor Sununu of New Hampshire. Now, civil does not mean quiet, nor is civil code for squishy. I've never heard either of those terms applied to you, Governor. But like Ronald Reagan, Governor Sununu is no shrinking violet. He'll make sure you know where he stands on the issues, but he knows his political opponent is not his enemy, and that thoughtful leadership can find common ground. He's a governor who's been elected to 4 terms and who has won more votes in a single election than any candidate in his state. His record on education would make any governor envious. As he outlined in his most recent State of the State address, New Hampshire's public schools are ranked number 2 in the nation. New Hampshire spends more dollars per child on public education than ever before, and that's after Governor Sununu delivering tax relief and balanced budgets. We know New Hampshire as the live free or die state. Now that doesn't exactly sound like there's a lot of room for compromise, or sound that civil. But Governor Sununu is showing us that to truly live free is to live in a thriving democracy where one can and must lead with civility. Please join me in welcoming Governor Sununu. Thank you, Governor. Oh, absolutely. Great. Welcome, Governor. Terrific to have you here.
Great. I'm very excited and slightly nervous. So, are we streaming this, by the way?
Yeah.
I was told we were streaming this by my father. And that's why I'm nervous, because I know he's watching at home. So.
Well, let's start off with a question your dad's really going to like.
Okay.
As we talked briefly, we've launched the Center on Civility and Democracy, and one of the top issues that we're seeing across the country are people feel that the divisions are damaging our democracy, and it's an overwhelming number that says that we have to do something about it, and education is certainly a key part of the solution. Could you talk a little bit about what governors can do and some of the things you've done in that area?
Sure. So, I mean, I think really since the pandemic, right? Because there's I've been governor for going on 8 years now. It's 4 terms because I have to get elected every 2 years. And there's kind of 3 lives. There's our pre-pandemic lives, our pandemic lives, and our post-pandemic. But really since the pandemic, what you've seen is one of the most important things is trust, which really there's not a whole lot in this town, right? There's not a whole lot of public trust when it comes to the federal government, Congress, Senate, and all that. But with governors, regardless of party, when you poll folks, they trust their governors, they trust their local leaders, they trust their mayors. So those that have maintained a strong connection to the constituent have been able to be transparent about what they're doing, and transparency is really the foundation of that public trust. And so when you do that, that's how you can start having real conversations. You don't get stagnated into the way of doing things yesterday, and specifically around education, it's okay. Are we going to just do school choice? What does that really mean? And what does it mean for New Hampshire? What does it mean for the city of Manchester? It might be very different than what it means for the town of Salem, New Hampshire, right? And fundamentally in New Hampshire, one of the biggest differences we have over the other 49 states is we are so locally controlled. And it was really how the founding fathers just wanted to design the system, that at the local level should be the areas of influence that have the most policy impact on you and your family and your business. Over time, a lot of states have gotten away from that, right? They've centralized more power in their capitals. We haven't. We've just done just the opposite, and it's that live free or die thing, right? It's about freedom. It's about individual responsibility, individual liberties, allowing the free market of both business and the free market of government, right? And by that I mean, you know, a lot of times a locality might be doing something in education or otherwise that I completely disagree with. And the Republicans might come to me and say, hey, Gov, we're going to pass a law and say, you know, no town can do X, Y, and Z in education. No, we're not doing that, right? Because at its core, we have to stay true to allowing individuals to make their own choices for better or worse. And so that gets to the democracy issue. Right? I'm very optimistic on democracy. I'm very optimistic on where this country is going, actually. And we're going to have bumps in the road. I'm an engineer by trade. And so we're going to have bumps in the road. But the system was designed, those founding fathers were wicked smart, as we say in New Hampshire, right? They really were. The system was designed very, very well. And the most fundamental, important aspect of democracy is your ability to vote and change your path. And you have a say. And as long as we all have a say. Now, how we consume information and misinformation and all that, that's related, but not really the end-all, be-all. That's a problem, not necessarily something government is going to fix. I think it's a cultural problem. But as long as we all have the power to vote, and we are all voting, and we are all making that choice, it's all in our hands. And I keep pushing to, again, decentralize power. I think that's a really important aspect of getting people to feel like their vote matters, to feel like they can have a real influence on their families' lives, specifically around education.
Well, you mentioned information, access to information, and in the current environment in America, what we teach in our schools and how we teach it is receiving a great deal of scrutiny. And you've championed the civics textbook and other measures to bolster civics education. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so look, I'm a huge believer. Civics is so crucial. And again, I'm going to brag on New Hampshire a little bit. I have 400 legislators, 400. Like, there's British Parliament, there's U.S. Congress, and then there's the state of New Hampshire. And the 400 in New Hampshire represent only 1.4 million people. So by definition, by math, it's the most representative body of government on the planet, right? So from a civic standpoint, we eat, live, and breathe it. And then you add this aspect of local control. I don't do teacher contracts. I don't decide every pothole that's going to be filled. That's done at the local level. I have no sales and income tax. As a citizen, businesses have some taxes in New Hampshire, but as a citizen, the only tax you might pay is if you own a home. You'll pay property tax. I can't do anything with that. I can't tell you how to spend your property tax at all. You go to town meeting every year. I know it sounds corny to folks, but man, it works. And you battle it out with your neighbor about what is going to happen in your schools and what potholes will be filled and whether you do an upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant. It's all local, and you have complete say on your dollars. So that's why folks are so, if I may, we have a really smart electorate in New Hampshire because we get really involved in issues. And I'm going to take it a step further. This is why we have the first in the nation primary, right? It isn't because it's a nice tradition for us. We are really engaged. Our average citizens are really engaged on the issues, and we have the highest voter turnout because of local control empowers folks to really get involved in what's happening at that level. So I totally forgot what your question was. I apologize.
It's your civics.
But this is why the civics piece is so important, right? Because I think the more our students especially know and appreciate and understand fundamentally how it works, it isn't the government's all corrupt, and if you don't agree with me, you must be, a bad politician and a bad person. I disagree with a lot of politicians, to be sure. 98%, let's go with 98. 98% of elected officials are in it for the right reason. They just want a better result for their community. And so one thing I really try to do on the civic side of things is we talk about empathy, but do we practice it? Right? We all have to really strive hard to practice empathy and be a model for our kids. Okay, this person is coming at an issue from a completely different standpoint. I might think their approach and their solution is completely crazy, but they're not crazy. All right, why do they think that way? What's their background? What's their story, right? So maybe I'm missing something here. And just saying, sometimes when someone really disagrees with me, I'll just say, tell me more. I'm not there yet. Tell me more. What else? What am I missing here? And allowing that conversation, that's civics. Making sure the conversations are happening. And hopefully they're happening in the classroom in a constructive way. I think I'm going a little far afield, but as an example that we're seeing every day, the Gaza-Israel conflict. The reason I get so frustrated with that, I'm incredibly pro-Israel. And the reason I get so frustrated is because I don't think the conversation is happening in a constructive way in a lot of our classrooms across the country on that issue in particular. And so civics can bring, again, I'm not telling you how you have to agree with me or not agree with me, but how that discussion happens, I think is all based in a good understanding of civics and an appreciation of how your voices can really have an impact, again, going back to the local level, right in your community.
Just to follow up a little more on that, in fact, the next panel is going to be talking about campuses, university campuses, and things are certainly quite volatile there today. Some people feel that students are not arriving in college with the skills to be able to have a dialogue short of confrontation. What are you doing, or what can be done?
Yeah, well, they're definitely not. They are definitely not. And again, that's not going to change fundamentally, unfortunately. There are things that we can do. Again, let's take a step back. They're not because of how they consume information, right? So there's so much of their time is eaten up, whether it's on social media or doom scrolling, or how they're getting their news and their data and you know what their sources are. They don't even question what the sources are. And that's just the age of technology and how they're absorbing screens and using screen time. So again, going back to that issue of civics, making sure that we're teaching them not just, you should learn everything you need to know about civics from this book, but understanding the pros and cons of where you get information and how you consume it has a really negative chain reaction. Now, what can we do? I don't want to just harp on screens and social media. It's here to stay, but we really try to emphasize getting off screens and having conversations. And it's really those soft skills, right? It's not just a skill in the classroom in terms of discussion. You guys all have employees, right? It's a soft skill in business. It's team building. It's learning to compromise, understanding you're not there to get everything you want. Sometimes we have a voice, sometimes we think we're right, and someone completely disagrees, and the team goes in a different direction. That's okay, right? You don't have a tantrum and storm out of the room. But that type of problem solving and learning to cope with, I'll call it learning to cope with, loss of ideas. Just because your idea didn't get pushed forward this time doesn't mean we won't come back to it another time. It's amazing how some young people, and I'm a dad. I mean, I have a 19-year-old, an 18-year-old, and an 11-year-old. I'm living it as a dad. I really am, in all different aspects. But at the core of all of it, quality education, not education that says just do what Governor Sununu says, but quality education with inspirational teachers, that at its fundamental basis is the key, the first domino that has to fall to have quality discussions and give them, I think, these real life workforce skills.
Just on information and how people get it. Obviously, in order for democracy to function, then we have to have agreement on common facts and some truth. Otherwise, how do we debate the issues? And how concerned are you about the onslaught of disinformation, misinformation we're getting now, and this looming on the horizon AI-powered disinformation at scale, and what can we do about it?
Yeah, it's incredibly concerning. The hope is this, that I always make the joke, my generation invented social media, and man, did we screw it up. We didn't have the maturity to handle this incredible technology that we created, where we can instantly talk to the whole world, in literally an instant. Right. The hope is, and I do believe in this next generation, that they are growing up in it, they understand it, I think they appreciate the boundaries of it even better than maybe we do. So I don't want to just be blindly optimistic, but I am quite hopeful that they are learning certain skills and nuances about the pros and cons of how to handle a lot of that information. But whether it's AI and deep fakes and all that sort of thing, it's really here to stay. Now, I am by human nature, I go back to that term free market, right? I think we learn, sometimes you have to maybe pull a lot of information down on social media or off the internet and realize it's not true and get burned by it a little bit before you go, wait a minute, I hope I can't keep making this mistake. And sometimes you have to kind of get burned a little bit. You got to feel a little bit of the pain to realize, wait a minute, I have to have a different path, a different way of consuming information, a different way of getting, and a lot of that just comes with maturity with kids, right? Going from the difference between 16 and 23 years old nowadays is night and day, right? In terms of I think those skills in managing how that information is coming in and what to do with it, right? That's another thing. We're so reactionary in everything we do. Our society says, well, if you do A, I have to do B, or you go, it's an immediate if-then statement. It's not. It's okay to consume some information and do nothing, right?
Right.
It is. It's okay to listen. Oh, I agree or don't agree, but I'm going to go back to making dinner. Right, you know what I mean? But we live in this society where we think we have to be immediately reactionary. It's like, we used to make the joke, the MTV generation, right? Everything was flash and in your face and all that. And now we this generation consumes information quickly, and there's an immediate snap call to action. You don't have to, just absorb it. Think about it a little bit. It's okay. Take a breath. And the sun's going to come up tomorrow.
Do you have, just speaking of social media, do you have a view on what role the federal government should play in regulating it?
Yeah, so All right, so let's just, the TikTok is the big question, right? My concern is this. I totally understand why people want to ban TikTok. I get the concept why, because we don't want, especially in the live free or die state, taking our information and selling it to China and all that. But a couple things are going to happen. First, 300+ million people in America alone have TikTok, and you're just not going to make it poof, disappear on their devices. But TikTok is not the problem. I mean, TikTok is part of the problem. But there's like 40 other apps out there right now that is consuming your information from foreign sources. And while it might not be directly owned by China, those foreign entities and private businesses in Spain could take your information and sell it to China tomorrow. Like, let's not be ignorant of that. Alibaba is owned by China. We're one of the biggest. When I banned TikTok, not in the state, but I banned it on government devices, right? Because I didn't want them using TikTok as a way to pull information specifically off government devices. But when I did that executive order, I didn't just do TikTok. I have to go back and look. There's like 14 other apps that my team said, these are all doing the exact same thing. They don't have the flair of TikTok and maybe the downloads of TikTok, but these are all just as dangerous, by the way. And even if you banned all those, there's going to be another 14 after that and a 14 after that. So the problem is bigger than we appreciate. And it isn't just, okay, we can complain because China's directly taking our information, which I cannot stand, but just not be ignorant that a lot of people can create apps that take our information that get sold to third parties 4 or 5 different times and eventually end up on a Chinese server. That's unfortunately where we're going. I think there are some laws that we should put into place that talk about how the information is being processed, what information can be stored, and putting barriers around that, and what foreign entities can take it. But to say we're going to ban that app and that app, who's the app czar? I mean, when do we say, well, that one's in China, but these guys are in Russia, and this one of the owners lived in Iran, so should we worry about that? I mean, you're going to go down a rabbit hole of when does this stop? So I just get nervous about that, about thinking that if we just pass this law, we'll be good. I mean, that's exactly what China would love, a sense of comfort. We banned TikTok, we're good. No, guys, this is long-term problem.
But beyond the question of personal data, the idea of the power that domestic U.S. platforms have in elections to quickly spread stories, false stories. Do you have a view on regulating that?
I'm getting more optimistic. I think Facebook, Twitter, they all got burned. I mean, really publicly burned for trying to manipulate. But they thought they were doing the right thing, but they were doing the wrong thing. Not because they had the wrong view, but because they were really abusing I think the information, coming out. And some of it was they were canceling real information and putting out their own misinformation unknowingly. So, and I'm going to take this a little bigger. It's not just social media, right? It's a lot of big business over the past few years. Anytime they get political, it never turns out well, right? Yeah. Target, Anheuser-Busch, Ford, Coca-Cola. We can keep going down the list. And conservative companies do it too. And one thing I've been trying to do in the past kind of 18 months, my free advice to a lot, it shocks me, I'm going to be a little rude, it shocks me how dumb some of these big companies are. And they're really so big, they're so disconnected from their customer. They listen to some consultants or PR people from New York or whatever it is. They just, they make it like it's no big deal. And next thing you know, they're getting their market share is getting crushed and they can't figure out what just happened, right? And that's when you talk to most of them, they're like, we had no idea. Here's an idea. Go sell a Coca-Cola. Focus on that. Go sell a Ford, right? Go sell a car. Go sell a widget. Focus on your business. Ignore the politics. It has never turned out well when a company on the business side of things tries to get overly political. But they're getting wooed into it. And again, I think they're learning. Same with social media. Right. Manipulation of information. They kind of go, oh, no, we have this opportunity. Nope, it didn't work out well, right? And I think a lot of those companies are backing off of that idea. And I think they are striving long-term to create better internal guidelines to say, let's just sell our product. Let's just be a social media platform and, allow the information to go back and forth. And again, there's some really hateful, awful things on social media. Right. And, you go back to free speech, of course. People have the right to free speech. But just because you don't agree with somebody or someone's a jerk doesn't mean you ban them on the platform or don't give them an audience. I do believe they have every right to speak out loud.
Just to come back a little bit, at the beginning we talked a little about the unique things that governors can do. And just in talking about our politics in general, there seems to be a contrast between Congress, where certain people on the fringes can build a brand and become well-known by doing the outrageous and finding ways not to get things done, not to compromise, and get reelected. Governors are CEOs. Governors have to deliver. So how can governors play a bigger role in leading us out?
Yeah, again, lead by example. And I think, look, almost all the governors get along. I mean, in my 8 years, I can honestly tell you there's really only been 2, maybe a third, but 2 real governors that really nobody liked. Nobody cared for at all. I don't mind.
Would you say who they are?
Do you really want me to? Yeah, Andrew Cuomo, complete jackass. No one liked him. And I gotta be honest. No one cares for Gavin. Gavin's just a prick. Excuse me. He just is. It's really disappointing. I got along with him. All of us got along for a while. But even the Democrats, they won't tell you out loud. But behind closed doors, you're like, oh God, look who's coming. You know, they all roll their eyes because. And look, governors are about. I'm sure that'll hit social media. Who cares? Governors all get along. I mean, some of the most liberal. Tina Kotek's a great example. Tina is the governor of Oregon. There is absolutely nothing Tina and I probably agree with politically, but she's a wonderful person. I think she's really great. I call her my favorite West Coast governor. You know, Phil Murphy in New Jersey, right? Phil Murphy and I get along great. We really do. He's got this amazing sense of humor. Again, I don't think he does a great job as governor. He probably would say the same as me. That's okay. But we have different approaches, but we get along really, really well. And overall, the governors really, really are a very good team because we're 24/7. There's no vacation, right? There's a shooting, there's a flood, there's a whatever. My phone's going to ring, and I'm the guy they call, and that's fine. That comes with the job. I don't really get vacation, and that's hard. And it's probably why after 4 terms, I'd like vacation. I'd like to go on vacation, and I'd like to earn a real paycheck in the whole 9 yards. But that contrast has never been so clear between the nonsense in this city. And again, it's because as governors, we're in our states. We stay local. These guys here. These men and women almost have the excuse, but it really works against them to be here and not be with their constituents. Now, and let me back up what the role, the job is so different, right? Congress has 2 jobs. They approve or disapprove of a policy, and they approve or disapprove of funding. Right. And that's it. They don't design the mental health system. They don't design a system for better homeless services or integration of education or what. They don't design anything, right? I think CEOs, I think all governors should be engineers. I think all politicians should be engineers, by the way, because it's about, okay, are we going to design flexibility in the system? We have a policy, we have some funding, okay, fine. But now we have to figure out how do we get from A to B to C, and actually, are we going to get a return on that investment? And if not, are we going to be able to pivot, or are we just going to be stalled? Are we going to do things the old-fashioned way? You bring in stakeholders, you bring in, doesn't matter the political party, you just design and get stuff done. They don't have to do any of that. And to your point, most importantly, they can raise a lot. I think campaign finance reform is drastically needed in this country, and anyone who's not talking about that is missing the boat. To your point, they are extreme, they do nothing, and they raise a ton of money off it. Right. Not just to get themselves reelected, but for the showmanship of that extremism. But they're fools. I mean, how's the Marjorie Taylor Greene bill doing? Is there any bill that she's ever even, I don't even know what she does. Or Matt Gaetz, I mean, but they're known for their extremism, but they actually don't functionally do anything, you know, for the betterment of good governance and civics. So that's really frustrating. Now, I think ultimately, if you want to know where I'm a little pessimistic and where this country is going to be in trouble, it's about 8 years from now. In about 8 years, I'm a fiscal hawk. I really am. I work really hard to balance budgets. It's not easy. I have a surplus every single year, and I always cut taxes. And it's not easy. It's really, really hard. These guys get away with not even doing it. Even the Republicans will tell you it's not that important, which blows my mind, and that's a real frustration. Probably the number one reason why I didn't run for the Senate was I had Republican senators saying, well, no one really cares about balanced budgets and fiscal discipline. And I said, screw you, I don't want to be part of this at all. But what's going to happen in 8 years? Social Security is going bankrupt. That is a fact. And there is already a law in place that the Social Security benefits that some folks in this room might be waiting for are going to get cut. I think it's 23%. Like, that's in law. That's happening. Your benefits are being cut. Someone has to fix that, has to stop that. And it isn't borrowing more money, right? Then, immediately after that, Medicare will go bankrupt. That is a mathematical fact. It is coming. And it's coming much faster than anyone wants to acknowledge. The problem is Congress waits for the crisis before they react. And as anybody knows, if you're solving a problem in the middle of a crisis, you're not putting forth really the best solution. You're just plugging the gap and hoping for the best. So that's the frustration that this town gets away with, and we allow them as citizens to get away with, only reacting and forcing them to do something when the crisis really, really hits. I say fire. I mean it sincerely. I'm not making a joke. I honestly believe just fire them all, right? Fire take the U.S. Senate, and I have great friends on the U.S. Senate. I was with Senator Ricketts, former Governor Ricketts, but Senator Ricketts last night for dinner. Great guy. But you can't tell me if we fired all 100 U.S. senators and replaced them with 100 randomly chosen working adults in America. You can't tell me they're going to get less done, right? I mean, think about how low the bar has been set. Think about it for a second. You can't tell me we're going to get a worse result, right? So they've really set this bar so low. They pass one bill, pat themselves on the back, and want accolades for it. So it's very disappointing. It really is. And so I think on a different level, because governors have to be there 24/7 and always accountable, we have a different standard that we have to, and that you all, the citizens, force us to live by, which is great. And in New Hampshire, I got to get elected. I'm the only governor, me and Phil Scott, governor of Vermont. We're the only two governors in the country that have to get elected every 2 years. And people say, isn't that terrible? And I'm like, well, for me it is. Yeah, it sucks. But for the citizens, it's awesome. If I'm doing my job and I think I've earned it, you can rehire me. And if not, you can fire me. And you should if I'm not doing my job and I'm not living to certain standards. And I love that feedback response system. I love that accountability. It's really hard as a governor to raise money and run every 2 years, and it drains on the family and all that sort of thing. But it is the way the system, I think the system should work to get the best results.
We got a text that your father stopped watching for a few minutes, but I think he's back on C-SPAN. So maybe I got the
over at Dunkin' Donuts.
The 1 minute. No, we have 1 minute left. But I know one thing that you should be very proud of is the Education Freedom Act, and maybe with your dad watching, you could tell us.
Yeah, look, it's school choice, right? For 30 years, we fought hard for school choice. We actually finally got it done, and we did it. I don't know if we talked about this yesterday, but we did it. I said. They kept trying to do school choice for everyone, and we couldn't get it passed. Even some of our kind of free stater, libertarian-minded Republicans didn't want it because they didn't want public money going to private schools or Catholic schools because they thought there was a real boundary there. So I got it passed because I said, okay, we're going to focus on up to 300% of the federal poverty level and below. So it's school choice where you can, as a parent, you can decide how the state money to education for your kid, you can decide however you want to spend it. Right? Homeschool, private school, charter, whatever it is. But we did it for the lowest income families. The ones, it's a rough way of saying it, but why should private school only be for the rich kids, right? Let's start with those that have no choice or limited choices because they are one parent working family or whatever it is. And so it was amazing. We didn't do it for political reasons, but you had folks coming up saying, no one has ever asked me what I thought of my kids' education. And they felt empowered. They felt thrilled. And you had a lot of low-income families, a lot of inner-city families for various reasons, rural families that just didn't have economic opportunities as everybody else. All of a sudden we're saying, here, there's 10,000. What do you want to do with it? Where do you want it to go? What school do you want? And most of them just stuck with their public schools. It's fine. But for those, because our public schools are really great. We have amazing teachers and amazing public schools. You don't do school choice because your schools are failing. Our schools are phenomenal. You do school choice because, out of 100 kids, there's 1 or 2 where the 4 traditional walls of the classroom just aren't working. That's just not. So maybe a little extra, help on the side, maybe go into a completely different environment, maybe it's a bullying issue, whatever. Who am I to say why you should be taking that path? The government's job is not to solve your problems. It's not. My job is not to come up with a solution for you. My job is to come up with as many doors of opportunity for you, your business, your kids, your family, whatever. And then live free or die. You do you, man. You pick the door that is best for you, right? And that's what school choice is. I'm not telling you have to fit in this box or that box or that box. It's you know your kids, you know your business, you know your needs, you know your story. And so while from an empathetic standpoint, I can't listen to everybody's story, I appreciate everyone has an important story, an important path, an important viewpoint. And at a local level, what's more local than you and your family, you should be able to make that choice. And if it doesn't work for you, you can pivot. You can try something else. You're not stuck in that box. And so that's really what it's all about. It's not about politics. It's not because the system doesn't work or anything like that. Like I said, our education system is phenomenal in New Hampshire. It's because I don't know what your story is, and you have every right to find your path for your kids. And if you're doing that, that's how you create efficiency. That's how you get rid of bureaucracy that gets in your way. You create efficiency in the system, and you allow people to stay empowered, both in civics and education. And it's just a different way. Look, New Hampshire, we're a little bit different, in case you can't tell. I would say we're a little different, but we're a hell of a lot better.
Governor, thank you. Thank you for
bet,
joining us
really
today. It was a
great.
great conversation. Sure appreciate it. Fine. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is The Conversation Crisis, College Campuses and Civil Discourse. Please welcome to the stage Sarah Custer of Inside Higher Ed and our distinguished speakers.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel session today, which will be, I'm sure, pretty tame and not talking about anything very controversial at all. So just to set the context a little bit for this conversation, the deep polarization of American society has seeped onto college campuses, which is understandable because universities are a reflection of society. They represent every facet of society. So not surprising, perhaps, to see the polarization that we're seeing on campuses right now. What is different, however, is the state of free speech on campuses. It's being decried by people on the left and on the right and across the political spectrum. I think everyone can agree that civil discourse is at the heart of learning, inquiry, and the higher education mission, but I think where we don't necessarily agree is exactly what that civil discourse is. So hopefully we'll get into that a little bit in this conversation. And civil discourse, of course, is the most important thing in an election year. So without further ado, joining me on the panel is Dr. Pano Canelos, who is the founding president of the University of Austin, and he served as the 24th president of St. John's College in Annapolis before joining the University of Austin. We then have Jackie Pfeffer Merrill, who is the executive director of the Fund for Academic, she is the Campus Free Expression Project, the director of that at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Before that, she was the executive director of the Fund for Academic Renewal and Program of the American Council of Trustees and Alumni. Then we have Brandon L. Simmons, who's the chairman of the Board of Regents at Texas Southern University, and he was appointed to that role just recently in May of 2023, so about a year ago. And then finally, at the end, we have Chuck Welch, who's the president of the Association of American Colleges and Universities. After he joined, sorry, it's the state colleges and universities, isn't it? Sorry about that, Chuck. After he joined that, after serving nearly 13 years as the president of the Arkansas State University System, and he's also the past president of Henderson State University. So we have a very wide representation of the university landscape joining us today. So I'm really excited to hear what we have to say. First, I'd like to just talk about this topic of polarization on campuses. I think we can all agree that free speech and civil discourse do go together, but I'm interested to hear where you guys think the polarization on campus started and perhaps how it's evolved to this present moment. Jackie, I'm going to start with you on that one, please.
Sure, well, thank you very much, and I want to thank the Reagan Institute for this annual event on education. One thing I wanted to say, I don't think October 7th changed things on campus, but it really was revealing about the state of things that were already present on campus, and on some, but not all campuses, the kind of erosion of civil discourse and free expression norms. So I think that there are lots of pressures. I'm sure, well, it's, COVID and the adolescent experience, people growing up in more think-alike neighborhoods, the way in which polarization seeps onto campus. But there are some universities that have not really focused on the mission of preparing people to be independent thinkers and scholars really being able to advance scholarship, and that has eroded the abilities of some schools to have a real robust culture of open inquiry.
Okay, interesting. Chuck.
Yeah, I think it's reflective of what's happening in broader society. When you see the divisions and the polarization that we have, I couldn't help. I mean, this happened by chance, but when I walked in the building today, one of the first photos I saw was President Reagan shaking hands with Speaker Tip O'Neill. Last week, I was on the Hill, and there was one congressional office that had a photograph of Speaker Johnson shaking hands with Hakeem Jeffries. It was there to send the message he shouldn't be talking to him, right? This was not a member of Congress that is supportive of Speaker Johnson or Hakeem Jeffries. Let me be clear on that. But there was no statement. It was just an unstated way of saying, look, this guy is trying to work with the other side. Yet I walk in here today and see the exact opposite thing. And so I think this has been an evolution of what's happening in a broader society that's coming to our campuses, just like we're seeing policies that are happening at the State House level are coming from national political rhetoric. And I think that that's something that is probably it's not good for either side.
We'll get into the influence of state politics a little bit later, but Pano.
So I'm going to challenge the premise. I don't think we have polarization at universities. I think universities have become unipolar. So polarization to me implies that there are two poles and there's some sort of contested middle. I don't think in most institutions there is room for any kind of contest in the middle. I think it mostly become unipolar institutions. I don't think being bipolar, and that could be taken two ways, is a solution. I mean, we have to create multipolar institutions. So institutions where there's the broadest range of opinions and ideas shared. And to do that, you have to cultivate institutions that are essentially not reflective of society, but reflecting upon society in the most complex ways. So that's what I'd say about polarization. I would also say in terms of the civil discourse piece, if you don't model civil discourse in the classroom, you're not going to have civil discourse on the campus. So everything has to start in the classroom, and institutions have to be very purposeful in cultivating conversations in a classroom that reward intellectual risk-taking, that incentivize listening, that push against the grain when everybody seems to be moving in the same direction or agreeing about things. So,
can I just ask you on the unipolarization, has it always been like that, or is there a point in your mind whenever it started shifting toward that?
1986, July 30, no, I'm just kidding. So obviously, there's what we see today has many different causes. I would say one particular strand that I've become sensitive to is the tenure process. So, when people think about tenure at universities, they think of this model where professors get jobs and they have jobs for life and they're protected, their academic freedom's protected. But the way the process works assumes that only professors are qualified to hire other professors. So the tenure process depends upon senior professors hiring their junior colleagues, then running them through a 6-year gauntlet to make sure that they like what they say and like what they do, and then giving them tenure. And so what's happened over time is we keep iterating in one political, one ideological direction. So tenure, which was meant to preserve academic freedom for tenured professors, actually stifles academic freedom because the aperture to get in for people who might disagree is closing more and more each year.
Interesting. Brandon, I'm interested to hear from you if there's a point in your mind whenever the bipolarization or unipolarization of institutions really took off.
Yeah, thanks for that question, and thank you so much to the Reagan Institute. Really excited to be here. I thought that my colleague up here, Pano, was going to take advantage of pushing the prompt a little bit, and I'm going to push it actually even more, because I think we're sitting in Washington, we're in an election year, and we're watching TV, and so we see what's happening on some campuses. And I think that there's maybe an additional polarity here, which is there certainly are campuses that have arguments on one side or the other of certain of these big political issues, often more just one side. But there are so many campuses in the country that actually are focused on economic mobility and focused on serving strivers. And when they list their top priorities, they don't really talk as much about a lot of the things that we're going to talk about on this panel. And even though my views on this panel are my own views and not on behalf of the university, I'm really excited to bring a voice from a community of strivers to this type of conversation. Because I think a lot of what I think is wrong, I think about our, I've shared this story with a few people here. We had our commencement last week at Texas Southern, and many of us here have seen at our alma maters all sorts of wild occurrences at our commencements. And I was curious, especially as a new board chair, I thought, wow, if something bad happens at the commencement, I might get a call about this. And so I checked in, I said, what happened? And someone told me, the only thing that happened was there were a few people on campus handing out flyers to encourage the students to disrupt graduation on behalf of events happening in the Middle East right now. And I thought, oh no, what happened? And I was told, oh, nobody took any of the flyers from them. The people who were graduating were so proud to be graduating from college. Their parents and grandparents were so proud of that day that was the only thing that mattered to them. And so I think that's one voice that's kind of missing from this often, which is, yes, there are many, I think that one line was preparing people to be scholars. There is also preparing people to participate in the economy, preparing people to flourish in the economy and have a stake in the system that we all live in. And so I think when we're focused on that, we're winning. And that's the message that I have to bring.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, and I think there is something to be said about where we are seeing these protests happen, mostly on private institutions, Ivy League institutions, where arguably students might have time to be in encampments for multiple days. They don't have jobs that they have to go to. It's a massive generalization, but Brandon, I just want to pick up on a point.
You don't have encampments at most commuter schools, probably.
Well, exactly. So but then you also said that these conversations, like the one that we're having now, aren't happening on those campuses. So I just want to ask you to expand on that a little bit. Is it not happening because we aren't seeing this free speech crisis on those campuses, or are they perhaps not digging into these issues as much? Why do you think we're not having the civil discourse conversation on those campuses where there are strivers?
Yeah, well, I guess I didn't mean to say in any way that there are no conversations about civil discourse. I more meant to say that this topic is not showing up as one that disrupts day-to-day existence on the campus. The thing that I think of in terms of ranking issues of importance, I think about the great Gallup poll from just a few years ago that showed that globally, the most important thing to everyone is a job, a good job. That is the number one thing that people all around the world want. So I think in a sense, to your encampment point, there's a certain post-materialist element when it comes to some of the most extreme things that we see happening. There's a balance and a range of things happening, but I think the core work of teaching and learning is aimed at the journey of economic mobility. That's how I see it, at least.
Can I chime in on that? I mean, I really appreciate the kind of economic mobility, and people do go to school to get a job, and I have a son in university, I don't want him to move back into the basement. But I really think we have to defend the higher in higher education that is a kind of as an academic core. But what the students bring in this type of institution or in our two-year community college institutions is that they're not 18 to 22. I think the average age of a student in the country is 25. And those students have one foot on campus and one foot in the community. And they already know from their experiences in workplaces and with their neighborhoods and their PTA even, I have to work with people who really think different. And I'm bringing that to campus. We don't see that as much with the people who are matriculating as 18-year-olds who spent 18 months during COVID, zooming into a classroom from their bedroom.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting point. Pano, I think what you were talking about, we had a big conversation in the green room, and I think some of your points about what you're doing at the University of Austin really speak to, even in an elite university, helping students be connected to and prepared for the real world.
I want to pick up, because we've unleashed the encampment conversation, so I think we can move on to that a little bit. And part of that debate is around what is free speech, which seems like an interesting question to be asking, because surely there's an easy answer to that, but it becomes incredibly complex on college campuses. Chuck, I'm looking to you because you're representing state schools here, and I think it's a little bit different of a question to answer than for private institutions. Is there any speech under free speech freedoms that would be not allowed, in your opinion?
I think that depends on who you ask. I saw a poll recently that 90% of Americans think free speech is one of the most important rights that they have. But yet we have this significant situation where, and this is a nonpartisan comment because we're seeing it from both sides, where the content of the speech determines whether or not it should be truly free, depending on the person and where their personal ideological issues are. And we've seen it more than once on our campuses. Now, let me go back to something that Brandon said to kind of bring this home. I mean, we represent regional public universities in the United States. There are 517 regional public universities, 70% of public universities, 7 million students. We did some research on how many of those campuses had public coverage of encampments or challenges related to post-October 7th, and it was 15 of those campuses. Almost all were in large metropolitan areas. Also, many of those where it is occurring, it's largely because of outside agitators who are coming in to make it build even more. We have engaged for 20 years in a project with the New York Times, a nonpartisan project called the American Democracy Project, where we try to work with our students on the importance of civil discourse and the importance of being good Americans. Half of our students are students of color. Almost half of our students are first generation. 54% of all Pell recipients in the United States attend a regional public university. To Brendan's point, these are the students who are going to have social and economic mobility. These are the students who are going to college to learn and to get a job. But it's also a situation where most of them are members of the community. You mentioned 1 foot in the campus and 1 foot in the community. And so do those faculty members. And so do those administrators in many instances, so that you have that civil discourse going on there. That's certainly not to suggest that there's unilateral agreement. There are lots of arguments and disagreements on political ideologies and philosophies, but I think there is much better communication that is happening. That's still, though, the issue with free speech is we've got to come to some understanding that everybody has the right to their own opinion and their own statement, and that we should talk about it whether we agree with it or not. And that all goes back to my very opening statement, where we saw that in the 80s, even in our political environment. We don't see that today, and it's bleeding into some of the instances on the campuses.
Okay. Jackie, is there any speech that you think is disallowed on college campuses?
No, I would say, short of true threats or incitement,
Right.
campuses should be wide open spaces. But that doesn't mean, and academic freedom doesn't mean that kind of a pass from ensuring that the campus is a respectful, effective learning environment for everybody. To paraphrase Justice Robert Jackson, academic freedom is not a suicide pact, and the university is not a open public square, in the sense that when we hear, speech such as, calls for intifada, that's protected speech. But when that happens over and over and over, it creates an environment where Jewish students and faculty and staff can't feel, they're so distracted appropriately by that missing environment that they can't really engage in, in learning. And so it's important for the universities to, set a tone and say, that's protected, but it's also eroding the environment we need to accomplish our mission, which is a learning mission. It's not a public square mission.
Pano.
So I think we have to think about what the function of free speech is, and what the assumptions behind free speech are. And the assumption behind free speech in a democratic society is that human beings are rational creatures, and that to live together and to create a better society, we have to be able to exchange our ideas and opinions in a free and open way. So the purpose of speech is not to have different opinions, but to form better opinions. So beginning with that, we also have to recognize that as rational human beings interacting with each other, the appropriate mode of speech is persuasion, not coercion. So I would draw a line to say where there's speech that becomes coercive. In other words, it's not trying to make an argument or convince somebody of the rightness of an idea. It's speech used itself as a kind of battering ram. And a lot of this is contextualized, right? And I mean, just a literal example would be if there's somebody, you're in a room with somebody that says, I think Palestine should be free, and you could have a conversation with about, that's the exchange of ideas between rational human beings. If somebody's sitting across from you and says, I think Palestine should be free, and they're holding a baseball bat, you're not going to have the same conversation.
Sure.
That's true.
So language is the single most important thing that human beings exchange. And because it's so powerful, we have to make sure that it's used in a way that is persuasive and not coercive.
I think this situation has also perhaps tested universities' free speech policies and assembly policies. I'm wondering if you guys think, and Pano, I'm going to go to you because you're in the midst of setting one up. Is now a time for universities to reassess those policies that they have, or do they need to perhaps just reassert them in different ways?
So there's, I think, a difference between policies and practice and culture. So you can set up any policy you want. If it's not practice, or if you don't create the culture that enforces that, or reinforces that policy, it's just paper. So universities have done for quite a long time things that have eroded the ability for universities as institutions to stand up for the exchange of ideas. One example is that every time a college president comes out and takes a side on a political issue, the university loses credibility as an open arbiter for being a place of ideas. So my hope is, we've gone really far with most universities on that front, that everybody will agree to a total reset. All right, like unilateral disarmament. No college president from here forward can say anything, and then start there. That's certainly where we're starting at the University of Austin. So I think it's important. You have to create the ambient culture that will create the conditions for civil discourse, and the civil discourse creates the conditions for free and open dialogue.
Chuck, did you want to come in on that one?
Yeah, no, I mean, what the interesting thing when we talk about free speech, and we are encouraging all of our campuses to absolutely take a look at their policies. Some of the campuses haven't looked at them in 30 years, and they've just sort of, they've rolled along. And obviously to make sure that they're timely, to make sure that they're going to protect students' rights, but also protect student safeties and the safety of those in the campus community. The challenge comes in that, in my home state, there was a bill filed that said you can have free speech anywhere outside. There were no longer any time, place, and manner restrictions. It had to be any open space. We said, okay. Then the next year it can also be inside any building. Well, that creates an entirely different issue that could be problematic for what the students are there in the first place, which is the learning communities, right? So a lot of campuses are having to thread those needles and make sure that in expanding these rights and having these zones, you're not doing it to the point that you are preventing students from being able to get the education that they are paying to receive at the institution. So I agree. So much of it is about, regardless of the policy, it's about the campus culture, and it's about the sort of how you facilitate that and the communications that you have with your students and your faculty and your staff. But I think all campuses would be wise to take a hard look to make sure that they are updated, to make sure that they're timely, and to make sure that they are satisfying those multiple things that need to be satisfied.
For a number of years, probably the past 7 or 8 years, a lot of people on certain sides of the political debate have said that there's a free speech crisis on campus. And I think that's kind of shifted as things have developed on campuses, certainly in the past 6 months. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about, acknowledging the hypocrisy that we can hear sometimes whenever we're talking about free speech, and how free speech means something to one person as long as you're saying something that I agree with, but if you say something that I don't agree with, then I disagree with your right to free speech. How can universities, Jackie, I'm going to go to you for this one, how can universities keep civil discourse bipartisan?
Sure. Well, I think I would want to say on a college campus, it shouldn't be bipartisan, because there's, many debates which are not just left and right. There's many sides, and on some sides, left versus right is not the mix of things. I was recently looking at the debate between the plate tectonics people and the fixed Earth people, and it was like reading the modern debate. Somebody on one side of that debate said, people won't talk to me when I have a good of a conference anymore. So what I think is really important is to really have, at the leadership level, people modeling conversations with people with whom they really disagree. And so, I think, presidents on many campuses, like, I think Ron Crutcher at the University of Richmond, modeled having people on stage with him who had very different points of view. But I think it's also really important in the classroom level, because the faculty are on the front lines. And I think that when faculty set curriculum that include core substantive texts that really draw on a broad range of methodologies and a broad range of viewpoints, and have those conversations in their own classroom, I think that's where we make the most progress.
I love your example about plate tectonics and fixed Earth. I mean, in some ways, that is what we're talking about. And if we think of civil discourse, it's not necessarily debates like that, but that's certainly two people on either side of an argument. So would you say that that is a model that we can try to replicate when we're talking about this, that it isn't just about politics or ideologies that we're debating here? It can be as simple as plate tectonics and fixed Earth.
Oh, those people, my father was a geologist.
Okay.
And his life was changed, actually, by a 1957 lecture about plate tectonics at the University of Saskatchewan, and the debate around it. But I think, it's really important for us to get out the message. This is not just a humanities and social science question. There are labs that are being politicized, peer review, poster sessions, and where it's not necessarily a clear right-left question, but ideology is being introduced into lots of kinds of classrooms and labs, and that's getting in the way of teaching students, faculty advancing the frontiers of knowledge, and students learning to be independent thinkers, which is what we need for a pluralistic democracy like ours.
Interesting. Pano, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that.
I totally disagree with, no, I'm kidding. I'm a flat Earth guy. So let me just take that last strand, the ideology. It's incontrovertible that this thing called ideology has sort of seeped into the bloodstream of higher education, and I think probably all levels of education. What do we mean by that? The way that I would define ideology is a kind of totalizing worldview that subjugates everything else to the totalizing goal of that worldview. So, the concept of social justice is a totalizing ideology. It says, and there are institutions that say, yeah, that whole pursuit of truth thing, that was really cute for a while. It was very twee. We like truth. But what we're really here to do is pursue this end, this thing, this predetermined end called social justice. and we all have to line up and move in the same direction. That is, to me, that is the antithesis of what a university should be. You can make the case for social justice. You can make the case for anything, reparations, whatever you want to do within the context of a university. But a university exists to critique and query the very ideas that are the operating systems of society. When we allow any of those operating systems, and we could think of systems on the right as well, the left, if you allow any of those operating systems to become the operating system of the university itself, then the pursuit of truth is lost.
So Panna was telling us in the green room that he's a Shakespeare scholar, but it sounds like Plato's Republic. What of justice has to be the open question.
Yeah.
Brandon, I'm interested to get your perspective on this as someone who's a kind of a degree separated from this in terms of taking the politics out of debate and civil discourse on campuses, especially for an HBCU.
Yeah, well, actually, the question came up for me as I was just listening to Pano, because I think I heard him say, a university exists to critique society. Is that what you said?
I think it's an important function.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's an important function as well. Although I think the reason that people often hear me advocating for a different point is that I think that is broadly viewed as the function of the university right now. And I think we need a resurgence of a function of the university as actually preparing students to participate in the economy. I think a lot of when I think about the back and forth that Bill Ackman got in with a number of people, and Bill Ackman ends up saying at the end of it that he sees universities as having created a whole generation of students who believe that they are oppressed victims, okay? And whether you join that perspective or not, I think it's interesting to consider if a university is charging students an extraordinary amount of money to attend, they're going in debt often, and this is not a unique thing to being at a university that serves strivers. This is a broad issue in higher education. Students are going deep into debt. Very limited career services exist. Now, your university is different. You're doing great things on this. But in general, I think most of us who've attended universities did not think that we got amazing career services that pointed us perfectly in the direction of the exact job that we needed, that fit us, fit everything we were looking for, set us up to make our loan payments on time, et cetera. Did someone else get that? I didn't get that, right? Most people didn't seem to get that. And so I think there's actually a funny way in which Bill Ackman didn't take his point far enough in that way, because that mix of activities, charge a lot of money, don't have people go into debt, not have them set up to easily pay off their debt because you haven't helped them figure out how to get a job, that doesn't sound like a good setup to put students at scale in across our society. So it piqued my interest to think of, because I know you're doing more than just that, especially because I understand what you're doing as being quite amazing. You're doing more than just teaching the students how to critique society. You're teaching them how to function in society and how to succeed and flourish in society as well. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess, yes, absolutely.
Let me celebrate you.
Yeah. Own it.
If you have an opening on your board, Pano, I think I know someone who might want to apply.
Critique in the broadest, so to have a critical mindset is to try to better understand something. And so if you teach students how to better understand the society in which they live, you are preparing them to flourish in that society and be professionally successful. So critique isn't to complain. Maybe I want to be very clear. Universities don't exist to be the kind of antagonist to society to complain about them. They're the places where we come together to think deeply about the most important human questions and come up with better, deeper answers. And if you're training young people to do that, that applies to every context for the rest of their life.
I'd like to say something. I think that's an outstanding point and spot on. But it also raises one of the challenges that institutions are facing with a public outcry or policymaker outcry that why are we teaching all of these things that make you think critically? Why are we doing the liberal arts anymore? Why aren't we teaching what I call only widget making 101, right? But when you talk to business and industry, they tell you a completely different story. They say, We'll teach them how to make the widget. We want them to think critically. We want them to be able to problem solve. We want them to be able to communicate with one another and work in a group. And that all goes back to that core of the role of the university in civil discourse. And I think it has a direct tie to economic wealth and production, both for the individual as well as for business and industry.
So I want to push on that a little bit, because to me it's a bit of a false dichotomy. I know a lot of people who are advocates of workforce education. I've never talked to anybody who says you shouldn't even be taking English or history in school. I've never talked to anybody who says that. I think the energy behind that comes from the same energy that I brought on this point. I totally agree with everything you said, and I think there's a hazard if we mainly focus on that we lose out on some of the other pieces that I think we need to see more of in education today. And I think I do join that critical thinking is something all employers are asking for. I also talk to a lot of employers who say, man, these kids show up, they don't know how to do anything. They don't even know how to respond to an email.
Right.
How can that be?
That's right.
They're on their phones all day, but they don't respond to my emails. And so I think, yes, they can teach you exactly how to make the specific widget that they make in their factory, but they do want students to arrive capable of functioning in a professional environment.
No, and I think the energy where this is coming from is not so much about I hate English, I hate history. Some of it's around the affordability conversation. Should we go to a 3-year degree? Should we go to 90 hours? If so, what do we cut? Well, the first thing that's going to get cut is probably not going to be the direct workforce education things in the minds of some. So unfortunately, I have had some say, I have no idea why we teach these classes. They learn that in high school. We need to be teaching them how to get a good job and make money. And I agree that we need to be teaching them how to get a good job and make money, but I think we also have to make sure that we're listening to what's keeping many of them from being able to do that. To your point, we had a very large business owner who was owned HVAC business, and he said, I'd just be happy if they could write out an order ticket. All right? I mean, that's a sad commentary, but it's exactly what was said.
Even though we're talking about taking politics out of civil discourse on campuses, universities do not exist in a vacuum, and they exist in a bipartisan world, and especially state politics are coming into play a lot whenever we're talking about inclusion, diversity, equity, and that's something that a lot of state governors, especially ones that have graced this stage today, are taking a closer scrutinizing look at. Chuck, I wonder if this is something that concerns you, the influence and perhaps more presence of state governments within university business. Is that something that concerns you?
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, I think, but I think fault's on both sides with this issue, quite frankly. I mean, I think DEI has become just a dirty word. It's a 4-letter word, quite honestly, that those who don't like it, in many cases, don't really know what it is supposed to be, and the campuses have maybe gotten away from what it's supposed to be. So I think it goes in both directions. I have met with policymakers and said, what do you not like? And they've ticked off 3 or 4 things, none of which any of our campuses do. Again, many of those have been reserved to a very small number of campuses where these things are occurring, not occurring at the vast majority of institutions around the country. The purpose in my mind for DEI type programs is about helping any student be successful. If they're coming in and they're a student of color, if they're coming in and they're a student who maybe has different political viewpoints in an area where they're not in the majority. If it's a student that's coming in that is non-traditional, if it's a student that's coming in that's low income, if it's, I mean, any of that entire gamut, what can we do to support you to ensure that you're successful? I was a first generation college student who came from a low income background. I needed help, right? Now, obviously I was a white male, so I mean, I didn't have any issues on that particular side of it. But that's what DEI is supposed to be. I think some of our campuses have gotten away from what it's supposed to be, and then I think it's been demonized in some quarters for something that it's really not. And so I think the key is we've got to come back to that common definition. What is it you're trying to accomplish? What is it you're trying to do? I had a policymaker say to me that said, I want no carve-out programs for any special carve-outs for any students. And I said, the university in your district has the largest veteran serving program in the state. He said, well, that's not the kind I'm talking about. Right? We got to get a common definition and understanding, or it's going to be problematic, and we're going to have policymakers preventing campuses from being able to help students be successful and doing it in the right way. But at the same time, I think campuses have some things that need to be cleaned up as well.
Moving beyond the DEI conversation, because I think that's a slightly different one to what we're having today. Just in terms of state influence, state government influence on universities and the university operations, is that something that concerned you, Pano?
Well, much less as a private institution.
Sure.
So, we have, a broader range of operational freedom. I'm more concerned, let's say, with the regulatory environment at the federal level that comes down through accreditation and those sorts of things. That touches all schools. The accreditation system right now is essentially a cartel set up to protect institutions that already exist. And the barriers to entry are so incredibly high that it is almost impossible to start a new university. I'll tell you that, having started a new university. I'll give one example. You cannot access any federal student grant money, like Pell Grants or student loans, federal student, until you're fully accredited, which takes, in most cases, 6 or 7 years. That means you have to start a new university, compete against all the schools that you're competing with, and you've got both your hands tied behind your back when it comes to aid that's meant to help your students, especially low-income students. You can't access it. That puts you at a radical competitive disadvantage. So that's one of the many things that are set up there. So in terms of state governments and that, I think, I'm in Texas. They're great. I love them. They've been very supportive. They're supporting new institutions, but it's the accreditation at the kind of federally backed accrediting level that worries me the most.
I've just been given the 5-minute notification, so I'm going to move on to my next question, which is just talking about where do we go from here? With the exception of just going and setting up a new institution, what should universities be doing to try to address the crisis of free speech on campus, or maybe perhaps less hyperbolic, just improving civil discourse? Jackie, can I start with you?
Sure. Well, I think this summer is an important reset moment, and I completely agree. Schools should be looking at their policies and making sure that their policies are up to date, consistent. And I'll just recommend the Carnegie Mellon University did something that could be done at publics or privates, an excellent policy review that's available online. But if I'm thinking about one thing for the next 3 months, have a first-year orientation on freedom of expression, because it's critical to say, when the moment students arrive on campus, you know what, this is going to be really different from anywhere else you've ever been. Religion and politics, they're up for discussion here. So.
Great. Brandon.
Yeah, I want to quote one of my favorite colleagues who frequently says, make the main thing the main thing. And in this setting, I would just say a return to student success. Really focus on delivering ROI for your students, making sure that they get the future that they were promised from higher education.
And can I ask you to expand on that a little bit? How would you link student success and civil discourse?
Yeah, well, I think I'm actually making a slightly different point, because you told us this was probably going to be our last point. So I think I'm making the point that is actually what we should be focused on.
Okay.
If there's a moment to reset this summer, which I think that there could be, I wouldn't come out of that moment with that as my biggest focus. I would come out of that moment noticing some folks got off track in this last period of time. What's the purpose of what we're doing here? To the extent that the purpose of it is the critique that Pano pointed out, I agree with the way that he defined the critique at the end. It's to have our students begin to understand how to think. That's different than what is the genesis of a lot of what I think we've seen here. And so that could be the main thing as well. That's part of student success. That's part of preparing students for all of the reasons that you shared as well, to be successful in the workforce, to have a stake in the society.
Okay, thank you for that. Chuck?
Yeah, I just think, we have to be mindful of infusing civic engagement and civil discourse and the importance of those things into everything that we do on the campus. We have to realize the role that we play in this. Our students, if not from us, where are they going to get it? They're not going to get it from social media. They're not going to get it from 24-hour news channels. They're not going to get it from the local coffee shop. They're not going to get it from the broader political environment. It has to come from us. And so we have to instill that culture and our faculty and our staff and our students, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to talk about these issues. It's okay to have different stances, but you have a role as an American to have that civil discourse, and we have to make sure that we're infusing that into the curriculum of the courses that we're teaching, into the programming that we have, exposing students to different viewpoints, some that they've maybe never considered or that they would immediately find to be problematic, and say, listen to that. But I think we have to recognize the role that we play, and that if we don't play that role, it's probably not going to end well.
Pano, final word to you, please.
I would say the first thing we have to do is recognize that freedom of speech is not an end in itself, it's a means to an end. The end is, at universities, civil discourse. Civil discourse is not about two sides, one on one side, the other, and having a debate and trying to figure out who wins.
Right.
All right, one idea plus another idea shouldn't equal two ideas, it should equal better ideas. Civil discourse is the discourse that we have as human beings to create a better civil society.
There you go.
So we have to be able to speak freely to achieve that end, but we have to keep the end in sight.
Right.
Excellent. We're done for that, so please join me in thanking our wonderful panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Intelligence Unleashed, the AI-enabled classroom. Please welcome to the stage Jennifer Kingston of Axios and our distinguished speakers.
Thanks, everyone. Today we have an amazing panel of experts who are all working to suffuse artificial intelligence in all its various forms into the curriculum in schools nationwide, and they're going to tell you how they plan to do it. Next to me here we have Blaine Dilg. She is head of strategic partnerships at OpenAI, the organization best known for bringing ChatGPT into the world. She's joined with Tara Natras from ISTE and ASCD, an education nonprofit. We have Hadi Partovi, the CEO of Code.org and a well-known tech entrepreneur, and Catherine Truitt, who is the North Carolina Schools Superintendent, who just became the fourth state to issue guidance on how to use artificial intelligence in the schools. Please welcome our panelists. Educators are grappling with how to use AI. There's a spectrum of opinion and fear levels, from people who are very frightened of how to use it and don't want a thing to do with it, to those who are experts embracing it and knowing that our children are going to need to be facile in artificial intelligence in order to thrive in their future careers and professions. I'd like to open it up to the panel to ask you, what is your top priority when it comes to bringing AI into school curricula? What is the urgency? What needs to be done most urgently and first in your mind?
So I think there are so many answers there. I think where we are particularly focused is how we can support teachers and administrators. And that is really trying to understand what are the policy frameworks that people need in order to look at deployment, and who are the best partners really to be out there providing that guidance and advice. And then honestly, what are the use cases that teachers are finding most valuable, and how can we help to support that learning and conversations among educators about how they can step in and begin using the technology in a safe way, supported by their districts and by their leaders.
And I think, so we are ISTE and ASCD. For those of you who don't know, that is the International Society for Technology and Education. And we focus a lot on transforming learning. And so as we look at what's happening with AI, one of the things that really is a focus for us is, what are our goals in the education space? What are the kinds of things we want to see in our classrooms for students? And what role might AI play in that, right? We're having a lot of conversations right now around efficiency and other things. And what we really want to get at is what does this mean in terms of pedagogy? What does this mean in terms of the kinds of environments we want to see for our students? And so we're very much focused on the redesign of learning. We're very much focused on how do we prepare our students as the next generation of AI designers, because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, they're the ones who are going to be sitting here making these decisions. And then also very focused on convening educators. What are the things that district leaders need? What do teachers need? And how then they in turn can support students, because this is new for all of us, right? And when we look at what's happening in the education space and the number of other things that educators are grappling with, what role does AI play in that when we're talking about a lot of the other issues?
How do you
I have a number of thoughts. You asked what should be done immediately. I have two immediate thoughts, but also a longer term thought. The most immediate thing, and this is already happening whether policymakers embrace it or not, is teachers using AI to save themselves time. One of the fastest growing AI companies is a company called Magic School, which has almost 2.5 million teachers have already signed up to use its tools just to save teaching time, for making lesson plans, for making individualized education programs for students. Saving teachers time is just goodness for the entire education system. The second urgent thing, I think, is giving students basic AI literacy, not only to use AI as a tool, but to understand how it works. This is why it's so important to teach computer science in schools, so students don't just become users of technology, but also creators of technology. And the advent of AI has made that more important.
Maybe you could mention how Code AI works. I know you're trying to suffuse the curriculum of K through 12 with computer science education.
Sure, yeah. Code.org has for 10 years now been promoting computer science to be a basic part of education. And at this point, it's important enough that I believe it should be a graduation requirement for every student to graduate from high school. There's now clear evidence that shows that students who take a high school computer science course see a causal impact on their earnings, lifetime earnings, within 5 years of graduating from high school. And so, why would we not have students take a course that is just going to guarantee an impact on their improved earning potential? And that earning potential is going to be even more in an age of AI. One of the things I say is that most educators feel like they are creating the technology and we are receiving the technology and figuring out what do we do with it next, like what are they going to come up with next? And the reality is the only difference between the we and the they is education. We are all humans. It's just that those ones who have a computer science background are creating this technology, and those of us who don't are receiving it and wondering what they will come up with next. And as educators, we should give every kid the basic empowerment to be creators in the future world. So those are my thoughts.
Catherine, what are your priorities?
Yeah, so I'm going to try and put a bow on this. When we've heard a lot today about workforce development and its role that it has in higher education, and we've talked a little bit about K-12, infusing AI into the K-12 experience is part of workforce development. Just last week, Microsoft published a report, I believe it's called AI in the Workplace. 71% of employers said that they would rather hire someone who was less skilled in whatever they're being hired for, but had AI competencies under their belt. It is, to your point, we have a partnership in North Carolina with Code.org. Computer science is a graduation requirement now in North Carolina, as is personal literacy and finance. And also, we have just recently mandated that all students graduate with a career development plan. And we also have a portrait of a graduate that is workforce aligned, that includes things like empathy, like the governor mentioned. But all of these things, if we're going to realign K-12 education and say that all learning is in service to eventually getting a job so students can pursue the post-secondary plans of their choice, we must ensure that both children and their teachers are AI literate.
Catherine, you just mentioned that one reason you came out with guidance was that one of your districts had banned ChatGPT when it first came out, and you needed to set some ground rules to say, hey, this stuff can be used for good. What have you seen happen? How did you craft the guidelines, and what kind of evolution have you seen in the thinking about artificial intelligence in the classroom?
Yeah, so that's exactly right. One of our larger urban districts banned ChatGPT, which of course I get as a kind of a natural knee-jerk reaction to something that's a little daunting in education. But the truth is that that's not an equitable decision, because students who do not have access to this technology at home will then not have it at school. And for all the reasons that we've all just said, this has to be a part of the daily experience of students in school. So we set out, we worked across our agency, and we set out to create guidance that was more of a playbook rather than a list of do's and don'ts. It was designed to be iterative. It's a living document that is always being updated. Of course, we're a local control state like most states, and so we cannot push this and require districts to use it, but we made it painless for districts to get their hands on this guidance. We held what we called just an AI summit regionally across the state, and just tried to make it as easy as possible. And I think one of the neatest things about it, and anyone can find this on the Department of Public Instruction's website, is that it has a usage guide that's really just set up like a traffic light that gives teachers language that they can craft assignments and say, okay, you may not use AI on this assignment. Or you may use some AI, but you cannot use it to generate your writing. Or you must use ChatGPT to generate your writing. And what we're talking about here, and this will have implications for higher ed as well, is redefining what cheating means.
Yeah, we have a lot of conversations with state departments of education and district leaders and trying to shift that conversation from the cheating focus, right? Because it's creating this environment of fear, right? Students are afraid to talk about what they're doing with AI tools because they're afraid of the consequences, because we haven't yet created a natural conversation in classrooms about what AI looks like, because educators and students are still building their AI literacy, and they have a little bit of the fear that you were talking about earlier. And so what are the things we can do, whether it's with stoplights or the AI assessment scale that we see in different areas, helping teachers say, if these are the goals of what you're trying to teach, what role might AI play in that, is really the focus of the conversation, so that we can shift from, oh, you've used AI, therefore you've cheated, which is not the logic model we want to see. Right. But what we really want is, what are the things that we can use AI for that are helpful to your learning, and what are the things that are harmful to your learning, right? And how do we help kids make that distinction as they're learning about AI on their own, right? And so that's a lot
It's really ironic, because the student who's afraid of being cheating because they use too much AI is the same student that the employer is more likely to want to hire.
They want, right? But we're not having the conversation
Yes.
to the degree that we need to with teachers and students, so that we can have exactly that discussion.
Lane, OpenAI, yeah, tell me what you've been seeing.
Well, I just was going to say, we do think that just use of the technology is really important, because when we talk about AI, different people think different things. I mean, I like to be sure that I talk about it as a tool, right? It's a tool that can help, it can help you with brainstorming, it can help you with drafting, it can help you with data analysis, it can help you with coding. And it can do that through a variety of sort of multimodal interactions. So you can do that by speaking and having it speak back. You can do that with images. You can give it images to analyze. You can get images back. And that multimodal piece, really important for people to understand how that's happening. And then you can use it in a multilingual way. So you can actually talk to it in English, but get a result back in Spanish. Once people start to get their hands on the technology, it really helps people, I think, to understand both the benefits and the risks, honestly, in a more firsthand way. And we talk a lot about how people have an aha moment sometimes of just thinking, oh, this is useful, and it's useful in this particular way, and I don't want to use it in this particular way personally. And that we think is really important. So I think we do really appreciate the challenges that encourage people to put their hands on the technology for different purposes that administrators and leaders have decided are proper and appropriate, and then to really encourage that use. And for that reason, it's important to us also to be providing things in our free product, also for equity reasons and otherwise, to make sure that people can get their hands on these capabilities and start experimenting with them now, even as we're working on development and safety for more powerful models. We really do want people to be thinking through now, how is this useful to me, and how can I use it?
Yeah.
And what are my concerns?
Hadi mentioned a couple of use cases. Teachers are using it to design lesson plans, to personalize lessons for individual students, to show students how to evaluate what they find on the internet and see whether it seems accurate and believable or not. Yet, on the other hand, the fear comes in from its use in deep fakes or in cheating and plagiarism. Many people make the comparison to when the calculator came out and everybody was fearful about cheating at that point. What are the best ways to equip teachers to use this tool, particularly teachers who may feel like their students know more about this technology than they do?
Well, there's multiple things. The first thing I'd say is teachers should get their own personal familiarity, because this fear that the kids get it and I don't, there's an easy solution to that. Like, start using AI yourself. And there's many, many different options for teachers. I mentioned Magic School, Khan Academies, Khan Migo is another one, and obviously ChatGPT or Microsoft's Copilot. There's so many options that teachers can use for just doing basic things like write a lesson plan about, and then whatever, about photosynthesis for 8th grade biology class, and it'll just do it for you. And then once you start getting going, that familiarity is the most important. But I really think the most important after that basic familiarity is rethinking the purpose of education. Not just changing how we teach, but questioning what do we want kids to learn? What are the most important learning requirements and outcomes we want kids to get out of K through 12? We're still teaching the same stuff that schools were teaching hundreds of years ago, and our world is rapidly, rapidly changing. So explaining how AI works, making students AI literate, things like teaching financial literacy, computer science, these types of things are much more relevant today than much of the curriculum that we've been teaching for the last few hundred years. And schools are suffering with having too many requirements being placed on them, and I think we need to ease back on some of the older, outdated stuff in order to make space for what kids want to learn. And the reason kids want to learn is they know this is more relevant for their future. And teachers mostly know that as well, and policymakers are basically sort of keeping the system in the past instead of kind of rethinking the future of education.
I would love to piggyback on that. I agree with everything you just said, and I would add that it's not just policymakers keeping the system in the back. I think that the whole of human evolution has been about using the next thing to replace the human work, right? I mean, the idea that with each new invention, human work has gotten easier or has changed course, and this is just the next iteration of that. What we didn't see happen in education with the invention of Google and the internet was exactly what you just described. We did not see teaching and learning change. And so I really hope that that's not the case with this technology, because teaching and learning looks exactly the same, with the exception of the fact that many children have computers in the classroom, and but the types of regurgitation we still ask students to do, by and large, the lack of critical thinking, the lack of collaborative learning, for whatever reason you want to attribute that, is still there. And so while we may have learned in our education prep programs not to ask kids Googleable questions, we still do. And so my hope is that we're going to see, as AI becomes more ubiquitous across both teaching and learning, that we're going to see more teacher professional development. This has got to filter down into higher education EPPs so that this generation of teachers is infusing it every day in what they're doing. But again, to me, what happened with Google and the internet is a cautionary tale for this time that we're entering, because I don't think that much changed.
Well, and I think we have to be cognizant of, like, if you look at the North Carolina profile or portrait of a graduate?
Portrait.
Thank you, right? Profile of a learner, profile of a graduate, pick the word portrait, right? But all of them, regardless of what you're looking at, they focus on critical thinking, they focus on creativity and communication and collaboration and the skills and attributes that are going to be most important in our worlds moving on. And when we look at some of the AI tools and some of the things teachers are using them for right now, I'm not sure they're helping us get to building students as creators and communicators if I'm using it to create a lesson plan, and that lesson plan doesn't push my kids' thinking in this way, right? We're perpetuating the practices that we've already had. And so I think the goal has to be, how do we use these tools to think beyond where we are now? What's our vision 5 years from now, and how do these tools help us get to that vision, not continue to perpetuate some of the ineffective practices we've seen? And so we have to shift the conversation, knowing, though, that right now only 18% of teachers, I think the RAND study said, are AI users, and about 15% are triers. So we're having this conversation, but we've got to elevate it for all of our teachers. But how do we make sure that as we're using these tools, it's to get at creativity and critical thinking and all of the things we want for our kids, not to continue what we've seen in education over the last several decades.
And I do think it's important to think of the tools as tools that can help with brainstorming, and the outputs are absolutely better with human critical thinking, right? So I have recently asked ChatGPT, how do I bake a cake in the shape of a volcano? And it will answer that question, and that I might just ask it a question and get an answer back. But I think when you're actually focusing on learning, it can be an incredible tool for that brainstorming. How can I help a student who is particularly interested in this area to approach this kind of algebra problem? So really thinking about that personalization, it can be quite good in. But then also just learning. I have really enjoyed all the conversations that I've had over this morning and yesterday evening, and was talking with someone about how I needed to learn more about advanced manufacturing at one point recently. And I actually drove to and from meetings for about an hour talking with ChatGPT, hands-free, about advanced manufacturing and continuing to ask, so tell me more about that, but how would this apply? I don't understand that. I want to know how these two fields relate. I know that AI can work in this area. Could it be relevant there? And it's not your final output, but in terms of learning and really brainstorming and thinking about things, you really do want to be engaging. You want to use it as a tool that is your tool, and not just a question and answer. It's not a one-time flow. It really is productive in the brainstorming.
One of the macro shifts that's coming through here is that going to school and education used to be about teaching you the information you needed to know, but now that we carry all the world's information in our pockets, it's more about how to ask the right questions and elicit the information so that you can grow up and become a prompt engineer or one of these other newfangled jobs that didn't exist so long ago. How much of that restructuring is going on at the top of the curriculum redesign? Yes, individual teachers are in the trenches trying to figure out how to use these tools, but the bigger thought about what should be in the curriculum and how should the curriculum shift towards asking bigger questions rather than teaching the nuts and bolts. Where should that take place, and how is it taking place in any of your views?
Well, one thing is the three of our organizations together, ISTE, Code.org, OpenAI, Khan Academy, and the World Economic Forum, and dozens of other technology and nonprofits have come together to create a consortium effort to bring together governments, state departments of education, and even world ministries of education to think about this in a top-down fashion, because no individual teacher can change the curriculum, and even individual states could make changes, but then they'd worry about what are the other states doing, what are the universities doing, what are they doing in other countries. This is really a global problem to rethink what are schools even teaching. And we're at the precipice of a lot of change. The ChatGPT that came out in late 2022 is going to seem prehistoric in 2 years, because you had to type with it and it would type back. It would look like Microsoft DOS. We are already, as anybody who has seen the latest demos from OpenAI, we're going to be in a world of conversational AI. AI is going to be built into our glasses, seeing things and telling us things. And this should make us question, should we teach foreign languages at a time when we're going to have headphones that translate for us in real time, or glasses that translate for us in real time? Which subjects do we still need to continue to teach? Which subjects are critical for every student to know, versus those who want to chase it and follow it into their passions? So I personally think education needs a major upheaval. The good thing is this Teach AI consortium at least has brought together the right policy leaders to think about that. But I would say that the level of thinking is not yet revolutionary enough.
And I would say from that perspective, we really are committed to mutual learning. So in those conversations, we want to do everything we can to provide information about the technology, where it is, where it's going, how people can think about it and understand it. And then have the experts, the people who really understand teaching and learning deeply, to really be pouring in, what does this mean? And it is definitely convening and coalition, and all of us very much in this together. shaping what the next steps will be. And that's daunting, but also incredibly exciting to see people stepping in and really envisioning what this can mean.
But my challenge for this brain trust is, how do we get all of this to the classroom? Because to your point, at the state level, we don't dictate curriculum. We don't, the local districts adopt their curriculum. So we set the standards, what students will know and be able to do, but we do not dictate curriculum. And so, and a single teacher doesn't have the time or really the authority to change the curriculum. And so I think the question that we need to be asking is how, we saw this with Common Core implementation. It didn't always make it. Unpacking those standards and making those shifts didn't make it into the classroom. How is this going to be different? We have to make sure that the groups that are working on answering these big questions, like what are we going to teach? How are we going to teach? What is we need to be having conversations about what is the role of the teacher. That's a very controversial question to ask right now. But we have to be asking that question. And I'm anxious about translating all of this down into the trenches.
And I think it's a significant challenge, right? In our education space, we've added and added and added things.
Yes.
And I mean, I am a former assistant sup for teaching and learning. Curriculum has been my life for a long time, and trying to figure out what are those things that are going to be relevant 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. What are we going to take out to put this in, and how does it redefine what our classrooms look like and what learning looks like? Like we've been saying for a long time, learning is now anytime, anywhere. Oh my gosh, now more so than ever. How do we keep what's happening in our classrooms relevant for our students who are learning in 1,000 different ways now, and to help build what we want to see for us as a community moving forward? And it is the big conversation about what can we let go of? Because we're not really good at letting go of things. And it isn't just educators, right? We've all been to school. So parents are like, but no, this is what we do in school, right? And you try to shift that so that we can prepare. I have a 5-year-old, and I have no idea what his world is going to be post-secondary, right? Like what we're preparing him for. And we have to help people from wherever they are shift into a conversation of it is changing, and what does that look like? But the letting go and the replacement and the shifting the role of teacher, those are all big things that we have to be doing together, as you said earlier.
Tara, you were mentioning to me earlier that when you talk to students, sometimes they won't admit that they're using ChatGPT if they think the teacher is looking. What is that dynamic? Are we going to bring it out from the shadows?
I certainly hope we do, right? It goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about this sense of, because we're not having the conversations about what it means, and teachers are not, there's also this conversation right now about teachers not being sure, should I say that I used it for my lesson plans, or should I say that I used it for this? And so they're not having the conversation with students, and so it creates this environment, instead of we're all in it together and we're all learning it together, to one of the fear that we were talking about earlier. And I think we have to shift that and bring it forward. And I think we also have to think about it really practically, because we have the guidance from states. I think 12 states now have guidance out. And there aren't a lot of do this, don't do that. And so now districts are grappling with so what does this mean? When you tell me I have to think about privacy, what does that mean for each of these tools that we're evaluating? If I'm going to play with it, can I play with that tool as a teacher? Is that okay? But which tools do I bring into the classroom based on all of the things that I need to be thinking about? And we have to surface the conversations. To your point, if kids won't talk about it, we also have to be talking about it and normalize the conversation, I think, to help move us forward. Because those are the sticking points, right? Like districts right now are saying, can I upload student work to grade if I de-identify it? Well, let's talk about intellectual property. Let's talk about privacy. Let's talk about, and those are the answers that they're looking for right now.
And I think Teach AI has put out such an incredibly helpful resource in really trying to compile and bring together so many thoughts and policy concerns from across the country. And I think just a really, really helpful body of work there. I also think there are times when the question that you want to ask is not something specific to AI, but really is, how can this tool help me to achieve what I was always trying to achieve? So one example we have there, Levi actually ran, another NGO actually ran a competition to say, how can AI actually help to address the 8th grade math gaps and problems? And really thinking through and having a competition around a particular kind of problem. But I think even more so when we look at equity and access in those questions, what does it mean? How can it be useful? And so sometimes the question is the same that it always was, and this is a new tool that you have, and sometimes you learn that the question itself has been transformed.
What are some of the, name a promising initiative or development that you are either working on or see in the field that you think augurs well for the future of how AI is going to influence students in the classroom. Anybody want to flag something?
We're right now working with Sal Khan from Khan Academy on bringing Khanmigo to a very large cohort of elementary school teachers. So Khanmigo will includes not just you toggle back and forth between student and teacher. So the teacher, we can load our North Carolina standards into Khanmigo. The privacy and data security is already built in. And we can, if I'm a math teacher, or if let's say I'm a 9th grade English teacher, and I need an introductory lesson plan for Romeo and Juliet that focuses on a hook using vocabulary. I can ask Khanmigo to create that for me, and it will spit out a lesson plan that's aligned to my state standards. The student function has one-to-one tutoring that will not give the student the answer. If the student tries to ask for the answer, the bot says, I know you want me to give you the answer, but it's really important that you learn to figure this out yourself. Let's look at your understanding of common denominators. And so what we can do is not just have efficiencies for teachers as this personal assistant, but we can also have one-to-one scaled personal tutoring for students.
I would say similarly that we are excited, and we don't work directly in the K through 12 space with students, but we are really excited about that personalization and multimodal and just what it means for accessibility and really for every learner. And I often, in these conversations, look at the room in front of me. Every human being is quite different and unique. And when you think about that and you actually think about the ability to have a tool that can help you to teach to individual students and individual people, that starts to get really exciting. And again, we will need many, many partners to figure that out, but we do think that the multimodal, multilingual, that it's pretty powerful thought of in that way.
One of the things that we are working on right now is a tool called Stretch AI, where we have taken ISTE resources, ASCD resources from decades, right, of research around pedagogy and instruction and technology and education, and created a specialized language model so that teachers can go in, and if they want to know about how might I incorporate digital citizenship, it's only pulling from the resources, right, that have been vetted, as opposed to the laundry list of things that are out in the world, some of which are awesome and some maybe not so much. And so that as they are planning lessons, and we're using it for some of the efficiencies, that we know we're using vetted resources, which is something that we're seeing a lot of right now in the field to try to help make sure that we have those pieces in place. And so we're excited about that potential to help teachers as they're framing their lessons and things.
And we on our learning platform, we've been teaching coding, but now at the end of our coding classes, we teach coding with AI, with a co-pilot that helps you once you learn the basics yourself. And that's a very natural extension, because basically learning to code is going to be replaced by learning to code with AI, and that's where our courses take the students. And we also rolled out a teacher's assistant that basically like the other teaching assistants out there specific to the code.org platform, automates things like grading or looking at a student's projects and comparing them to the rubrics for the project and seeing how well they did to reduce time spent by teachers.
You offered the smart recommendation that teachers who are a little fearful of this or other educators go play around with it, figure out what your students are figuring out. Any other recommendations or advice out there?
I think I'd turn to others. Can I go
Yeah,
backwards
go back
for
to your
1
point.
second?
Yes,
because
sorry.
I
cut you
think
off.
just in case there are higher education and other people in the room, I think the other spaces we are really excited about, honestly, are higher education, teaching and learning administration, and research. So we actually have some amazing things happening behind the scenes with researchers around the world in health and education and many social sciences, economics. But also we are doing a lot of work globally. And that's also quite exciting. I mean, as a US-based entity, we do take seriously our responsibility everywhere in the world and are really excited about some of the things that are happening in the education space, really with partners around the world as well. So that's quite exciting to us. I think in terms of exactly to your question, I think we are pretty excited about challenges just because it allows that creativity and it allows us the mutual learning of seeing where people want to lean in.
Does that dovetail with what Hadi was describing, the OpenAI initiative, if I've gotten the name right? The global consortium?
That's TeachAI.
That's TeachAI. Thank you. Anyone else want to offer some recommendations for how you can, educators can learn more about this, get up to speed?
Well, I would encourage people in the room to look at the states that have created guidance for K-12. I know California has, for example. I know we have, and there are 10 others besides that. I think that, go to Magic School Bus's demo. Conmigo has a demo online. They're both trying to keep costs down for teachers. And I believe that Khan Academy just announced a partnership with Microsoft this week about that it's going to be, the teacher assistant piece is going to be free for teachers. And then they're looking at about $4 per student for the student piece. So I think that not banning, first of all, we can't stick our head in the sands and hope that this goes away. And I think that for folks working at the state level, allow district leaders to ease into this. They can't drag their feet, but they can ease in. I really like that we don't have this list of do's and don'ts, that we're, I have found as a state leader that the less that comes top down and the more that kind of comes in sideways, and then we come in underneath and support and just offer things and say, oh, we're hosting this on this day. If you come, there'll be free breakfast and lunch. And but I think that the easier you make this for teachers and for principals and district leaders, the easier it's going to go.
I think also giving opportunities to have innovation cohorts where you have groups of teachers trying things, doing things, building things that others can learn from is an essential thing, whether that's happening at the state level, and some states are trying to initiate different task forces and different innovation teams, and at the district level so that people can play with it, they can make the connections to teaching and learning, and we can focus on what is that vision? How do we get to the kinds of outcomes we want to see in our profiles of a graduate as we use these tools? And giving teachers the space to do that, because there is this continuum of this is the most amazing thing and I've been using it since the day it was launched, to that I am still not touching that no matter what. And meeting people where they are along that continuum matters a lot if we are going to be able to get this right, for lack of a better way to say it. And who knows what that right will be, right? Who knows?
Did you want to chime in?
I would say I agree with everything that's been said.
Great. Predictions. We have time for predictions. Either things that you anticipate or hope will happen as AI infuses itself into society and into our schools. How would you like to see things play out, or how do you think they're going to?
I hope it changes the nature of teaching and learning. I really do. I think it's long overdue, first of all. We have got to evolve into the fifth revolution that's coming. We did not do a great job with the fourth revolution, in my opinion. And I think that the overhaul is just long overdue.
I want to second that. You know, one of the things I think about is most people don't realize the purpose, the original purpose of public education, or why we even set up public schools in this country. The original purpose of public education wasn't to get kids into colleges, because colleges weren't a thing. You know, there were a few colleges, and it wasn't to get students jobs, because students worked on farms. The original purpose of the public education system was to strengthen our democracy. And if we look at what is currently happening, I think people generally are a little worried about the status of our democracy. And there's polarization as part of that. But misinformation, disinformation, AI algorithms in our news feeds are all just mucking with it. And our public school system isn't really doing anything about that. It doesn't feel like that it's its job, even though that's literally why it was originally created. And I think instead of regurgitating the same learnings that we would teach kids 100 years ago, we should rethink how much of that should we just throw in the dustbin or put it in the optional category for the students who want to become experts, and what does a kid really need to know to be successful in the 21st century, and frankly, for our democracy to work. Because students are learning more on TikTok and on YouTube and on Instagram than they are in the classroom. They actually are, because they're paying more attention, because that's where everybody else is, it's more relevant. And then in the classroom, like, I'm doing this so I can get into college, or I'm not even going to go into college, I'm just doing it because I need to learn the quadratic equation to get a job at Starbucks, even though I'll never use that quadratic equation. And I think that whole system is a system of the past that needs a reinvention, and I agree wholeheartedly that my prediction is that AI becomes the change that makes us seem the most extinct unless we evolve it.
Very smart. Thank you for that. Final thoughts?
I've been noting in the back the
the
are
time.
out of time piece, so I
Thank you.
second all of the things, right? But I think it is about this, how we shift learning and how we shift what's happening in our schools and districts right now.
Yeah, I think I'm incredibly excited to see the leaders that will come out of this moment and sort of where they will take the educational system. And also tremendously excited, I'm the mom of a 9-year-old, and when I think through what his experience in the classroom could look like, it does actually make me just incredibly excited to see where we're headed.
Thanks to all of you for your smart thoughts.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Javed Siddiqui and our distinguished speakers.
All right, well, I'm actually impressed with the turnout for this room for the last session. It's DC, 2 o'clock, they say if you don't get out of DC by 2 o'clock, you'll be stuck here till after dinner. So thank you for our policy warriors here that stayed on for this last conversation. I'm delighted to be joined by two phenomenal Hunt Cain Fellows
Yes, sir.
and Lieutenant Governors from Kentucky and Indiana. This session hopefully will put a bow on the topics and the conversations you all have been a party to this afternoon. I'm going to start with Governor Jacqueline Coleman, who's the Lieutenant Governor from Kentucky, and then we'll invite Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch into the conversation. Governor Coleman, just to get us going, you're a former teacher. You still talk about your time in the classroom. Actually, we were just talking about AI and how our lives would have been a lot easier 15 years ago. But as a leader in your state, how did you guys go about setting your education agenda?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for being here for the best conversation of the day. I was a high school teacher. I was actually an assistant principal when Governor Beshear asked me to run with him. And so my life was spent in the classroom, and I have to give a lot of credit to Governor Beshear. He was smart enough to pick a teacher as his running mate. Education is one of the biggest issues we face and talk about. It's the biggest piece of the budget. And so having someone who's walked in those shoes, who can speak for the folks who are doing the work every day was critically important. But it's also important to note that he listens. I'm not a token. I wasn't there to win an election and then move on. With every education decision that's made, from policy to appointments, he and I brainstorm together and we talk through all of those issues. And so what I would say is one of the best things that we do to elevate the conversation around education is we listen to the people who do the work every day. So oftentimes we get policymakers together and folks who maybe care about the issue but haven't walked in those shoes, trying to make policy for the people who do the work every day, and that's a mistake. Making sure that everybody has a seat at the table, and there are a lot of stakeholders. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, as we go on. But we ultimately have a three-pronged test that we use for every education decision that we make. Number one, does it put kids first? If it doesn't, we're not for it. That's number one always. Number two is what we often miss. Does it support the people who show up for our kids every day? Because those folks are carrying the burden of communities, the burden of education, the burden of readying a workforce for the next generation. They have to have support too. And last but not least, and this may sound like rocket science, but I promise it's not. Does it provide the resources for our schools to do what we need them to do, right? So often the resources are here and the expectations are here, and it's not fair to put that kind of a burden to close that gap on the folks in the trenches, right? So if we've got a policy rollout, if we've got something we want to see come to life, we've got to put the resources behind it so that our schools can do what we need them to do. That's truly what guides every decision that Governor Beshear and I make about education in Kentucky.
Great, thank you. Governor Crouch, actually, on our prep call, we were talking about what are the questions we want to talk about, and I had a bunch of pretty good questions, and she was like, I really want to talk about mental health.
Oh, yeah.
It was like emphatic, and so I'm going to come right out of the gate with this because this is one that I was clear that she was very passionate about. But given the past few years, we've been grappling with coming out of this pandemic, all the instructional loss or learning loss, however you want to talk about it. There's been talk of mental health, but not enough talk about it. And clearly, I failed you in showing up for this prep call. Tell me why this is an important issue and how you all have been leading on this front in Indiana.
Absolutely. You know, I always say there were bad things that came from COVID, and then there were some good things that came from COVID. One of the bad things is we all went through a mental health crisis. One of the good things is we all went through a mental health crisis. And so as a result, there's more awareness and there's less stigma and a sense of urgency to do something about it. And I think it truly impacts our young people. You know, when you think that the majority of your brain forms from the age of birth to 5 years of age. So we had children that were born during COVID, children that were in college during COVID, and their ability to be able to deal with the increased anxiety and depression is manifesting itself and will continue to do so for 20 years. You know, since COVID, we've seen a 20% increase in anxiety and depression among our population, but we've seen a 60% increase among our young people. And suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people. In fact, earlier this month in Indiana, a 10-year-old boy took his life. And so this is a mental health crisis that we have, not just in our state, but in every state. And so I became aware and became more engaged when COVID was taking place. And I grew up in a family that really dealt with a lot of mental illness and addiction. My mother struggled with anxiety and depression. My older brother was an alcoholic and drank himself to death. My younger sister, Nancy, died by suicide. And then our daughter, Courtney, is 16 years sober and bipolar. So I've been and lived with those people that have struggled through no fault of their own. I mean, none of us pick our genes, right? If we did, I'd be different. But, we have to do more to wrap our arms around these people that struggle through no fault of their own. And so what I ended up doing is co-founding the Indiana Mental Health Roundtable. And it's a private-public partnership, mainly private, to be able to engage the private sector to come alongside what the state is doing to fill in the gaps and to enhance what we're doing to help those that struggle. And someone said earlier that the private sector drives progress, and I truly believe it. The private sector drives progress. Government can be a convener, a catalyst, a partner, but we need the private sector to be engaged, to be able to make a difference. And so we are conducting our second Mental Health Roundtable Summit on June 12th in Indiana. It is focused on adolescents and children. And it has speakers like the former Surgeon General Jerome Adams, along with the former Surgeon General Antonio Novallo, who was the first woman and Hispanic Surgeon General, Patrick Kennedy, the former congressman who suffers from bipolar disorder and also is in recovery. Also the chief medical officer for the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute will be there. And so we're focusing on what we can do to help those young people that are struggling with mental illness and addiction. But particularly, how does education step in and help with that? And I know we have our public instruction, superintendent of public instruction, Katie Jenner here. And so she has been extremely engaged and involved in what we do to help those young people. And we have a lot of initiatives in the schools to do that. But we want to bring the private sector alongside to be able to help those young people. It's something that we're all going to have to deal with and address. And we're doing it, but it's going to have to be more. Because it's going to manifest itself for the next 20 years.
Thank you, Governor. And Katie Jenner is one of our Hunt Kane Fellows. It's always good to be with you. Governor Coleman, I'd like you to sort of weigh in on this issue as well, given as we speak, we're graduating thousands and thousands of what we are calling the COVID kids. This is the class that started the pandemic, and they're graduating. What are you all thinking about in regards to mental health supports in Kentucky?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for sharing your story. I think it's really important that we normalize the conversation and that we recognize that this is an epidemic that no one is safe from. You probably, if not dealing with something internally, someone in your family or a friend is dealing with a challenge, and that's okay. Normalizing the conversation is really important. And so what we did in Kentucky, as we were slightly coming out of the pandemic, which, by the way, let me back up. We got sworn into office in December. I had a baby in February, and the pandemic started in March. Do not recommend. But talk about having a COVID baby, right? So as we were ebbing and flowing, and we had the Delta variant, and then we had this, and we're frustrated, and we're isolated, and we're all the things. I knew as a teacher, and my husband is still teaching, that this was going to have a huge impact on young people. So we started the Student Mental Health Initiative in Kentucky. And what we did was we brought together a group of high school students they serve as the advisory council to our Commissioner of Education in Kentucky. Katie, if you don't have one of those, you need to get one. They're good. And so we brought them in, and I said, what do we need to do to help you? We need you guys to help us. We need you to be our North Star. So our students came together, and they decided we were going to do action summits in every region of Kentucky. We were going to convene high school students, and we even had some middle school students in every location. Our leaders developed the questions. They planned the breakout sessions. They facilitated the conversations. And then they dove into the data that we captured. And from that, those student leaders crafted policy recommendations that we then took on a little bit of a roadshow to community partners, state agencies, our legislature, and the federal government. Those students and the work that they did, and by the way, my requirement was this needs to be 100% student-led. I kept telling them, I can get you in the door, but this is your conversation to have, and this is your work to do. You are our North Star. And so because of their work, we were able to leverage and bring $40 million worth of federal funding to Kentucky for school-based student mental health services. And so what this does is it allows our colleges and universities to recruit mental health students into their programs, graduate them debt-free, and place them in a high school, middle school in their region to provide school-based mental health services. And it's important for us to make sure that these services are available in schools, because it's been proven that a student is 6 times more likely to access mental health services when it's available at their school. You remove the barrier of transportation, of scheduling, of all of those things, and provide the students with that. And so we're still working on it. We're still going to keep advocating for more funding to meet the need of every child. But that was certainly a big start for us to start to make sure that we continue this conversation and make sure that these resources are available for our kids.
And if I may add, the General Assembly this past session passed a bill requiring every school to develop, or school district to develop a policy regarding cell phone usage in the classroom, with the intent to prohibit, cell phone usage in the classroom during school hours. So each district will be developing their own policy. And, I think that is huge in terms of being able to cut down on distractions and be able to keep children more focused on learning while they are in the classroom. But then the whole cell phone usage, the whole social media and how that affects children's mental health is huge.
It is.
One of our great friends, President Michael Sorrell, he's an HBCU in Texas. He was on Oprah's show recently because he and his wife decided to raise their kids cell phone free, and his teenage son, or emerging teenage son, is pushing back, but they're holding the line because of the concerns with their kids' mental health. So we need to hear more stories like that. We need to see policy leaders at the local level and certainly at the state level to be sort of creating structure that will protect teachers so it doesn't become combative, because having been in a classroom, having been a school leader, those are fights that teachers don't want to be fighting.
No.
And those fights are much worse today than they were in our time a few years back.
That's right.
So to both of you, I'll ask both of you this question, because we've talked today around school choice, career connectedness, the most recent conversation around artificial intelligence, which is a conversation that we're going to be having more and more in the next coming days and months, certainly. There's speculating billions and billions of dollars going to be spent on AI infrastructure across districts nationally. How are you all thinking about all these issues, and how do you leverage your office to set your agendas? And Governor Crouch, maybe we'll start with you.
Well, in Indiana, I have constitutional duties and I have statutory duties. So constitutionally, I'm president of the Senate. Statutorily, I'm Secretary of Agriculture. I also head up affordable housing, tourism, and then rural affairs in Indiana. And so education isn't my purview. That's why we have a superintendent of public instruction. But how we have used and how I've used my office to try to impact some of these issues is, as head of the Office of Community and Rural Affairs, my office actually has been the leader of the broadband expansion in Indiana. And so we have focused, and starting in 2019, we started investing money to expand broadband throughout Indiana. And what we discovered is during COVID, we were able to provide grants to those schools and communities, excuse me, that didn't have the hot spots, and their children weren't able to do virtual learning. And then we passed legislation that said, with the grant money that we're going to provide to expand broadband, we will put a priority on those schools and communities and those homes where students are living, so that they're the ones that will be able to be connected first and foremost. Then the other area that my office has been engaged in has been, of course, the mental health in the Indiana Mental Health Roundtable. And not only did we have a summit, which, by the way, you all are invited to. It's only $25 for all that from 7 to 4:30 on June 12th. You can go to mentalhealthroundtable.org and sign up. We'd love to welcome you to Indiana. But we also had a Mental Health Matters Day at the State Fair, where we actually had 10,000 visitors visit our booth to be able to talk about mental health. And then, of course, in Indiana, I testified on behalf of the Senate Enrolled Act No. 1, which was really unusual for a lieutenant governor or a governor to testify on behalf of a bill. But that was the bill that put in place the infrastructure and the funding for our 988 suicide hotline, where today now you can call 988 and you'll be connected to a professional who'll be able to get you help. We have mobile response teams that will be able to be deployed to help those Hoosiers that are struggling.
Do you want to weigh in on?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done in Kentucky that I'm pretty proud of is we kind of had to have the right trifecta in place to get this done, but we partnered with, I represented the governor's office. We had the head of higher education in Kentucky. It's called the Council of Post-Secondary Education, CPE. And then we had the head of our Department of Education, our commissioner. And the three of us came together and we created what we call the Commonwealth Education Continuum. And it was to tie everything from early childhood education all the way up through the workforce. Because so often, I don't know about your states, but what I see in our state is sometimes we tend to operate in silos. And so all the elementary folks are advocating for this, and all the middle school folks are advocating for this, and college is a whole different ballgame. And we just said, if we don't come together to close these gaps at each of the transition points, then none of us are going to benefit from all the work that we're doing. We should just be doing this together. So the core group of the continuum is made up of policymakers, heads of the private colleges, the public colleges, the Department of Education, Governor's Office. And then we also created working groups in each of the different areas where we brought in parents and business leaders from the private sector and teachers to make sure that the people who were either doing the work or who were going to have to deal with the work that's being done later have a voice in that process too. And so again, convening folks, listening to the people doing the work, and delivering for them through policy, through legislation. That's something that we're really proud of. And again, it's closing those gaps at all those transition points from early childhood education through the workforce to kind of bring that whole system of education together. And instead of competing for, dollars in a budget or this legislation to take priority, we shared our priorities, and we're really able to get a lot of good things done.
Great, thank you. We talked a little bit earlier about civics and what's happening in civics education in our states across the country. How are you all thinking about the preparation of our next generation of adults? For example, Indiana, you all recently passed a law to establish a middle school civic education requirement. Governor Crouch, do you want to talk about how your role in civics?
Yeah, in 2019, the Bar Association, did a study and actually found that Indiana's students, 8th graders, a third of them were not at the level they needed to be just in basic civics education. And so the Bar Association formed a civics education task force that I chaired, and then we ended up getting legislation passed that required in the second semester of 6th grade civics education course to be taught. And it's focused on not just the foundation of government, but the function of government, and then the role of citizens. And then we also increased funding for the We the People program, which actually helps those young people understand about the foundation of our society and our government, and then prepare them to be those future leaders. So, we have we've done a lot of work, but we have a lot of work still to do. Mm-hmm. I think there was a recent survey done where over half of Americans could not name the 3 branches of government. And so we have to be sure that our young people are educated, because that is how we keep our republic.
And some of
as
them
well.
are elected to those branches of government.
Yeah.
Not us, not us.
Did you want to weigh in on what's happening in civics?
Sure, I was a civics teacher. That's what I taught before I became an assistant principal and lieutenant governor. And I think it's important to start with the purpose of civics education in general is to teach kids how to think, not what to think. And I think we have to start with that at the baseline of this conversation. But I will tell you anecdotally, when I started teaching, it was right after, the Great Recession. My high school of 1,100 students had 11 social studies teachers when I was hired. The next year we had 3. And so unfortunately, because of the total lack of resources, what we had to do was say, okay, what do we absolutely have to teach? Because that's all we have room to teach. We were cramming kids in our classrooms. We were just overflowing with desks in our rooms. I saw one new set of textbooks in the 12 years I was in the classroom. Wow. Right? And so when the arts and physical education, those are usually the first things to get cut. The next thing is social studies. Mm-hmm. And that's, for so long people thought, oh, what does this matter? You can just Google it, you can look it up. Well, when I was listening to the panel about what's going on college campuses right now, I know my story is anecdotal, but I don't think it's unique. And so when we can't define free speech, when we can't sit with 2 competing thoughts in our head, when we can't develop skills to persuade or to debate or to communicate in a way that allows you to disagree and come back to the table together, I think what you're seeing is the result of that. And so I'm so glad that in Indiana they've done this investment in civics education. In Kentucky, we just passed a bill that passed overwhelmingly in both chambers and was signed by the governor. Just the political makeup of Kentucky. The House and the Senate are supermajority Republican controlled. The governor and I are the only Democrats elected statewide. So it's a little bit of a divide there, but that's a bill that passed overwhelmingly and was signed by the governor. And when I looked at the subjects that were required to be in this civics class for high school students, it's basically the table of contents of a government book, right? And those are the subjects, the 3 branches of government, the things that you need to know about your government, but also you need to know what to do when you feel like your government's not working for you. That's also a really important key as well. And so civics education, it's the reason I became a teacher. I wanted to help kids understand what I've realized so many didn't as I was growing up. And it's great to see it kind of making a little bit of a resurgence. But you got to understand there's a whole, almost a generation of kids who have gone through without adequate civics education. And we're seeing the results of that. And I hope we don't make that mistake again.
So it teased me up well. I think Roger set the tone for this full day last night with his, I thought was really powerful, the reference, the quote from President Reagan. Yeah. And I think about the work we do at the Institute with Governor Hunt and the idea of bringing people together. This is by design that we have a Republican and a Democrat sitting here talking to you about this. So talk to me about how you two have built coalitions across party lines, because what we're dealing with on university campuses, they're coming to neighborhoods near our K-12 schools soon.
Yeah. That's a good point.
They will be in school parking lots. They will be at Friday night football games. You will see these things manifest if we don't help our young people build these bridges. But if our political leaders aren't modeling this, talk to me about how you are leading, how you're modeling, and how you're bringing folks from the other side of the aisle across the line to help advance something that is, because you've talked about a bunch of things you guys have done in a bipartisan way. How have you done it? And we'll let this be your sort of closing reflection, because I know we're going to get a time check somewhere here soon. Well, so Governor Crouch.
First of all, you have to, understand and appreciate and believe that elections are for, the partisanship. And then once the elections are over, you're for the people. Right. And you have to work together. And so if you don't if you don't have that kind of thought process, you're not going to be able to reach across the aisle. And you're not going to be able to get things done. And so, it's something that I started in local government, I'm in state government, I've been in the executive branch, I've been in the legislative branch, I'm president of the Senate, and the ability to work together is what I'm most proud of. It's how I think we accomplish good legislation. Otherwise, we're accomplishing legislation that just takes care of some people. And we're here to take care of all the people. And so I think it really becomes a personal philosophy. And it takes leaders that really embrace that to make it happen.
So what I will say is I think Governor Beshear has done a phenomenal job in Kentucky of really bringing the temperature down. I know we hear that a lot, but being able to have conversations with people that you may or may not agree with and doing it in a way that, again, allows you to come back to the table. But I think the most important decision we made was when we first filed to run for office, we said we wholly reject culture wars. We're not talking about it. We're not dealing with it. We're here to create jobs and make the education system better and make sure people have health care, right? Build bridges and roads. That's our job. Now, there are some folks who operate in, they wouldn't know what to do if there wasn't a culture war this week, right? And while that may be part of the conversation and that may be what people do to drum up interest or get attention, we have wholly rejected that. And what we saw was we won in 2019 by 1.5 votes per precinct across the state of Kentucky. And in 2023, we were reelected with a 5-point margin in a state that elected the last Republican president by 20-something points. So by all intents and purposes, that's the landslide in Kentucky. And so, right, and so I think that was the reward that the people of Kentucky said, we want more, we want you to get more things done. We want you to focus on the things that we worry about every night when we lay our heads down and not talk about the things that are on cable news all the time. They hear enough of that, right? And so we've really worked hard to reject those conversations and instead focus on the things that we know our families care about. And I have to tell you that it has been the biggest relief to do that, because I think about when we go to our National Lieutenant Governors Association meetings, we have our partisan meetings the night before, and then we come together at with everybody, and we learn so much from each other. I mean, we all talk about the things that we're working on, and we say, well, how did you do that? We want to figure out how to make that happen in our state. But ultimately, when it comes to that first partisan meeting that we have, I'm hearing all my colleagues from across the state, they have to talk about their state politics, and then they, of course, throw in something about the presidential candidates, and I'm like, God, that must be exhausting. And I'm so glad we don't do that, because you really do get to focus on the things right in front of you. I can't do anything about a lot of the stuff that is part of those culture wars that keep getting brought up, but I can help your kids' classrooms be better resourced. I can help make sure that your family has health care. I can make sure that that bridge from northern Kentucky into Cincinnati gets built. And so those are the things that we're squarely focused on. And when we do have conversations where we disagree, we really try to do it in a way where we can say, okay, we don't see eye to eye, let's reconvene later.
Well, please join me in a nice round of applause for Governor Coleman, Governor Couch. And we will turn it over to our friends at the Reagan Institute.
All right.